Your match referee is Stephen Malcolm. Your scorers.
Welcome back to Wantage Road, everybody. We've got Northamptonshire versus Somerset today in Division 1 of the County Championship. Stream powered by Abell, of course. Northamptonshire have won the toss and elected to bowl first. My name is Dan Jadzovic, and on stream debut, I'm joined by Alex Berry.
Morning, Dan. Morning. Not bad. Not bad. Settled in. Had to jump in last minute to sit alongside you. Sam didn't fancy it this game, so...
I think he's on international duty, isn't he? But
had the call up.
He has. But we'll focus on this one, and we'll figure out what Sam's up to later on in the season. So as I say, Somerset are batting first. The two in the middle are Tom Lammonby and Sean Dixon. And I suspect it's going to be Ben Sanderson from the David Capel end this morning with the new ball with Jack White from the Lynn Wilson centre end. At least that's how it's been so far this summer. Luke Proctor might throw me a complete curveball and switch it around, but I assume that's the way we're going to go.
Yeah, or Justin Broad. Go the real baseball approach.
Or Justin Broad.
Stick JB in. No, Northamptonshire winning the toss earlier. Luke Proctor, I don't think would have hesitated too quickly on choosing to have a bowl. It's a little bit overcast over there. It's a little bit breezy as well. And there's probably more of a green tinge on this pitch than we've seen some of the other games this year. I think there's been times where we've maybe turned up first thing in the morning and it's looked that colour, and by the time you get to the toss there's been a little bit of action on the mower that's taken that right down. So be interesting to see if there is actually much there for the bowlers, because sort of the first half hour previously has been quite important, I think, on these first mornings. Yeah,
absolutely right. And these two in particular, Ben Sanderson and Jack White, leading the wicket takers for Northamptonshire this year. Big opportunity for Northants to start the day well. And that's just gone straight past Lammonby's outside edge. On the money straight away from Sanderson. It's the gloves of Lewis McManus.
Ooh, a little bit there off the deck.
Yeah, not a bad start at all. I think you're right. I think there certainly looks like a little bit more live grass left on this pitch than what we've had in previous rounds. Bit of shape as well. And I suspect most kind of county crickets are going to be thrilled to bits the fact that those Kookaburra cricket balls are in the bin as well.
Back in the box. Back in the box. Back to the Dukes. I think it was a little bit of a mixed reception to the Kookaburra. Obviously for us it was potentially slightly different for Northamptonshire playing that outground game at Merchant Taylors, and there's probably more factors involved there and less of a like-for-like comparison of games with the Duke and with the Kookaburra when you're at a venue like that, which is lovely ground but not quite at the same spec.
It's going to be a wide ball from Ben Sanderson, so first runs on the board for Somerset.
Carry there though this morning, isn't it? That's getting through nicely to McManus behind the stumps.
It certainly is. Just seamed away, didn't it? 4 slips in for Northamptonshire. Vasconcelos at first, Emilio Gay second, Justin Broad third, and Tom Taylor in at fourth. Second first-class game, and find yourself at third slip.
That's not a bad gig, long, is it?
Defended by Lammonby.
I did notice he unsurprisingly got the nod to go under the lid at Merchant Taylors and found himself wedged in there at bat pad for most of that final afternoon, but he's got himself a little upgrade there into third. TT as well, sliding down to fourth slip is slightly unusual.
Yeah, attacking field though from Northamptonshire and Luke Proctor this morning. So probably take a couple of overs for the Dukes to start swinging about, won't it? It's gone through nicely past Lammonby's outside edge. It did look like a lovely place down at Merchant Taylors School. It looked kind of picture postcards-esque.
Ooh, I'm almost going to give him credit that he's pulled his bat inside the line of that. So he thought about having a little nibble out there. I think I might. I'll just give him the benefit of the doubt. We'll call that a leave. Played inside the line.
Shape away. Late swing there, wasn't it? The ball's gone past the bat, tidied up by Lewis McManus. But no, it looked like an absolutely stunning place to hang around for 4 days.
Thatched pavilion over the back there, and it's quite lush lush around. And to be fair, it produced a pretty excellent game of cricket. I think through a lot of that final day for Northamptonshire, there was the thought that Middlesex weren't going for it, and then seemed to suddenly quite violently pull the trigger when it got to 8s and decided they were going to have a dip.
And wide ball signalled again for Ben Sanderson, so he's going to have to bowl that one again.
Around the wicket now as well. Still managed to throw it out. There's a little bit there, isn't there? It's just shaping away.
Yeah, I wonder, I mean, obviously these guys are ultra professionals. Ben Sanderson, I think he's played nearly 100 first-class games, but I wonder how much of a difference it actually is to kind of swap from the Dukes to the Kookaburra and then back from the Kookaburra to the Dukes. Obviously they would have practiced, they would have been in the nets, wouldn't they? But to actually kind of get a new one in your hands.
The timing of it as well, I think they had just come off the blast as well, completely different setup. Back to the Kookaburra there as well, but the white one. And there's sort of a bit of change up to be had there.
Absolutely. Well, first over done. Somerset 2 for no loss. No runs off the bat as yet. Just the 2 wides bowled by Ben Sanderson. And it is going to be Jack White from the Lynn Wilson Centre end this morning. 23 wickets so far this season, including 5 against Somerset down at Taunton. It was 5 for 103. I should say things with more confidence, really, shouldn't I? But
I would have believed you regardless. Could have got across the line.
But yeah, 23 wickets at an average of 32 this year for Jack White. Very much his end, the Lynn Wilson Centre. Sean Dixon's going to be on strike, facing his first ball of the match. Still the 4 slips. Big appeal, but it's a massive inside edge.
Quite a lot of bat in that.
He's middled that one into his pad, hasn't he?
Slightly overly keen, possibly, from Northamptonshire there to loosen the vocals up this morning.
Yeah, I think there's a fair chance Dixon might have reviewed that one if that was available.
Didn't actually look to take a huge amount of pad full stop, even off the bat. Slightly more than an inside edge.
It's cut towards Safe Sabe. So Safe Sabe's at point. Luke Proctor, kind of a short cover. Rob Keogh's at mid-on. Sam Whiteman at mid-wicket. And then Ben Sanderson's just having a breather down at fine leg in front of the pavilion. Still no runs off the bat so far for Somerset. Big drive from Dixon through to the gloves of Lewis McManus, so still no runs. Are we meant to like each other at the moment, bearing in mind the Ashes are on?
We can like each other as long as it's 2-1.
Okay.
A couple of steps down the track there from Dixon as well, which is interesting in the second over of the day. Obviously, there's a little bit of movement around, looking to negate that slightly, but a little bit ambitious possibly in the second over.
Run again. We've seen that quite a lot here this year. Players batting out of their crease. Look, Lewis McManus has spent quite a bit of time up to the stumps, hasn't he, off the bowling of Ben Sanderson.
Yeah, it's one thing probably the Northamptonshire attack lacks is express pace. Both White and Sanderson and Taylor all operating in that sort of mid-high 70s range. It's only Luke Proctor that ticks above that a little bit.
And that is the first runs off the bat. For Somerset, Sean Dixon's going to pick up a couple. Safe Save's going to do the fielding. So 2 runs off the last ball of Jack White's over. Somerset 4 for no loss. Sean Dixon's got his account open. The eagle-eyed of you watching the live stream will notice that there's a few more camera angles available on the stream today. You've been hard at work in the weeks off with your extra cameras and cables kind of around the ground.
We've tried, so there's a couple of extra angles there. We've got the speed gun as well now, which we should have until the end of the year. Just popped up on the overlay there, so mid 70s for Jack White through most of that over. Yeah, just trying to incrementally bring little bits more to it. George and Ben doing an excellent job on the buttons and the camera.
Past Lammonby this time. Prefer this angle from Ben Sanderson. It's very threatening this morning to Tom Lammonby. I suppose it's worth actually asking what you actually do around here, isn't it? Before, whilst you're kind of not commentating on cricket, what do you actually do at Northamptonshire?
So I've been part of the media team here for 4 or 5 years now. It's a relatively small team of us in there, but most of our communications stuff. So I look after that team, which is covers across a few different things. So the stream recently, something we've worked to keep developing and keep making a better product. It was quite interesting through the COVID year that we had, how quickly streaming progressed through that. It used to possibly be a little bit of a byproduct for counties, that we just stick the analyst cameras on and there you go. But actually sort of making that a production now.
Shape away from Tom Lammonby again from Ben Sanderson.
Agree with what you say there about this angle with Sanderson. While there is that little bit of nip there and that little bit of carry, if you've got those 4 slips in, it feels a slightly more natural angle. You don't see a huge amount of LBWs from Sanderson. Generally, if he's going to get you early on, he's either going to beat the outside edge and take off stump or edge you into the cordon. So I think it makes a little bit more sense here with Lammonby playing inside the line a lot as well. Found his rhythm here as well now. Sanderson, after a couple of early wides, he's dialed in.
Yeah, as I say, I'm sure it's not that big of a deal, but there must be an element of switching back from a kookaburra that doesn't really do much after about the first 4 overs to getting a nice kind of dark dukes in your hand, and you see the first one swing and well, first of all your eyes must light up, and second of all, as a swing bowler you must get a little bit greedy, I would have thought. It's well played by Lammonby, just past the slip cordon. Don't think it's going to go all the way, it isn't. So Tom Lammonby's going to pick up 3. He's going to open his account, and Somerset going to move to 7 for no loss this morning. So 3 runs down towards deep third for the Somerset opener. But yeah, I think what you said about the live stream side of it, it has had a massive, or COVID had a massive impact on it, didn't it? From, as you say, kind of, well, we'll do it because we feel like we should. Firstly, an opportunity for counties to generate a little bit more income, which again is never going to be a bad thing. And second of all, to kind of provide the fans a better experience, I think, all round. It's going to be a dot ball to finish the 3rd over, so Somerset 7 for no loss.
Yeah, I think there's been a definite attitude switch towards it as well, and I think that's trickled down from the higher ups in the game. I think initially there was a little bit of reluctance about, we don't want to make that product too good, because then will people stop coming to watch the cricket live if they can sit at home and watch the stream. And I think they're 2 very different beasts. It's, if we look at the Blast, for example, it's not the same thing to be in here on a Friday night and to watch the stream. They are 2 different products. And with the way the scheduling works and a lot of midweek cricket for the county championship, there are a majority of our fans, I dare say, that wouldn't be able to get here even if they wanted to. So to be able to sort of make sure the game is still accessible for them and still have them able to support, I think is a really important thing.
Yeah, Jack White to Tom Lammonby for the first time. Defended down the grounds.
Should say as well, before play, both teams, the match officials and the ground staff, just taking a moment to remember Tony Kingston, who obviously passed away last week during the Middlesex games. So Northamptonshire players with black armbands gone on again today, which they had for that final day at Merchant Taylor's.
Absolute cracking delivery from Jack White, and he picks up the wicket of Tom Lammonby. Lammonby can't quite believe it. Jack White picks up his first wicket of the day, caught by Lewis McManus, and Somerset 7 for 1.
Didn't seem too keen to go there, Lammonby, but Northamptonshire, it was more of a celebration than an appeal. They're just straight up, umpire straight up.
Much hesitation from the umpire.
Lammonby less so, but
potentially you just saw the hip just kind of
back
open
leg
up
just
slightly.
comes
I
round,
wonder,
doesn't it?
Might have been a bit of back pocket, but either way, the opener's gone. Northants have the breakthrough, having won the toss and elected to bowl first this morning, and Somerset captain Tom Abell is going to make his way to the crease to join Sean Dixon.
Somerset captain Tom Abell.
If, of course, you'd like to get in contact with us on the stream over the course of the 4 days, whether you're a Northamptonshire fan, Somerset fans are welcome as well. You can do via email, which is, hang on, what is it? stream@nccc.co.uk.
here we go, he's got it.
Or you can get us on Twitter, which is one that...
At Northants CCC.
That's it. I'll ask the man who's in charge of Twitter. That might be easier, mightn't it?
That's my domain.
Put a Jack White. That is defended into the leg side for Tom Abell's first ball of the day.
It's been probably a tighter start from Jack than Ben Sanderson this morning, which is slightly uncharacteristic. I think more so from Sanderson than Jack White. Jack's a bowler that will go searching for wickets and will put it up there for you and try and find options.
On a big LBW appeal this time, but he's got himself outside off stump.
Little half step forward again, wasn't there? Get yourself outside the line.
No interest from the umpire whatsoever. I think with Jack, and that is another appeal for caught behind. I thought I heard something on the effects mic there, but Tom Abell survives. Not that much of an appeal. Vasconcelos has got, or had his hands on his head. Maybe Tom Abell just hit his foot on the way through.
Yeah, I think he slammed the inside edge of that bat into his front pad there. What I will say, that's moved quite sharply off the pitch there. Yeah, I can see why they're excited, but I don't think there's bad involved on that. It's certainly a little bit more nibble now after the first couple of overs.
Tom Abell's a long way down the crease. This time, dot ball to finish Jack White's second over, which is a wicket maiden. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 2. That wicket to fall, Tom Lammonby caught behind by Lewis McManus. And Northants have the breakthrough.
It's interesting what you say about Jack White there. I mean, he is quite comfortably leading the wicket taking for Northamptonshire this year in the red ball stuff. Before this match had taken 24 at an average of 30. Ben Sanderson, the closest behind that, at 15 wickets at 29. And I think, yeah, it's probably, I mean, I can count probably 5 or 6 just from memory of genuine edges that he's drawn into the cordon and not gone his way.
Defended again by Sean Dixon. I think, like, obviously the easy thing to turn around and say is, well, there's no guarantee that he didn't then get that wicket later on, or obviously that wicket did come, but I don't remember many of those missed opportunities that then fell his way again.
Or certainly falling quickly his way,
Yeah.
which I think is another factor. So much about rhythm and momentum in the game. He's a tail-up bowler, Jack. He's got a slightly unique run-up. He sort of bounds in a little bit like a slightly excited Doberman or something. But you can tell when he's up for it, and he's the kind of bowler that will quite often take 2 or 3 wickets in 2 or 3 overs. But they might go 8 or 10 overs without taking a wicket. But he seems to take wickets in clumps, and I think that comes from just possibly putting a little bit more behind it when he really gets his tail up.
Squared up slightly, Sean Dixon. Quick single taken. Run out chance. Sam Whiteman knocks middle peg out the ground. I think Rob Keogh enjoyed it. Umpire wasn't interested in the slightest.
Can't tell if that was actually an appeal from Rob Keogh or if he was just excited that Whiteman's throwing the stumps down there as a former wicketkeeper. Quite comfortably home.
Sent middle stump, cartwheeling back. I don't suppose Sam Whiteman's done that too often in his...
No, well, he had to give the gloves up. He was wicketkeeper of Western Australia for a number of years. And then, like what happens with a lot of wicketkeepers, just probably one too many finger injuries that it just wasn't viable anymore. We've actually seen him do a surprising amount of boundary riding, which surprised me. Generally, if a wicketkeeper decides they don't want to take the gloves anymore, you find them at second slip quite often, and you think, how's that any better? He has parked up at point a fair bit, but yeah, he's done his fair share of patrolling out at the deep mid-wicket boundary through a lot of days of championship cricket.
Yeah, he put a serious shift in against Kent, didn't he, last time out here at Wantage Road. Spent most of his time out in front of the cinch football stand, putting a serious shift in as well. Leading run scorer for Northants this year as well, which I'm sure he's probably more interested about rather than the boundary running that he's been doing. But a couple of hundreds, including 130 not out against Somerset down at Taunton in the reverse fixture earlier this year. It's left well alone, and that's tailed back in towards the gloves of Lewis McManus nicely. Will certainly keep the interest of the Northants bowlers up a little bit. Jack White's going to take the hat and jumper off and make his way to his mark for his third over of the day. What's Sam Whiteman been like as an overseas, like kind of around the team? Have you had much to do with him in your role?
He's a quiet guy. Tends to keep to himself a little bit. He gets some overseas that come in as real characters or really want to step forward in the dressing room. Chris Lynn is one of those. When he's been over for the last 2 years in the Blast, he will really push himself forward and wants to do more than just his role on field. And then you get players like Sam that just want to focus on their cricket.
That's seamed away.
More movement off the deck, isn't there?
Sean Dixon, that's gone quite large, isn't it, away from the outside edge?
Yeah, so Sam has settled in really quickly, and then I think he's just gone head down, and runs is his currency, and I think that's what he's looking at. You then go the other way with someone like AJ Tai, who's just a character, and he's not going to try and push himself forward as a senior player, but is going to sort of push himself forward as that larrikin character and bring that kind of thing off pitch.
Squared up slightly, Sean Dixon, but safely played into the grounds. Certainly looks like he's in one of those moods this morning, Jack White, doesn't he? Why wouldn't you be with the encouragement that he's seen so far off the pitch?
Yeah, I think if you're looking at pitches that Jack White would prepare for himself, this is one of them. You can see actually that there's a little bit of moisture out there. Those footholes and the follow-throughs of the bowlers are quite pronounced. We have had quite a bit of rain here over the last week and a little burst this morning as well.
down the grounds and through mid-wicket. Sean Dixon picks up his first boundary of the day. He moves to 7. Somerset move to 12 for 1.
First real shot of authority from that for any Somerset batsman. Not necessarily in complete control, but there's wide open spaces at the minute with those 4 slips in through the leg side there. As long as he doesn't miss it, he's probably going to be okay there.
Yeah.
Not quick across the outfield either, just again touching on a lot of the moisture we have had. That didn't race to the boundary.
Outside edge, gone past safe save, but backward point. Who's going to haul that one back in? Sean Dixon's going to add 3. I'm not going to be at all surprised to see the Somerset batters either batting outside of their crease or advancing this morning with that movement that is available. And as you said, both Jack and Ben kind of bowling mid-70s then to get that extra bit of pace and hopefully then to negate the swing or seam movement that's going to be on offer. Seems like a pretty sensible thing to do.
Seems to have gone more off the pitch than in the air so far.
Abell this time. Advances, defends that down to Rob Keogh.
And you would think the overheads probably are there for it to swing a little bit. You know, it's quite broken up cloud, but there's certainly quite an amount of cloud cover. There is a little bit of a blustery breeze coming across, and whether or not that will just knock the axis off a little bit.
It's going to be a leg bye to finish the 6th over of the morning. Somerset 16 for 1. Yeah, I wish I understood weather forecast, but every time I turn up at Northamptonshire, I fire up the Met Office website. It gives me some kind of forecast, and then it ends up doing something completely different. So I can't really add any value to that conversation with regards to weather. I don't think, I mean, there's a chance of a shower at 1 o'clock this afternoon, but I mean, who knows? Yeah, who really knows? I don't think it was meant to. What game was it where we ended up with kind of boating lakes and duck ponds across the outfield? I'm not even convinced it was meant to rain that hard that day.
No, and it takes quite a bit of water here to get it to pool on the outfield. With the drainage work that was done a few years ago, if it's not raining, you're generally pretty good to get back out.
It's shaped away from Tom Abell and left well alone. Tom Abell yet to get off the mark.
One of the days of the Hampshire game, maybe, where it was probably the
Yeah.
most standing water I've seen on the outfield here in 5 years. I think it just came down in such a short period of time that it sort of did overwhelm things, and it dissipated, but by that point everything was so waterlogged already.
Sides edge through to Sam Whiteman. Yes, some would say biblical rain.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think an arc might have been more appropriate than a cricket bat, I think, that day. But anyway, we're looking all right today.
I think we're looking all right for the next couple of days as well. I don't think there's any days where you would look at it and think that's a write-off from the start.
No, I mean, Saturday looks horrendous, but we've got to get to Saturday. Solidly defended by Tom Abell. But a past congratulations to Somerset, having won the T20 Blast finals day.
Yeah, and speaking of weather on
Saturday.
that day as well, I think I wasn't expecting to see a huge amount of cricket on Saturday, and sort of penciling in a bit of Sunday viewing. You know, they looked a good side in T20 cricket all year, really.
I think when you look through, what did they win 12 out of 14 games or something, you'd struggle to come up with an argument to say that they didn't deserve to win the whole competition.
I think some of the dominance they won those games with as well. I think there's winning, and then there's winning really well, and winning where you very quickly took other results just off the table, and that level of dominance, I think, is what they had quite a lot this year. I think there's just a lot of names down their order that can get that job done, and that's possibly where some of that success has come from. That it's not just we need 1 or 2 players to fire if we're going to be winning games of cricket.
Very, very exciting white ball side. Love left alone again, but obviously a different prospect in this format. Sanderson's really settled into his work this morning after that first over with those couple of wides, just gone for the 6 runs so far. And that is going to be a maiden. Maiden for Ben Sanderson, his first of the innings, and none other than Wendell Pemberton is in the house this morning. Is that a new flagpole he's got there?
So yes, he'd been saying for a couple of years, Wendell, that he'd like a new flagpole because he does store it in the commercial offices, which we never offered, but he just brought it, said, "Can you just store my flag?" And when Wendell asks for something, Wendell generally gets what he asked for. He's been known in his time to bring his lunch up on a Champo day into the commercial offices and ask us to microwave it for him. Won't go and microwave it himself, but will say, "Here's my lunch, can you heat it up for me?" And then you'll sort of take it back to him and he'll check if it's hot enough, and then you might have to take it back sometimes as well.
I think he's making his way over towards the Somerset dressing room, I think, at the moment. Anyway, Jack White from the Lynn Wilson centre end, defended by Sean Dixon.
But yeah, so the flagpole had seen better days, not least of which because of the ferocity that it gets waved by Wendell sometimes when he wants a wicket, or if we've just taken one, it gets a rate of knots up that flag. But the work that had been done in the dressing rooms over the winter, were builders here a lot of the time and into the start of the season. And I think he tapped one of the builders up at one stage and said, "Can you make me a new flagpole?"
Oh, big appeal, LBW. No interest at all from the umpire. He got a bit of bad on that, didn't he? But
not sure there's a huge amount going for it with the little shimmy down. Goes quite a long way across.
yeah, I think it might have been missing leg stump, actually.
Yes. A long way to go still, that ball.
Absolutely. You see those kind of decisions where the umpire is almost just guessing at that point. The ball's got such a long way to go.
Even if ball
still.
tracking says that's going to clip the top of leg, I don't think there's any cricketer that can be upset with an umpire turning that one down.
Shake back into Sean Dixon. That's going to be a leg bye, a couple of leg byes.
4 leg byes.
4 leg byes, in fact. Ben Sanderson can't drag it back inside the boundary rope. So 4 of those.
Yeah, Wendell's flagpole is now a fitting size for the size of Wendell. Anyone that's met him will know that he has the largest hands I have ever seen on a human being.
That was a good off break.
He shakes your hand and you've lost your hand for a minute, and then it's eventually kindly returned to you. But the flagpole now is probably 3 or 4 inches thick all the way up. It is a log that has now just got a flag attached to the top of it.
Back foot this time. Sean Dixon just plays and misses at that one.
Is that kept a little bit low, or is it a little bit full to be cutting? Because I think he's played over the top of it. A little bit of both, possibly. I don't think it's that short.
No, I think it was just a good length, wasn't it? Just trying to find that gap between Tom Taylor and Save, I suppose, to pick up a couple of runs. So what you don't know is where in the dressing room that plank of wood has come from, and whether that's an integral part of the squared him up and it's gone through the gap between Tom Taylor and Save. Save does chase that one down. Saves 1. So Sean Dixon picks up 3.
Yeah, we are assuming it was a spare pole and not load bearing of some description. If a player falls through into the bottom of the heavy suite while someone's having their lunch in there, we'll know where it might have come from.
Let's hope not.
I think he's still playing cricket this year, Wendell. I think he's getting around it, taking a few wickets, and I think there's some runs on the scorecard for Wendell this year as well. Someone showed me he's played cricket the other day. He's part of He has been involved in some of the upper age group stuff for the county. As you say, bowling off spin, which slightly defies Wendell's appearance. You'd expect to see him steaming in, but no, it's a little tweakers that he's bowling.
Gets good revs on it if his hands are as big as what you say they are.
Yeah.
23 for 1 then after 8 here at Wantage Road. That wicket to 4 was Tom Lammonby. He was caught behind off the bowling of Jack White.
Tom Taylor just doing a couple of run-throughs there on his way to the cordon. It's usually this year been the David Capel end that Tom Taylor's come from.
Sean Dixon playing that one down towards deep third again. He's going to pick up a couple. Sam Whiteman retrieves the ball. Yeah, I would have thought it's always been the taller bowlers so far this year has come from the Lynn Wilson Centre end, hasn't it? And the shorter, I suppose, skiddier bowlers have come from the David Capel end, and which I potentially would lead you to believe that Tom Taylor would come from the Lynn Wilson Centre end, but so he's done a good job.
A little bit interesting to see through this match how much Luke Proctor bowls. He didn't bowl himself a huge amount at Merchant Taylor's. Rob Keogh bowling a lot of overs there, and Safe Zabe I think turned out a couple as well. But since he's come back from the issue with his shoulder, he's possibly been a little bit tentative to bowl himself. And he is the quickest bowler in the Northamptonshire dressing room at the minute, and has a knack of pulling a wicket out of somewhere.
Yeah, I was about to say, he from what I've seen from him this season, he's had the ability to kind of break the partnership. That change of pace, that point of difference that everybody on Sky Sports talks about when it comes to fast bowling as well. He certainly has that, particularly whilst James Sales isn't around this squad. But I guess Justin Broad's available for some seamers as another all-round option.
It'll be interesting to see how he's used in Red Bull. He obviously didn't get a role, I don't think, in the final innings at Merchant Taylor's. Rob Keogh doing a lot of the work on that final day and probably took some overs off him. I think what you find with Proctor is he comes through the crease very quickly at you, and he almost runs through the crease rather than quite a pronounced take-off into the crease. And it's all very flat and at you. And then it's sort of low 80s a lot of the time, and it can really rush batsmen, I think.
Just got Sean Dixon into the thigh pads this time. Looks like and certainly not the best qualified person to comment with regards to opening the batting, but it feels like Sean Dixon at the moment, he's still on the move when he's meeting the ball as he's coming down the crease. Say most times that we've seen so far this year, players are batted outside of their crease. That's tucked down towards fine leg. Jack White is the fielder down there and saves a couple of runs. As I say, we've seen most batters this year, home and away, have been batting outside of their crease rather than advancing as the bowler's coming in.
Yeah, just a little bit unsure, but to be fair, there's been quite a bit of movement off the pitch, so I'm not surprised. And full credit finding a way to get through it. I mean, 27 for 1, having been sent in after the first 35 minutes. I think Somerset can be relatively happy with their work so far, with the assistance that is there for the bowlers. I think I think it's trying to find an option, which I think is good to see. It's not working, I suppose. He's still out there batting, possibly doesn't look as comfortable as he might have done at different points through this season. Tom Abell so far in his shorter stay perhaps look a little bit more secure at the crease, but hasn't really tried to score yet either. Been a little bit happier to do that, I think, and settle in and play within his box rather than go looking for it. Dixon has tried a little bit more, I think, to find a different option and not be bowled at. And Abell now 17 deliveries without scoring. Don't think that will phase Tom Abell particularly.
No, he's been around for ages, hasn't he, Tom?
Met him in the car park at Edgbaston. Lovely man.
He is, I can confirm, one of the nicest people in world cricket. Yeah, genuinely one of the nicest blokes you could possibly wish to meet. 455 runs so far this season at an average of 35.
Seems to be a lot of batsmen sort of through the division and the competition as a whole averaging that 30-35 mark this year. So you've got Rue, who's flying away at the top of it and scoring runs wherever he fancies at the minute, but there seems to be a lot of those middling-ish averages about.
Yeah, particularly when you look through, I mean, Tom Abell 35, Tom Lammonby 31, Bartlett and Cadmore 34, Lewis Gregory 21. Sorry, that's his bowling average. But yeah, you are right. It's fairly kind of middling, isn't it? No one's really kind of stood out. And in previous years, we've spoken about kind of 1,000 runs before a particular point. I mean, James Ree's 48 runs away from that 1,000. He would be the first person, and we're talking almost at the end of July now.
Yeah, whether or not that's... I think there might be a couple of factors at play. Obviously, I think this batch of Duke's balls, they've made a couple of changes too. The Dukes last year had a habit of going very soft very quickly and didn't necessarily offer a huge amount to the bowlers. I think the change to the point structure as well. I think the taking that incentive for draws away from teams has probably produced a few spicier wickets and a few more result wickets that might be bringing the bowlers a little bit more back into it. There'll be a knock-on effect of both of those, I think. I've never seen a bowler in any level of cricket consistently more aghast than Jack White. He just carries an air of him at times that just everything in the world is against him. It's a lot of looks to the sky and just slow pauses and slow turns. And
I mean, I think as we spoke earlier, there's a fair bit of evidence to suggest this season that Mother Cricket possibly isn't shining down on him this year. And Tom Abell is finally off the mark. It's taken him 22 balls, and he picks up a single off the last ball of Jack White's 5th over, Somerset.
I don't think he's the type of bowler to spray a batsman either. I think
no.
The outlets that he has tend to favour those. Why is everything against me in the world? And he probably looks in more than out. You get some bowlers that maybe take the same feelings and frustrations out the other way externally. I think Jack has his own ways and his own views of the world. If they bowl down this spot, so about 5 each, so it'll be Tom Taylor as a change of bowler now from the David Capel end. Which he is a bowler that will look to try and move the ball off the wicket rather than through the air, so if there is still a little bit of nibble there for him.
Yeah, do you think having won the toss and elected to bowl first, do you think Northampton will be happy with this start after the first 10 overs, or do you think Somerset have just wrestled back that advantage that might have been there for having the opportunity to bowl first?
Yeah, I think it's been an interesting sort of 45 minutes. You wouldn't have said, even with the couple of shots that Dixon's played walking down the wicket, they're not necessarily shots of authority that Northamptonshire will go for. Okay, they're starting to feel it now. I think it might be one of these phases of cricket where it's a little bit purgatory. The bats have done well to still be there. You know, they've weathered that early storm. I don't think Northamptonshire have bowled particularly badly so far. But, I mean, it might just be me as well. It might be the overheads changing slightly, whether or not a little bit of that tinge is already sort of starting to fade out of that wicket as well, whether that's a little bit of moisture leaving it and it starts to sort of brown off a little bit. Those follow-throughs are certainly becoming more and more pronounced as well, so whether that moisture is getting dragged up a little bit more.
And That is a cracking shot from Tom Abell. It's going to be his first boundary of the day. Off the mark at the end of the last over. Picks up his first boundary in the middle of the next one. He's on 5. And that would be a shot of the morning so far, I would say.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nicely played. Top of the bounce. And I think it's more shots like that. If you start to see more shots like that come in, where Northamptonshire will start to go, okay, we need to find an option or a breakthrough here. Those are the kind of shots that you think a batsman's now starting to feel in their rhythm.
Yeah. Just drop that one at his feet for a dot ball. Potentially not as much movement out there as what was hoped for. There's slip cordons just dispersed slightly, just 2 in there now. Vasconcelos at first, Emilio Gay at second, and Justin Broad at 4th/gully. See, Tom Taylor's bowling, he would have been the other guy, but
yeah, quite wide there, Broad. Almost sort of just in his own little world. And relatively deep as well, and I say relatively, it's probably a step or 2.
yeah, it looks almost level, doesn't he, to Emilio?
Yeah, that arc hasn't necessarily continued the curve round. I mean, there has been some carry there this morning. As I say, that one doesn't really get up to get through to McManus low down.
No, left well alone by Tom Abell. So dot ball to finish Tom Taylor's first over. Went for 4. Somerset 32 for 1. Nice sprinkling of cricket fans around the ground this morning as well. I think most people tend to congregate in the seats around us, like underneath us as well, Alex.
Yeah, you get a lot of people getting very early to book a spot in the sort of small bank of seats in front of the Lynn Wilson.
Oh, I've walked around. I've seen the blankets.
Oh, there's blankets and cushions go down very early.
It's almost like an all-inclusive holiday resort in Spain, isn't it?
Yeah, up at 5 a.m. Towel on the sun lounger. Yeah, there's a little bit of that goes on. Jack White's going to continue then for his 6th over. Ooh.
Nip away from Sean Dixon through to Lewis McManus.
And again there, Dixon trying to find an option or try and bring a little bit of control back by coming a couple of steps down. I'd say Abell continues of the 2 to look the slightly more composed. I mean, good luck looking composed against a delivery like that from Jack White, but I think there is a lot going on, isn't there? There's a lot of movement from Dixon at the minute.
Yeah, it's just followed that one, hasn't he, as it's gone past him. That one's come back into him this time and get himself down the non-striker's end. The leg by added to the total. But yeah, he's still on the move, isn't he, at the point of contact, which, as you said, is difficult when Jack White's getting the movement that he is getting. And obviously not ideal when you're starting your innings.
Be interesting to see who follows White from this end.
I was thinking the same thing, you know.
Be very early for a Rob Keogh twirl.
It's gone away from Tom Abell. Jack White's show you this one.
You always know when Rob's due for a bowl because he has one of the more extravagant and long-winded warm-ups of any bowler.
I would have thought with the seam movement available, surely we're going to be looking at a Luke Proctor or a Justin Broad here, aren't we, before we look at a Rob Keogh?
I think it maybe says there's a bit of a wider picture there, I think, if it's not Luke Proctor next, about where his body's at. As you say, with that little bit of movement there and Proctor being quite a skiddy bowler, he has blasted through a few batsmen before and sort of taken Midland off and almost beat the inside edge sometimes by just shooting one through them. And I think if he's not going to bring himself on early, I think that might set the tone for how much we'll see of Luke Proctor with the ball through the match. Yeah.
I mean, if Jack White can get another, say, over and a half out of him, maybe Ben Sanderson has a change of ends, has kind of 10 minutes off.
Yeah, 5 overs, not a long spell for Sanderson to begin with. He has bowled spells 6, 7, 8 overs in the past.
One more added to the total. Tom Abell just turning that one into the leg side.
By the same token, we've seen the same from White as well. He's bowled quite long spells in the past, even pushing 8, 9 overs in a spell. I think he rolls through the crease quite nicely. I don't think it's a... You see some bowlers and you think you are putting every ounce of effort and strain through your action. You don't quite see that with Jack. I think it all comes quite fluid.
Top ball to finish the 12th. Somerset 34 for 1. Sean Dixon on 17. Tom Abell on 6. Jack White 6 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 14. As the sun shines down at Wantage Road, the Northants flag of Wendell Pemberton doing the figure of 8 in front of the scoreboard. A few people rocking the sunglasses today as well, which is encouraging to see out the window.
It's a bit of those annoying days when you're playing cricket. If you take the sunnies out onto the field and they seem to be constantly moving between your face and the top of your cap, end to end.
Are you a sunnies wearing cricketer, Alex? Is that the...
Yeah.
Big rogue oak. Which Northants cricketer have you pinched a pair of like big rascal Oakleys from then?
No, I don't know if I haven't got them in me, I don't think.
No?
No, some of the glasses that go around these days are a lot. We saw it last year with Jimmy Neesham, sort of kicked that trend off, I think, for our lads. He had some outrageous glasses, and I think he does have himself a little bit of a connection with Oakley, and there were some deliveries that arrived, and it takes a certain kind of cricketer and a certain kind of confidence to walk out wearing some of the glasses that he did. Ben Curran was one as well that he would not hold back on the eyewear front.
They strike me as a fairly confident family, the Currans.
Yeah.
It doesn't shock me the fact that Ben would rock a pair of big sunnies. That's down the leg side. So we're just playing at that one, but gets away with it. Looks like Tom Taylor's just got a little bit more pace on offer from David Capel end than what Ben Sanderson had to offer.
Clouds just started to come over a little bit more.
That's because it just said the sun was shining.
Yeah, it's just quite enough of that. But yeah, that's and it is quite a heavy cloud that's rolled over as well.
So it does say there's chance at 1 o'clock, but looking at the radar, there's kind of just pockets of rain about. If we're going to get one, I think we're going to be unlucky. I don't want to put the mockers on him, but Tom Abell's looked really good for 6 this morning.
Really composed. Really composed. Weathered it early, 18 or 19 balls to get off the mark there, but didn't necessarily look at sea for those. You can have batsmen that for a long time are on naught and you think you're not getting off naught here. As where it looked a little bit more with Abell this morning, he was quite happy with what he was doing. I think he's looked certainly out of these two. Again, Dixon, 17 off 28 going along fine, but just from an optics perspective, I think if I'm out there in the minute, if I'm Luke Proctor going, right, if I need one of these two batsmen out, it's Abell that I'm looking to first, because he's setting out his stall a little bit, I think, here.
Yeah, completely agree with you. Completely agree with you. There's the drive, and it beats cover. That's going to race away for absolutely glorious from
a lovely shot.
Tom Abell through the covers up towards the heavy suite.
It's not a big gap there either. Luke Proctor in relatively tight at cover, just closing those angles down. That's just a lean-in drive. That's lovely.
Yeah, not moved, is he? I think is that signalled
and
no ball as well, wasn't it?
Nigel Long.
Yeah. It's a lovely camera angle, that. Nice addition to the string.
Yeah,
Balanced.
the old end-to-end cameras.
left well alone then. The extra one doesn't cost Northampton anymore. 38 for 1 after 13.
You can see the thinking there from Taylor as we watch that. That is shot of the day by some margin. You can see the thinking from Tom Taylor on the last ball there to, okay, if you're happy to push your hands through outside off stump, I've got a couple of grabbers there waiting. I'll just push this a little bit wider on you and see if you fancy going again.
Absolutely. Jack White's going to carry on from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
What I will say, there's nobody warming up bowlers-wise. There's no one. So we saw it with Tom Taylor, you know, the over before he came on, a couple of just runs throughs and whatever. I've got Rob Keogh's certainly not warming up, because you know when Rob Keogh's warming up. He doesn't try and hide that.
And that is cut away, and that's gone through. Safe save, but I think I've been a little bit uncomfortable on his fingers there. That's going to be 4 for Sean Dixon. He moves into the 20s, and Somerset moved to 42 for 1. That's powerfully struck off the back foot.
Yeah, he's nailed that. He's nailed that. It's not a wonderful place for some of those bare wicket ends at the minute, just in front of safe save. I think every club cricketer is very used to that. You get told, right, go park yourself at cover or point, and you look in front of you and it's just a war zone of previous pitches. That's slightly uncharacteristic from safe save. He is, I think Rob Keogh would argue the point, but I think Safe is probably the best fielder in the Northamptonshire side.
I'm sure Rob would certainly argue. It's down the grounds, and
don't start that conversation.
Oh, Lewis McManus. There's an Australian on comms, Lewis, and you've teed that up beautifully.
Looking for a stumping in a very valid way. You'll notice that Sean Dixon turned around and got back into his crease there, which is the right way to play it. It'd be interesting to see if Lewis does come up to the stumps here, because it's been a very consistent ploy from Dixon to come down the pitch. It hasn't necessarily paid off for him so far.
It's defended this time to Luke Proctor in the covers. I think it'd be difficult at the moment whilst the ball's moving quite the way it is off the seam. I think it becomes... you could end up looking, not silly as such, because it'd be unkind, but with the ball, the seam movement that we have seen has been quite lavish, so to be up to the stumps whilst it is doing what it's doing, I think would be optimistic. It's something that we've usually seen as that innings has kind of developed on, and that Dukes has offered less and less as the day's gone. Down the ground and well fielded there in the cordon. Well stopped.
I could see you in a flat cap like that. I think you'd drop one of those.
I think my tan lines might be worse than that chap's as well.
Club cricket special, those tan lines.
They're really quite bad. Very bad. That and the V.
Yes.
The V. The rings around the biceps and then the V on the chest. That's almost your international calling card, isn't it? So, oh, what do you get for this summer? I play club cricket. Of course you do.
Yeah. I found it's not quite so bad in the UK. Not just weather aside, but club cricket in Australia, 80 over innings played over 2 weekends.
Yeah, no thanks.
When you're upper 30s, 80 overs in the dirt through an afternoon, plenty tanning opportunity, but restricted to very specific areas.
As long as you're wearing your sun cream.
Exactly.
That's the most important.
Even when it's cloudy. The sun will still get you when it's cloudy.
What do you say in Australia? Is it slip, slap, slop or something? Is that the Australian?
They keep adding to it.
What, there's more now?
So it was slip, slop, slap. That was the classic.
See, that was quite catchy.
Really, I think it's up to 5 or 6 words now.
Is it? Easier just to say put the sun cream on, wouldn't it?
I think it's now slip, slop, slap, slide, shade, which just no longer works.
No, that's I'm not.
They've given up on telling people to be safe in the sun and just told them not to be in the sun anymore. Is the last one.
Make sure you keep buying sun cream, but just don't go outside.
Don't use it.
Anyway, 43 for 1 after 14. Jack White's bowled 7 now. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 19. Tom Taylor's 2 overs have gone for the 8. As you say, I still can't see anybody going through any
I
looseness.
think Luke Proctor might have just given a little. That'll do to Jack White there, if that gesture was what I understand it to be. But yeah, I think now after the first, we sort of talked about it 20 minutes ago, also after the first half hour, and I think now after the first hour at 43 for 1, having won the toss and chosen to bowl with the conditions and the pitch looking like it is, I think Somerset can be probably slightly happier of the two sides. But without wanting to bring a horrible cliche into my first hour of commentary.
No, you go for it.
43 for 3 becomes a very different prospect.
Driven by Sean Dixon. It's going to be fielded by Rob Keogh. Just to back up his point that he's the best fielder in Northamptonshire. It's almost as if they're patched in.
Got the AirPods in, don't
Alex. Yeah. But no, you weren't kidding when you teed up your horrible commentary cliche there, were you?
No, but I think it's that's what Northamptonshire need to be thinking as well.
Yeah.
That 44 for 1 can start to look worrying. But even 44 for 2 starts to look a very different picture.
Can't beat Sam Whiteman this time, so Tom Abell.
Doesn't seem to be an easy starting wicket. Obviously, we've only seen the 3 bats so far try, but none of those 3 have come out and graced one through cover in their first 5 or 6 balls. It has taken a while to get up to speed, and whether that's the pace of the pitch or just the movement that's out there, I think there is scope that you could see a couple of bang opportunities through the day, and it's about weathering those.
Pushed into that gap again by Tom Abell. He's going to pick up a single. No, you're absolutely right. Every club cricketer around the world is going to be very familiar with the phrase "one brings two." And then you are talking about that 45 for 3, aren't you? So all of these cliches, they just all link up nicely together.
Yeah, they're there for a reason. They're there for a reason.
But you're right. I think it has been a tough place to start. Sean Dixon has looked busy, but has looked, I think would be fair to say, kind of uncomfortable at times with the movement that's been available. But I think that kind of complements how well Northants have bowled with the new Dukes this morning on this pitch, offering the seam movement that it has so far. It's a good Yorker by Tom Taylor and well dug out by Sean Dixon in the end.
It's a delivery that I'm surprised we don't see more of in red ball cricket. I think we've even seen it in the Ashes a little bit this year. There's been a couple of set or set-ish bats just be undone by a Yorker, because if you're not looking for it, it doesn't even need to be a brilliant Yorker.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose it's not revolutionary thinking that if England are going to go out there and play kind of ODI cricket with a red ball, that actually ODI bowling might work quite well against that kind of mindset. So, but as you're right, it's sometimes quite confusing, I think, from a fan's perspective anyway, to watch the red ball side of the game, and you can kind of think, well, all of these guys have got Yorkers and they've got slower balls and they've got change-ups and they've got every other different option that we see in the T20 competitions and what we'll see in the 50-over competition next month as well. You kind of wonder, I wonder why we don't see it that often in the 4-day stuff. But then I suppose that Red Dukes kind of constantly offers you that ability to swing the ball, to seam the ball about. But Ben Sanderson's going to replace Jack White from the Lynn Wilson centre end. So it was a change of ends for Ben Sanderson. And I would like to say, Alex, I did call it.
Yeah.
I did call it.
Full credit.
It's defended into the cordon by Tom Abell.
Now someone has, and I'm not sure if we'll be able to pick it up on the camera, has either marked bowling run up or is marking something with a particularly large feather.
Ooh.
Might see it just as Ben walks past. It's a, for all the spray paint and Magic the Ball's not quite on camera there. Big movement down the ground by Tom Abell that time. About 3 steps, I think, towards and weirdly, we've been going on about how Tom Abell's looked so much more composed and in control. That looked the complete opposite there coming down. Dixon, when he's come down, has looked in control of what he's doing coming down. That looked a bit frenetic coming down from Abell there. That I'm not sure that that is the option that if I'm on the Somerset balcony, I'm looking for him to take. I think he's batted quite nicely how he has so far.
Down the ground better that time, wasn't it, by Abell? He just dropped that one into the offside for a single. Gets himself off strike and have a watch of Sean Dixon's tactics going to be against Ben Sanderson. And whether the umpires are potentially going to have a little bit of a chat and a conversation. I think Ben Sanderson's looking towards square leg just to see whether the Somerset batters might be kind of coming down the track a little bit too far, but so Ian Blackwell, I think, just had a chat into the walkie-talkie away from Dixon this time.
It feels like that has come out of nowhere in the last couple of years, the concept of batters getting in the danger area. I can't remember more than 5 years ago that conversation ever happening, and then it's probably always been exactly the same, but maybe now they're being picked up on it a little bit more as world cricket seems to continually favour bats more and more, whether the bowlers are starting to think, well, hang on, we constantly get pulled up on this, why aren't you? Something I know I think Stuart Broad's done a couple of times in the Ashes, has really tried to point out, like, hang on.
Well, cynically as well, and not to kind of imply anything towards any of the batters, but if you're batting on it first, I guess the more time you spend in that danger zone, in inverted commas, the harder you're going to make it for your opposition to bat last in it.
Yeah.
Whether you're doing kind of pirouettes and taking a guard or whatever you might be doing, or whether you're just doing your general kind of business down there, you are going to be taking more life out of the pitch in a quicker fashion than what you would be. Big appeal for LBW, but might have come straight off the face of the bat, didn't it?
The suggestion's going to be, is it pad first? We'll have a look here.
It's the speed that it's gone towards cover was the bit that...
I think he's hit it. I think he's just hit it, lads. I'm not sure there's a huge amount of knee involved there.
Anyway, 1 off the over, 46 for 1. 16 overs gone. Stream powered by Daffabet here at Northamptonshire. And if you do want to get in contact with us, Joe, over the course of the 4 days, you can do via email. We haven't had an email yet, so if anybody wants to be the first, and I know Alex is looking forward to them, so if anybody would like to drop us an email, stream at nccc.co.uk or on Twitter at NorthantsCCC as well. Pop your questions, pop your thoughts, comments, personal questions towards Alex. They'd be greatly received.
By one half of the desk, at least.
Oh no, I'll enjoy them.
Now we need our first wild viewing location of the match, don't we? We've had some corkers so far this year.
Have you told your family that you're on live stream today? Live stream debut at Northamptonshire? Is anybody tuning in from Western Australia?
No, I think even if Mum had enough interest, Mum would find better ways to spend her time. And I don't blame her. It feels like it's certainly starting to do a little bit less sideways off the pitch now.
Yeah. I think all the talk about these jigs so far this year anyway is the amount that they have to be changed throughout the innings. And potentially that kind of draws back into that conversation of where you said about you kind of lose maybe a couple of wickets in a go, that all of a sudden this particular jig goes a bit square and we have to get it changed and we get another one back out, and then you kind of go, oh, that's done something.
Yeah, I might have missed it, but I don't think in either of our 2 Kookaburra games I saw a ball change mid-set. If there was, there certainly wasn't more than than one. I don't think it didn't seem like they had the same issue. And we also, these Dukes this year have been a lot better at not going out of shape than last year. It was farcical at times last year. You bowl 15 overs with the ball and then need to change it constantly.
Did you chat to any of the players about the Kookaburra experience? Like, what was anybody's thoughts about it?
I know
down the leg side and tucked off his hip. I think that's going to be 4 for Tom Abell.
Mr. Sanderson did not have a huge amount of interest in trying to tear around for that one, and I don't blame him.
No, so
I
that
think it was a lost cause.
is 50, I think, for Somerset this morning. 50 for 1.
It's a couple of supporters that have decided they're ahead of the scoreboard. There it is.
50 for 1.
And I think Somerset can now be certainly pleased with their first set here.
Of course, yeah.
I know Alex Russell much prefers bowling with the Kookaburra.
Yeah. I think Freddie held. I know he didn't play the Red Bull games, but he certainly commented on the live stream, didn't he?
Yeah, it's something I remember from when I've played in Oz and coming over here as well, and not even just the Dukes over here, but the English style ball, even if it's from different manufacturers. There's just a lot less rope on that seam, and it feels tiny, the seam. And I think for spinners, the feel in the hand is very different. You feel like you've got a massive grip area with the Kookaburra ball that you're maybe sort of having to go searching for that grip with the Dukes. Shot.
Powerful. Driven beautifully through the covers by Tom Abell. 2 boundaries in the over. Somerset 54 for 1 after 17. Tom Abell moves to 20. That is a absolutely cracking shot by the Somerset captain.
Dropped his hands on it nicely, didn't he? There's not a huge amount of... We saw in the last over from Tom Taylor, I think Dixon got a little bit of ahead of himself trying to play a cover drive and really tried to throw his bottom hand through the ball. Yeah. And ended up just sort of miscuing it, and it got, pulled in pretty easily by Rob Keogh moving around from mid-off. I think that's a very different style of drive there from Abell. That's over pitch from Taylor, and he's just sort of tapped it on the head almost through quite a large gap actually through cover point to what is a shorter boundary in this game. We are a little bit across on the square. There's maybe 3 more match pitch strips available.
Short. Sanderson dropped his length. Sean Dixon doesn't miss out and cuts that one away down behind backward point. Down towards the coffee van. A few boundaries starting to flow now for Somerset. Fans just need to settle back in, don't they, on that line in length that they bowled so well for the first hour. 51-run partnership between these two as well. Dixon contributing 25 and Tom Abell contributing the 20.
I think that speaks to the credit that needs to go to these two, and I suppose particularly Abell as well. He's soaked up more of the bowling so far in getting through that first, probably more so half hour than hour, when the ball did certainly seem to have a little bit more sideways on it. You wouldn't have said there's really been a huge amount of swing through the air all morning? No,
I'd say that's fair.
Not a huge amount of curl to it. If it's going to go, it seems to have gone off the pitch.
Shorter from Sanderson, and Tom Abell gets underneath that one.
You were on the receiving end of a Ben Sanderson short ball last week, were you not?
I was, yeah. I quite enjoyed it, actually. I mean, I was slightly terrified.
I don't think he quite put his back into it as much as he's put his back into that one.
No, do you know what? Every time I film with any of the players, I'd always be curious as to know, and not that I'd ever really want them to go 100%, and there's no real kind of bragging rights in order to knock a GoPro off my helmet anyway, but I'd always be curious as to know, just go, what percentage actually was it, if that makes sense? But it's certainly a surprise from Ben, because you think it's not, you wouldn't have said it's his strongest option, but I think sometimes that because of the surprise nature about it does make it quite difficult actually to play it, doesn't it? Saw it quite effective in the T20 Blast bowls quite an effective bouncer
Yeah.
because they're not set up for it. They're not waiting for it.
And I think a lot of where it comes from as well is, much like the rest of his bowling, it's the accuracy of his bouncer. You don't see a huge amount of wasted bumpers from Sanderson. If he's going to dig one in, it's usually in a position that even if the batsman might not be overly troubled by it, they have to properly sway or duck out the way of it or try and take it on. You don't get a huge amount of bounces from Ben where the batsman can just sort of flinch and it just sails over their head and was a bit of a wasted effort from everyone.
Still shaping away, isn't it, from Tom Abell? So a dot ball to finish. Sanderson 7 overs, 1 maiden, none for 16, and Somerset 59 for 1 after 18 overs. I suppose not to discredit Ben Sanderson's pace, but I suppose the pace that he bowls with that shorter ball, as a batter, you're constantly stood there going, I could play this. Because it's never going to, as you said, it's never just going to whistle past you. It's never going to go, you're never just going to be thinking, oh, I'm just going to get underneath it straight away. I suppose you're always going to be looking at it going, can I score off it? Can I pull it?
Well, that, with the radar we have for this game now, that short ball from Sanderson in that last over was 71 on the radar. We've been told by our analyst, James Maybe, does a great job down there, that the correlation they've seen between that radar and the GoPros that you'll see the umpires wearing, the little black boxes on the front of their jackets, is also calculating delivery speed. And the correlation between those two has been pretty close so far. So the numbers that do come up on the bottom of the screen there in the bottom right-hand corner with pace is, from what we can see with those two bits, I mean, they might both be wildly off, but
as long as they're consistent,
they both seem to agree with each other at this point that, yeah, so when Ben is dropping in shorter, it is dropping into, you know, low 70s at that point.
Nice lines from Tom Taylor to start his over, just offering the opportunity to drive if Sean Dixon wants it. What is the purpose for the umpire GoPros?
So the umpire GoPro, been doing a great job showing us there on Mr. Blackmore, is so they're triggered by the analysts who are recording every delivery and logging data on it.
That's flashed away over the slip cordon. 4 runs to Sean Dixon, wide and short from Tom Taylor. And that's a wild outside edge that's flown down towards deep third for 4.
Yeah, take it. So they are constantly recording at quite a high quality that is then processed with technology far beyond my knowledge in the cloud, but can do ball tracking and picks up quite a lot of telemetry from it.
Driven out towards Sam Whiteman, who has found himself in his customary spot out in front of the Cinch football stands. So Sean Dixon picks up a single. So is that the ball tracking side of it? Because there was some talk, wasn't there, about kind of on-site DRS becoming available in the county championship. Is that essentially what they're trying to figure out, whether it actually might work?
I think it's probably two-part. I think in the first instance it's more about analysis than anything else. I don't think the tech is anywhere near where it would need to be yet. I think a lot of it is, as much as anything, it's getting the umpires to have them on straight. It's not easy to position to GoPro at the best of times, let alone on a moving, tripod, if you like.
As Nigel Long's kind of demonstrating as he's doing the old kind of almost like salsa hips, wasn't he?
Yeah, and so I think there's a long way to go before it becomes a live option. There's also quite a delay with the encoding and the analysis of that video coming through.
Yeah.
So I think in the first instance, it's just about data gathering and analysis and getting another insight.
Driven by Tom Abell. I think that's going to be Sam Whiteman. It is indeed. It's going to be 4 to finish the 19th over. 68 for 1. Tom Abell moves to 24. And that's 9 runs off that Tom Taylor over. Quite expensive. Lewis McManus just called for his helmet to be run out. So I suspect we might see him up to the stumps to Ben Sanderson's next over from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
I think you'll feel a little bit hard done by in that over, Tom Taylor. The 2 boundaries in there were not the most convincing shots that we've seen today, albeit the flash over the cordon probably was there to have that shot played. Just on an execution front, I think a bowler tends to turn around and think, well, hang on, I've nicked him off there, and it's gone for 4. And the cover drive there a little bit skewy behind point as well. I think it's something you do see from Tom Taylor. He is a wicket taking bowler, but that can sometimes come at a bit of an expense. I think because he will try and take the attack to the batsman. That's going to go one of 2 ways.
Yeah.
And so you quite often see him, going at 4s or 5s, but with a handful of wickets in there.
Fielded that time by safe save, a backward point.
But yeah, just to finish off on the cameras the umpires have got on. So there's a lot of telemetry that gets calculated. I want to say AI because AI feels like a very easy catch-all of what's calculating it. But there's quite a lot of data that you see coming from it. It's delivery angle, its speed, its percentage of movement off the wicket, either spin or through the air. Its angles, and then there is a ball tracking component to it as well.
Squared him up this time.
The ball tracking, from what I've seen of it, which is only a relatively limited sort of set, it works well until it gets to the bat. So it does a nice job of tracking the easy bit, if you like, through the air. So sort of pitching an impact, it's almost all right up until that point. It's when there's a bit more going on in the video, I think that tech starts to find other things that it's looking at that point, which is why we're a couple of years away from it being anything particularly major.
Still movement out there for Ben Sanderson, as that's just gone past that outside edge of Sean Dixon. Good start to Sanderson's 8th over. Yeah, my experience with the remote kind of ball tracking side of things is the fact that you have to calculate in where your camera is in relation to the length of obviously the pitch and the height of the stumps and all this other kind of good stuff as well. So each of those umpires are going to have a very individual place to stand, which is going to make it even more difficult for them for anybody to be able to create some kind of ball tracking on the fly.
Yeah, it's just a lot of variables in there, and then you'll get bowlers that will ask a bowler will ask an umpire to take a step forward or back, and the little things like where on their chest the GoPro sat. If that moves, a couple of centimeters left or right, your entire, angle and perception on that completely changes. I mean, you see it with the end-to-end analyst cameras, how different a delivery can look if you move it, a foot across. The angles completely change. I think there's a few umpires that get a little bit hard done by sometimes with analyst cameras that are slightly off-centre, and LBWs that actually, if you were straight down the line, looked really quite good, can suddenly look like they're outside the line or sliding, or if you're not straight down the line, things look completely different. So I think there's a ways to go with it, but I think it's exciting to see that those things are being trialled and worked on and are coming into the county game.
Yeah, absolutely right. Good over so far from Ben Sanderson. He's settled in nicely to this line outside the off stump of Sean Dixon. And just tailed back in slightly off the seam. It's going to be a maiden for Ben Sanderson. 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 16. Somerset 68 for 1 after 20. A very, very good start for Somerset this morning here at Wantage Road. Luke Proctor going through some fairly rigorous looseners there. I think Jack White's going to bowl from the David Capel end. He's going to take over from Tom Taylor. So Jack's had 20 minutes break, I think. Change of ends, change of fortune maybe, for Northamptonshire.
Yeah.
Jack White.
There's 7 overs in his first spell, 1 maiden, 1 for 19. At least, I mean, he's only gone at 2.7, but it's almost uncharacteristically expensive for Jack White this year. So often you look down, he's got through 5 or 6 overs and they've scored 5, and there's a few maidens in there. Interesting to see the approach of Dixon in particular here to White. He used his feet quite a lot earlier.
Big appeal for OBW. Jack White goes up, slip cordon goes up, and umpire says no. I think Nigel Long's just indicated that might be sliding down. Might be a bit of height involved in that one as well, as we get that up on the replay.
Just outside the line, I think. Got himself over. Always nice to start your new spell with an appeal, though. Get you back into your work nice and quickly.
Yeah, it's certainly going to just get his tail up a bit, isn't it? If there was any doubt whatsoever that Jack White's tail might not have been up, it's certainly going to give him plenty of encouragement.
What I did like, and George might be able to get us the replay from the reverse angle, that he just walked away, Nigel Long. He was just having absolutely none of it, and he wasn't even going to entertain the appeal. He's just walked off. He's just decided that's quite enough. I'm not giving it out. Let's all move on. No, what are you doing? I'm off.
Yep.
He's got nowhere to go either. He's not walking anywhere. It's not the end of the over. He's just not even going to entertain the appeal. That's quite enough noise, lads. You see a little bit. There's no. I must apologise. I don't know that umpire's name who's done a little bit of the Ashes. That he just stands there. They'll be going full-blown appeal and he will not move at all. And it's like he thinks he's not allowed to move. There's no shake of the head to say not out. And so all of a sudden everyone just has to go, well, how long until you doing nothing means not? Like, are you still thinking?
Yeah.
Or are you awake? And you just think, just shake the head. Shake the heads or drop your hands down. Erasmus
Say no.
Erasmus takes his hands down, doesn't he?
Overbowled.
Yeah. Say overbowled at the end of the over. But we can only say overbowled, obviously, when all players have decided that the over is complete and the ball is dead.
Added a bit of spice to the series, if nothing else, didn't it?
I've got to give all the journalists and the media people something to talk about between tests. And every former cricketer that has ever fancied having an opinion is now on a Zoom in front of the bookshelf in their spare room saying one thing or another.
It's the first moment of mistake, wasn't it, from Tom Abell there?
Yeah, just a little bit non-committal. Sort of quite a late decision, I think, whether or not it's just shaped back in him or he's just read it slightly late, but for a bat that's looked very composed and solid, it's the first real poor choice.
Jack White.
Jack liked it.
He loved it, didn't he? Nothing on it, though. That's a maiden. Back-to-back maidens for Northamptonshire. Jack White, his second maiden of the day. 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 19.
There's a little bit of lift out of the surface on that one. White was very alone in his thinking that there was a little tickle on it. A wicket-keeper's not going to throw the ball in the air. I don't think you've got much hope of a caught behind.
I had a instant last Saturday. It was so windy, playing in a ground that was tree-lined. So from a keepings perspective, it almost just felt like I'd been kind of held hostage by the SAS and was in some kind of white noise interrogation thing. Ball came through. I passed it straight to first slip. Our bowler appealed, and the umpire's given him out. I just stood there. I don't really know what's happened here, but.
And I assume there certainly won't be panel umpires in the standard of cricket that you play.
No.
Home or away umpire? That's.
It was a home umpire, to be fair. So, I mean, the jury's still out, but I heard absolutely nothing.
I think that's the next thing that we'll need to do. We need to get you with the gloves on, facing a couple of these bowlers.
I fancy my chances. Just don't expect me to appeal.
Too focused on just catching the thing fast.
Pretty much, yeah, trying to make sure my fingers stay intact. Left well alone. Good pressure here building for Northamptonshire. It's 14 dot balls in a row now. Change of ends for these two might have just given them something extra to work with. Haven't seen actually them from either of these respective ends that often this season. It's kind of felt very regimented that Ben Sanderson bowls from the David Capel end and Jack White bowls from the Lynn Wilson centre end. But I suppose we're in a situation now we're only really playing three kind of out and out seamers with Proctor and Broad as the other options. Whereas in previous rounds we would have had Chris Tremaine here, Jordan Buckingham would have been here, James Sales would have played. There would have been a fourth seamer, wouldn't there?
Yeah.
Or at least an out and out seamer anyway.
Yeah, I think it's a real shame for everyone that Lance Morris had to pull out of that stint as well. I think it would have been interesting to see what that change of dynamic would have brought to this attack. We were saying earlier, you know, as it stands, our three frontline pacemen are all at 75. If you throw someone in there at 90, close.
Oh, it's a big appeal. Save well fielded. Dixon very keen to get down the other end.
Not a huge amount of interest was there in the appeal.
No, we'll just have a double check on the replay. We won't. Because
I mean, all I'm going to say is he wasn't even in frame.
Yes, I mean it's a fair point. It's poor chat, but it works.
No, I don't think. I think if there was a sniff of run out there, I don't think Safe Save would have sat on the floor for much longer. I think he would have been off on a lap. So
yeah, well fielded nonetheless. Just a single, and I think that kind of proves it was 15 dot balls there that Northampton managed to string together, and Sean Dixon very aware that pressure was potentially starting to build and felt the need to take a slightly quicker single than what he might have done if there were a couple of boundaries in amongst those 15. Lewis McManus up to the stumps. It's defended by Tom Abell, so McManus taking the opportunity to pin the Somerset batters into their crease against Ben Sanderson whilst this ball is still seaming about this morning.
Lewis McManus doing a great job in getting in the way of the camera there, but I think he's home by a good foot. I think it's a well-judged single in the end. And as you say, a good bit of fielding, throwing the stumps down off balance across himself.
Shorter, and that's cut away. Beats Safe Save this time behind point. 4 runs to Tom Abell, moves to 28. Somerset move to 75. So a loose one to finish Ben Sanderson's 9th. He's bowled 9 overs, none for 21 this morning. Jack White then will be his responsibility to start building that pressure up again from David Capel, because it really that seemed noticeable actually, that single from Sean Dixon. It was there, wasn't it? Clearly, I mean, Tom Abell made it, as you said, fairly comfortably, but I don't necessarily think we would have seen it earlier on in the day.
It's not the kind of single you'll see all day in a red ball game either. It's a very situational choice, and whether it just, I think as much as anything, if you can just switch the ends the bats are at as well, and it means that you're not having Sanderson constantly bowling to Dixon and White bowling to Abell, and able to start coming up with different plans against them, or stringing together a series of deliveries. Wow,
that's up from Sean Dixon.
Where has that come from? It's in the gardens.
All the way.
That's massive.
That's 6. Flicks it off his pads.
That's come out of absolutely nowhere as well.
Yeah. Well, he did play finals day, Sean Dixon.
Well, yeah. 2 steps down, and I'll have you over there, please.
Come over to my side, Jack White.
And that is, as we sort of touched on it, that's a long boundary that way.
What it is to hit the, well, I assume that's a bar, is it, in that shipping container?
Yeah. I'll see if I can find out, because we do measure the boundary lengths. I mean, that's cleared it comfortably.
I must have cleared it by 10 or 15 metres, I would have thought.
Yeah, it's done well to stay in the ground. I think it's rumbled off the bar and managed to stay in. But when you look at the difference, just visually, there's quite a vast difference between the two sides of the ground. It just looked effortless.
That was a massive, massive six. Put himself down the other end with a single off the next ball. Poor old George must have been scrambling around on the stream deck looking to see whether the six button was still in circulation.
It was almost, I think premeditated probably is overstating it slightly, but it almost looked a little bit premeditated that Dixon had decided, actually, you know what, I'm going to play a shot here. Probably got the ideal ball from Jack White for, you know, if he did have that attacking mindset, having taken a little half step down, but
yeah,
it certainly looked like there was pretty clear intent.
I don't think Jack or the Northampton players are going to mind it, though, if Sean Dixon potentially is going to look to accelerate and play a little bit more aggressively. I don't think they're going to be upset, particularly with the nature of the fact that it was kind of so out of the blue.
Yeah, certainly brings different options into the game as well.
Tail back in from Jack White, left well alone from Tom Abell. It's a long way outside of his off stump.
Max has had to go a long way down leg, or finished up a long way down leg to take that as well. Just nibbled back in a little bit. Hasn't been anything particularly extravagant, has there, for a while now. There's been a little bit there of the odd delivery, and I think if they've thrown it wide, it's kept going, but it's certainly not swung off the straight so far. Interesting to see if we get a little Rob Keogh 12 before lunch, the token over with a little bit of seam that has been there, whether that will spin as well.
That's what they normally say.
It was Shane Warne's favourite line, wasn't it? If it seems, it spins.
Not many people better to listen to about spin bowling than him as well. So fairly qualified in that world to comment. So I would take his word for it. That's left alone off the final ball of Jack White's 9th over. So 7 runs off it, including that mammoth 6 over mid-wicket by Sean Dixon. Somerset 82 for 1 after 23. Jack White 9 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 26. That wicket of Tom Lammonby falling earlier today. I think, as you say, that movement hasn't been lavish from Northampton after those first kind of opening overs from Sanderson and White, but what they've struggled to do is really build the pressure. It's only been that one noticeable moment where those 15 dot balls have strung together. It didn't, even when Tom Abell took 20, I think it was 21, 22 balls to get off the mark, it didn't really feel as though that one's just gone past Sean Dixon, who's played at that one. So Sanderson draws a shot out of the Somerset opener, but it didn't feel like Somerset were struggling to rotate the strike.
No, it would have been a very confident duck. Had he have gone after those 22 balls and had edge behind or something, it almost would have come as a slight surprise at that point, because he did look sort of on top of his game and the game with what he was doing.
Down the crease from
McManus back now as well, so he just came up for those 2 balls in the last over, and they've reset at the start of this one. What have we got here? Just over 20 minutes until lunch. I mean, Somerset will be thinking we can go in at 100 for 1 here and be really happy with our morning. I think if that is the case, there'll be some conversations over the break of what can Northamptonshire do to break the partnership. Blackmore just having a little look at the crease there, I think more out of curiosity than anything else. You can hear as well from that effects mic outside, although it's protected from which pitch we're on from actually being buffeted by the wind itself. You can hear cables, and there's some rattle about out there, and you look across to the massive Somerset flag on top of the Is it the groundsman's maisonette, you call it?
Well, Sam's dubbed it the Maisonette. Yeah, I've gone along with it. I think it's, to be fair, I think it's a good title. To be completely honest.
I don't actually know what defines a maisonette.
The 4-car garage under. Well, I'm guessing, and I'm not a property expert, but I'm guessing it's some kind of living property above a garage.
Which, yeah, then by definition, I'll pay it.
I think is, but I'm not even sure I'd know how to spell it, to be honest. Oh, no, it's got nothing to do with garages. Take it back. It's going to be a maiden from Sanderson to finish his 10th. So 10 overs, 3 maidens. In fact, none for 21. That, I think, is going to have to be the conversation that Northampton need to have kind of now rather than over lunch, is let's build we need to build the pressure. There has been that boundary ball in most of the overs. I did have a quick glance on the NV Play website, and the last 5 overs before that kind of spell of 15 dot balls was over 5, I think. That did include that 9 off that Tom Taylor one, which obviously was that kind of flashy edge down towards deep third as well. So you can take some context into it as well, but really Jack White needs to back up his opening bowler Ben Sanderson with another set of dot balls here and start giving the Somerset batters something to think about. Big appeal for LBW this time, and a chance for a run out.
A little bit high, perhaps. Nigel Long's wandered off again. He wasn't that interested.
No, Jack White, that's certainly the biggest appeal so far this morning. Yeah, height, I think, would be the question.
A little bit of high, a little bit of off-stump action as well.
Looks like it's hit Tom Abell above the knee roll, hasn't it? Which
he's batting out of his crease by a few inches as well. I think one thing you'd look at potentially on that line about keeping pressure is the boundaries that have been scored have been from looser deliveries.
Yeah. Oh, it's down the leg side. That's away past Lewis McManus. It's going to be leg byes. There's going to be 4 more added to the total.
Apart from the out of nowhere Dixon maximum over mid wicket, that was the first real boundary that's been scored from a delivery that didn't necessarily deserve to go there. The other boundaries have seen, 4 or 5 cut shots been put away.
Yep.
Yeah, okay. There was a flashy one and one that sort of bowled its way through, safe say, but they're short wide balls that have gone, and a couple of cover drives as well have just been overpitched outside off.
Well, that one being a prime example, really. There was 11 dot balls before that one, and that one's just gone down, just been pushed down the leg sides. Just left alone. So yeah, you get the 11 dot balls, and then you get a bit of a freebie, and I'm sure Tom Abell would be gutted. You get a little bit of bat on that to turn it around the corner, but 4 leg byes takes that pressure off again.
Yeah.
Scoreboard moves.
Partnership up to 79 now as well.
Yeah. It's been a very, very good start from Somerset this morning, having lost the toss and been inserted to bat here at Wantage Road in Northampton on a pretty cloudy and overcast day. It's tucked into the leg side. It's going to be a couple added to the score. Seam movement on offer this morning for the Northants bowlers. But Dixon and Abell have navigated successfully so far. What's so far this morning been a bit of a trademark from Tom Abell, that dead bat defence that's the ball's travelling no further than about 3 foot away from his feet every time he defends, which is incredibly impressive.
Seem to be a little bit careful as well. There's not, I wouldn't call it full frustration yet, but there haven't been too many times where I've seen Jack White sort of hurl the ball at the wicketkeeper after a delivery like that. He's done it a couple of times in the last couple of overs. I think Northamptonshire just need to be a little bit mindful of, don't get too ahead of yourselves here. You know, it is 88 for 1. They have put on 81, but you know, it has been those occasional loose balls that have gone for 4. It hasn't necessarily felt like Somerset have been bossing anything out there. They aren't walking down and, you know, slapping it through cover on a delivery that didn't deserve to go there. It's, you know, there's been enough there. I think we're going to see skipper Luke Proctor come into the attack now, and this could be quite key, I think, now with 17 minutes to go before lunch.
Yeah, what are we going to get? Two, 3 overs from Luke Proctor before lunch from the Lynn Wilson centre end. As you said earlier today, he is that point of difference in this Northants bowling attack, that bit of extra pace.
And that skid as well, I think, is one of the real weapons that Proctor's got. He has got a very strange action, and he does come at you quite quickly.
Straight on the money, straight away. It's a question that I'm going to ask you that I don't suspect you know the answer to whatsoever, but that feather that's kind of cropped or lodged into the outfield, if one of the fielders has put that there, I'd be quite amazed if whatever species of bird that's come from has managed to kind of deposit that quite so upright into the turf. I mean, I don't think it's going to be strong enough to stop a cricket ball. Does that count as like 5 penalty runs or anything? Does the feather, at what point does the feather start becoming illegal equipment and just kind of animal debris?
It's not a branded feather.
True.
So,
I mean, it could be. We can't see from here.
Well, true. I don't think they're in the club shop. There's lots of lovely things in the club shop, but I don't think branded feathers are quite there yet. But yeah, it's slightly. I've always thought this. I know it's there for everyone, but things like the sprinkler covers on the edge of the square, you see quite a lot of those where the ball never seems to hit it, but you just think, is there not a better solution? Can we not just find a way to cover this over slightly better?
On the ground from Sean Dixon. He pushes that one into the offside. It's going to be a single. Safe save. Doing the fielding out there on that side. Bit of a horrible throw to McManus at his ankles.
Luke Proctor now sort of scuffing about at that same spot that the umpire was looking at in the last over from Ben Sanderson. I do wonder if it's to do with some of that moisture coming up, and there's certainly around the creases now as well, and the landing spot, certainly from that David Capel end, is quite dark in there from where the bowlers have come through and probably pulled some of that moisture from the outfield across as well.
Yeah, it's cutting up, isn't it? Quite a lot. We do know it's been a good batting pitch here so far this year. Actually, the last time out up here, we watched Kent pile on those runs in their first innings with that 100 from Daniel Bell-Drummond and that big one from Tawanda Muyeye as well. So again, it's another reason I think for Northants not to be disheartened by the fact that Somerset are 89 for 1 before lunch. Clearly is a good place to bat this year. Goes for tries to sneak the Yorker through the defence of Tom Abell that time. It's going to be 2 runs off Luke Proctor's first over in this contest. Somerset are 90 for 1 now after 26 overs. Tom Abell's on 31, Sean Dixon's on 42. Looks like Jack White's going to continue from the David Capel end, so no spin just yet. Rob Keogh bowled most of his spin from the Lynn Wilson centre end, didn't he, against Kent?
Bowls this in most of the time. I can't think of a huge amount of occasions where...
We had that huge turning off break to Jack Leaning from the David Capel end, didn't he? And then bowled the remainder of the overs.
The warm-up has started from Rob Keogh up mid-off. We'll see if that's something that Ben can try and keep an eye on for us, because it goes through various stages and various tempos, and there's arms flailing, legs flailing. There's a portion of it on the floor where he tries to get the back moving. There's a lot to it. And to be fair, on the length of the warm-up I've seen before, he might not have time to bowl before lunch. He might not be ready. They've done that quite well this morning as well, Somerset. There's been those couple of extended dot periods, but they have found a way to just drop a ball into the offside and come
How
through.
is the back of Rob Keogh? I did spot on that scorecard, and I've just reminded myself that he did come in below safe save and Tom Taylor at the school against Middlesex, didn't he?
Yeah, I think that was situational, I think, rather than forced. And again, just drop through point. They've done that particularly well. Yeah, I think that was more state of the game and trying to, at that time, push the tempo a little bit. He sort of thing came in and almost as if he'd taken offence to it, batted really nicely and positively, and I think got 47 or 48 off 41 or 42 and batted with really nice intent, trying to remind everyone that he's still got that pace in the locker with his batting.
Just looks solid in defence, isn't he, this morning, Tom Abell? And that one moment that stands out as a full shot out of those 78 balls that he's faced so far this morning. A few more looseners there for Rob Keogh. Jack White gets his way back to the end of his mark. I suppose if Rob's going to bowl the over from... No, it will just be one, won't it, from Rob Keogh before lunch.
Yeah,
so we're going to have one more
10 minutes to go.
Proctor, Keogh, then probably Proctor again, and that'll be 1 o'clock, won't it, I would imagine.
Yes, Rob does get through his overs. I know it's the keeps George on his toes, pushing the buttons in there with Rob Keogh's overs. He's not as quick as Safe Save. Safe Save bowls the quickest overs you'll see. He almost looks like he's just trying to get through it as quickly as possible, but Rob doesn't give you a huge amount of time between deliveries. And he bowled nicely at Merchant Taylor's, Rob. He had a lot of work to do.
Defended successfully again off the last ball of that Jack White over. So we think that'll be his work done this morning. Fantastic effort for his team. 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 30. The wicket of Tom Lammonby, the only one to fall for Somerset this morning. Picked up by Jack White, caught by Lewis McManus. Solid 2 hours work for the big man. Luke Proctor will be bowling to Sean Dixon. Sean Dixon's on 43 off 70. And that is driven and edged through the slip cordon, past Justin Broad at a 4th slip. And that's 4 for Sean Dixon, who moves to 47.
It's the first genuine edge we've seen today if we look past the Lammonby dismissal, which was still potentially undecided whether that was a genuine edge or a genuine bit of thigh pad. But that's the first one that's really... It's not quite a loose drive. It's a loose-ish drive, I suppose, with 9 minutes to go before lunch, having both of these players been quite compact in their box. First ball, the over, it was sort of vaguely up there. But safe enough. You need a 4th slip for that to be taken. Hampshire again going with that a slightly strange position for Justin Broad, because you wouldn't have said it was quite a conventional gully.
No, it's almost a 5th slip, isn't it, really? But then I'm not quite sure at what number of slip you get to before you start talking about gully anyway, so I haven't got the tea towel available to decide that. And that's beaten Sean Dixon this time. He's just walking at Luke Proctor.
That frantic walk again. It's not like, I mean, I throw back to the likes of, and this is going back a little way, but when Matthew Hayden used to walk at a bowler, it was a commanding control. I'm coming at you here, and you can. What are you going to do about it? That was a little bit more. To put a sound effect on it.
we were streaming on other platforms, that would have been clipped and played back for years to come. But no, I mean, Matt Hayden was 7.5 foot tall and 3 foot wide, so he kind of was a slightly more commanding figure, full stop. But you are right, it has looked a little bit frenetic when Dixon has advanced in an attempt to kind of negate the swing and seam. It's quite interesting when you watch him. When you watch him when he stays in his crease, his feet, his back foot kind of goes towards the leg side, and the front foot almost, you could argue and say that kind of closes himself off slightly. And then when he comes down the crease, it's almost a complete reversal. And that's a lovely shot. Down to mid-off. Nice shot for no run. Dot ball to finish Luke Proctor's second over. So just the 4 runs from it, that edge through the slip cordon. Somerset 96 for 1. Sean Dixon 47, 3 away from a half century. And I think, I mean, it's happened about 20 runs ago, but I'm pretty sure Sean Dixon's gone past 5,000 first-class runs now as well.
So we are going to get a first look then at spin just before lunch. Northamptonshire, the rarest of things, are on top of their over rate, which is a miracle in cricket, full stop here. It might actually even, there's a risk of them going in +1 through the morning session. Depends how long Rob takes to set this field. But we've now got a man out at long on, which I don't know about for me. A long on first over of spin, you know, 2 overs before lunch with a partnership at 89. Look, I'm not a first-class captain or a first-class cricketer or anything close, but if I'm speaking to my captain, I'm saying, well, if Tom Abell wants to run down the wicket and bop me over mid-on into the members, you go for it. And if you get away with 1 or 2, then we can think of putting someone back there. But it feels like a bit of a long single to me at the minute to just lean on it down to long on, get off strike, start thinking about what's on the buffet at lunch.
Yeah, it's a valid point. There's 3 kind of easy singles out there at the moment, isn't there? One of which Tom Abell's just taken to get himself down the other end. Sean Dixon advances, I think, looking for that single down towards Jack White. But the 3 fielders out are safe say, but deep back could square Jack White at long on and Sam Whiteman at deep point. Just the 1 slip of Vasconcelos. Justin Broad at a catching mid-wicket. Certainly a bit of turnout there for Rob Keogh, isn't there? One's tucked around the corner for a single. Yeah, definitely gripping into this surface, which, as you said, the late great Shane Warne would have coined that phrase, if it seems, it spins.
I think you should see through the match as well how that progresses. Obviously, Somerset have Don Bess on loan and left out of this fixture.
That is going to be a dot ball to finish Rob Keogh's first over. 2 runs off it, 98 for 1 then, 4 minutes before lunch. I suspect this will be the last one, don't you? I don't think
they'll rush through to get another one in. And that could also be the end of Rob Keogh's spell. Well, Rob?
I think based on that turn that's on offer, I think we'll certainly see him again, I think. But yeah, you're right. If Don Bess obviously travelled with the Somerset squads, he's on loan, isn't he, from Yorkshire at the moment, but it'd be really hard for Somerset to leave out Shoaib Bashir as well. He's been brilliant from what I've seen for Somerset on his breakout season. Pushed into the offside by Sean Dixon. He moves to 49, Somerset on 99 as well. It's interesting with Luke Proctor looking at the speeds there. I know he's just getting himself going, but so far it's no quicker than Tom Taylor's quickest delivery, but he certainly looks like he just rushes the batter a little bit more, doesn't he, than all of the other guys.
Like Ryan Harris used to play for Australia and bowl that heavy ball, which they like to call it.
Oh, it's gone past the outside edge of Tom Abell that time.
still not entirely sure what a heavy ball is. You kind of know it when you see it, but without being able to describe it. But no, I think part of that comes from how skiddy and at you Luke Proctor is. Everything is charging towards you. There's no energy being sort of thrown up or anywhere else, and everything that's being put behind it is coming straight at you all the time. But he'll be upset, Luke, that he's only down with the other bowlers at the minute. Somerset bring up their 100. The partnership moves to 93 between these two, because he's quite proud of being the fastest bowler in the cartel. So he'll be disappointed whether or not this. I mean, I dare say it's probably a hangover from he's not done a huge amount of bowling recently, and we're morning one. You probably don't want to throw everything at it and then be off it for the rest of the match. Shot.
Wow, what a shot by Sean Dixon. Down the ground, through mid-wicket, 4 runs. Sean Dixon moves to 50. Somerset, as you said, brought up their 100 the ball before. Sean Dixon brings up his 50 the ball afterwards with a powerful shot into the leg side. Batted nicely once he's settled into his work. This extra bit of pace from Luke Proctor. Possibly what Sean Dixon fancies.
Second half century of the campaign this year for Dixon. He's had 3 scores of naught in there so far, so it's and
yeah,
again
almost a carbon copy. Rob Keogh's going to give it the chase this time. I think Rob Keogh's done a fantastic job there at just hauling that one back inside the rope. Saved his team 1, and like buses, milestones, aren't they? It's a 100 partnership between these two comes up as well. Sean Dixon contributing 54 and Tom Abell 34.
Going to get bored of shaking hands, these two in a minute, aren't they?
Yeah. Well, I think that might be the milestones just gone for a little bit. Well, I suppose they might shake hands walking off, assuming Somerset go in just the 1 down. And they do indeed. That is a fantastic morning for Somerset, having lost the toss and been inserted to bat here at Wantage Road against Northamptonshire. They're 107 for 1 at lunch. Sean Dixon not out on 56, and captain Tom Abell not out on 34. The 1 wicket to 4 was Tom Lammonby to the bowling of Jack White. And that is the morning session.
Yeah, a little bit of work needs to be done for Northamptonshire coming back after the break. I think it's a bit of a precarious position potentially for them, quite a strong position for Somerset, that, you know, if they come out with a bit of intent after the break, that can very quickly get up 150, 180 for 1, and at that point there's a real platform to go from. So I think they need to have a little reset. It's not in a terrible position for the time being. You know, we were saying earlier, and we keep coming back to it, but it's not out of the realms of possibility to suddenly be 150 for 4 and feeling like, okay, we need to be careful to get 250 plus here. So slightly evenly poised, but Somerset definitely the happier of the two sides, you'd say, through the first 30 overs they haven't been asked to bat.
Absolutely. Well, thanks, Alex, for joining me for the morning session. I don't know whether you'll be back throughout the course of the next 3 or 4 days, but if you are, you're very welcome. And thanks, everybody, for joining us through the morning session. We'll see you in about 40 minutes.
The coffee stall on the eastern side of the ground got the Spencer
Somerset resume on 107 for 1. Ben Sanderson is bowling the first over from the David Capel end. He starts with a no ball, and sorry I'm a bit out of breath. I've just had to run back from the other side, but Alex has been replaced, and we've got Dan Vernon with me. So we've got two Dans to listen to this afternoon. Welcome to the, I don't even really know what to call this, the commentary box.
The commentary box. I quite like that, Dan.
Yeah.
It's
say what you see,
good
really,
use of the space, isn't it? Yeah. Thanks for, well, I was going to say thanks for having me, but I'm not quite sure I'm that grateful, actually. I think Alex was doing a sterling job. Shame I couldn't convince him to carry on.
I think he secretly enjoyed it. He did say that he had a few other bits and bobs that he needed to get done, but your company is greatly received, mate.
He's found himself a new vice, I think.
I think so.
Future after media, he's in broadcast.
Defended by Sean Dixon. I'm just 1 second. I'm just going to put the effects mic back outside because you don't get many effects.
Bit of a game changer, that, Dan.
That's better, isn't it?
Oh.
Who knew an effects mic outside would be a good idea?
Unbelievable. I actually get a sense of the cricket. I think this is the first time I've properly sat down and watched a session for a little while, so it's been quite nice.
So you didn't watch much of the morning one?
I saw a little bit.
Yeah.
In between a test match and a bit of work and a couple of calls, but I thought it was pretty even, actually, first session. A few player misses. They could have been 3 or 4 down, couldn't they? And it looks a completely different picture then.
Yeah, that was something that Alex said. You kind of add another couple of wickets to that score and you suddenly start having a very different conversation. It was only really that one outside edge off Luke Proctor towards the end that went through that vacant gap in the slip cordon that you'd say was an out-and-out chance. But Sean Dixon had 56 to his name. He kind of felt like he gave you a chance whilst you were bowling at him. Tom Abell, on the other hand, I would say has looked as good as anybody I've seen at Wantage Road so far this season. It's kind of the defence, that kind of dead bat defence where the ball just drops. That to me is like a telltale sign of a guy that looks like he's doing quite well at the moment.
Yeah, he's a good player, isn't he? And I think a side that's doing quite well at the minute, just won the T20 Blast. I'm sure confidence is as high as it could be at the minute, isn't it, for them? So, yeah, it looked a little bit slow as well, perhaps. So when it has done a little bit, it's not quite done it at pace. And yeah, a couple of wickets early this afternoon. Otherwise, it could be a good day for Somerset, I think.
Yeah, I suppose you'll be better qualified than I will to comment on this, but we spoke earlier about the moisture that's been about. You can kind of see, looking at the pitch, the footholes that are there, the wear that's already kind of appeared at the crease where the batters have been. Just highlights kind of how much moisture there probably is in that pitch that's kind of coming up at the moment.
Yeah, they're dark patches as well, aren't they? You can tell there's plenty of moisture in there, and I think that's probably why they've kept a little bit more grass on it, just to try and keep a bit more pace and a bit more life in it, perhaps. But yeah, it's been even Stevens so far, I'd say. You know, good half an hour for either side from here, and it looks a completely different game, I think.
Yeah, no, I think you're exactly right. She said you add another couple of wickets to that score, and Northampton certainly look a lot more in the game than what they do at 109 for 1, that's for sure. But I mean, Sanderson and Jack White bowled brilliantly well this morning. Plenty of seam movement on offer.
They're good, consistent performers, aren't they? And also the sort of bowlers that can get on a bit of a roll, and they could pick up 2, 3, 4 wickets in a spell quite easily. You know, they've both done it before.
Yeah, this guy this season in particular has had an ability just to get on a bit of a hot streak, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Created plenty of chances and has got 23 wickets to his name to kind of back up how well he has bowled. He's clear of Ben Sanderson by about 8 wickets, I think, so far.
Yeah, if you'd said that to any of the lads at the start of the season, I know Ben's missed a couple of games, but he's probably been the benchmark the last few years, hasn't he? So if you'd given anyone an 8-wicket lead on Ben Sanderson, I think they'd be pretty happy with the way their season's gone to date. But yeah, I feel 8 wickets clear, and he could be 15 wickets clear. I think he's probably county cricket's most unluckiest bowler at time.
Yeah, there was certainly that article, wasn't there, written? It's about the second or third, maybe third or fourth game of the year, actually, I think. And you without really thinking too hard, you can think of kind of half a dozen chances that hasn't gone his way, that he's genuinely created. And yeah, I think that the title of the unluckiest it's hard to argue.
Yeah, he's been a solid performer, and on another year he could have had 40 wickets to his name, and brings about a little bit more confidence as well, and he perhaps doesn't try as hard as he does at times. I think sometimes he's probably having to search for it because he's not quite getting the rewards that he feels he's just. But yeah, he's been a fantastic addition for us since he joined a couple of years ago now.
Yeah, absolutely right. Good start to his first over back after lunch from Dylan Wilson centre end as well. 3 dot balls so far. Hopefully just be able to start building a bit of pressure back on these two. Haven't really been able to string a series of dot balls together to stop that scoreboard ticking over, which clearly is going to play on the minds of these two Somerset batters. And that's gone straight through him. Tom Abell's off peg, goes backwards. Jack White picks up his second wicket of the day. Tom Abell has to go for 34. Somerset 109 for 2 after lunch, and that's one of those wickets added to the score. Is that kept a little bit low as it's gone through there?
Yeah, first impressions would definitely say so.
Interesting. I'm
Bit of
sure.
both. Bit of both.
Kind of not gone anywhere at the crease, has he, Tom Abell there?
No, I wouldn't have said it's that short. It's not known for a prodigious bounce. Yeah.
No, this will give us the best view, won't it? Top of off peg, I would say.
Yeah. Get forward, lad. Pretty good work from Ben there, though, on the camera.
Yeah, absolutely right. Few more cameras added to the stream for this game, which gives another level of immersion here at Wantage Road. But the Somerset captain has gone for 34.
That's a big wicket, I think, isn't it? He's a man that can get big hundreds. So that's a really good timely wicket, I think. And another dangerous man coming in, but if we can get into him early, we're a chance here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there's been plenty of seam movement on offer this morning, which has kept Ben Sanderson and Jack White interested all day so far. George Bartlett's the new man for Somerset. He will join Sean Dixon.
Abell bowled by White for 34.
George Bartlett will be looking to build this partnership back up, or build a partnership with Sean Dixon.
Yeah, I know you sort of touched on the fact it's been difficult to keep the run rate down, and from what I saw earlier, they've been pretty proactive, haven't they? Probably one of the most proactive sides and batters that we've seen here for a little while, and they've used their feet well, and perhaps it goes back to it being a slightly slow pitch, but they've certainly not let anybody settle.
Right on the money from Jack White. First ball for George Bartlett. No, you're right. I think what's seemed to be quite a familiar sight is batters at Wantage Road batting outside of their crease. Haven't necessarily seen the other kind of teams do what Sean Dixon has done so far this morning, where he's actually kind of walked at White and Sanderson. And I mean, that flick over mid-wicket for 6 into the bar, did you see that one?
I didn't, but I think I'm glad I didn't. It's not Test cricket, is it?
Depends what era you're watching, I think. Wicket maiden for Jack White. Successful start to his work after lunch. He's picked up the wicket of Tom Abell. He's gone for 34, and Somerset 2 down for 109. Jack White, 12 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 30. And a really good opportunity to get into this Somerset batting lineup straight after lunch. I asked Alex as well, so I'll give you the opportunity just for everybody listening. What is it you do around the club? I appreciate we've got a whole kind of mixture of co-commentators over the next 3 days, or 4 days. But to give people a flavour of kind of what you get up to.
Yeah, we're a bit cobbled together this week, aren't we? And anybody that can is on the commentary team, I think. But no, I look after everything commercial here at the club. So Alex is part of my team, and we're a team of about 7 or 8, not the biggest of counties, but no, we've got quite a nice little team, and things are going well commercially for the club, and they have done for a couple of years, which is sort of really nice and positive to see. And you know, things like the enhancement of the stream and the position we now sit with something like that compared to where we did 3 or 4 years ago is probably testament to some of that journey that we've been on from a commercial standpoint. It's hard to put it down into words, Dan. It seems such a varied place.
That's a hack from Sean Dixon over the leg side. I think that's going to run away. It's safe. Is not going to bring that one back in, but that was similar kind of vein to the 6 that we saw before lunch, but the 6, as you can imagine, was slightly better executed than that one. That looked quite violent, that.
There's certainly some intent there, though, isn't there?
Absolutely.
And I think that, you know, Ben Sanderson's at his best when probably he's allowed to bowl a little bit.
Yes.
And he can build that pressure, and he does nag away at such a fantastic area. I'm not surprised that somebody's tried to sort of take him on, knock him off that a little bit.
Yeah, it's brought about a change in the field. Safe Sabres kind of stayed out there. It's gone past Justin Broad in the cordon. It's going to be a bit of a chase for Sam Whiteman, who puts the ball back in. Restricts that down to 2 runs. It's a very, very positive start for Northamptonshire after lunch.
Yeah, and I think Sando will like this. Somebody coming at him keeps him in the game, doesn't it? Not many people take him on and win on a consistent basis, and be a great time for another wicket.
The money this time. Half an appeal from the slip cordon. No interest from Ben Sanderson whatsoever. But yeah, Sean Dixon's played an interesting innings so far. I'm sure he's passed 5,000 first-class runs today, so clearly a very experienced cricketer. As you said earlier, he's been very busy, very proactive at the crease. It's punched off the back foot. I think that's going to beat Whiteman. It's going to be second boundary in the over, so 10 off his first 5 balls from Sanderson, as Dixon looks to put a bit of pressure back on Northamptonshire, having just lost his captain at the other end. So I think Northamptonshire would have been a little bit disappointed, only having Somerset 1 down at lunch, having won the toss and put them into bowl, or put them into bat.
Yeah, I think Somerset would have walked off the happier of the 2 sides, wouldn't they? Anytime you win the toss and bowl, you feel you have to take wickets. There's almost an added pressure, as it were, that you've got to have them 3 or 4 down at lunch, and not always the case, but yeah, they certainly would have walked off the happier of the 2 sides. And I think if you'd said to them at the start of the game, you're going to be 100 for 1 at lunch, they'd have snapped your hand off, wouldn't they?
Yeah, absolutely right. Jack White to continue after that successful over from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Stream powered by Daffabet here at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. Ability to get in contact with us if you'd like to, via email, stream@nccc.co.uk, or on Twitter @NorthantsCCC as well. Any questions, comments, thoughts, whether you're Northamptonshire, whether you're a Somerset fan, you're welcome to get in contact with us. Oh, it's nearly just got Jack White on the follow through there. Leading edge from George Bartlett as he looks to turn that one into the leg side. And you've seen the trademark kind of curved follow through from Jack White. I think if he'd have curved that slightly more, he might have been on the end of it, you know. Wasn't far away.
I think with how stiff his body gets, he might have broken. I'm glad he didn't.
That seam movement that we've spoken about, just causing a little bit of drama for George Bartlett. Half an appeal, but that one sliding down the leg side. Be a leg bye added to the score.
Doesn't look easy to start, does it? Looks like it perhaps gets a little bit easier as you get more accustomed to it, perhaps.
Yeah, it's certainly seen quite consistent seam movement throughout the morning, and we saw a bit of turn from Rob Keogh as well. So it certainly indicates the fact that there's plenty of life off the pitch anyway for the bowlers. I'm quite surprised not to have seen it swing quite as much. It's obviously quite an overcast day. It's fairly warm outside as well. And in my kind of very amateur knowledge about seam bowling, that seems like the usual conditions. That's a big appeal for LBW. No interest from the standing umpire, but interesting to see that one back. Vasconcelos at first look, can't believe it. Might be missing leg stump. Just sliding down, isn't it? Missing leg stump, I think. But really, really encouraging start from Jack White after lunch. On the money straight away.
We're back to the Duke's ball for this game, aren't we?
Yeah, so it was Kookaburra still against Middlesex
for those two
Merchant
games,
Taylor,
isn't it? Yeah.
and then obviously the Kent game here as well. So yeah,
I'm
back to
surprised it's
normality.
not swell. You'd probably say these have been perfect conditions. Perhaps that moisture and the moisture that's on that pitch and in the outfield has just got into the ball a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Well fielded there at point by save as Dixon gets on the back foot and looks to cut that one through the offside. I think that certainly plays a factor for sure. And I certainly think that would have been in Luke Proctor's mind when, having won the toss and bowled first this morning, looking up and down, thinking, well, we're definitely going to get one. We should get the other one as well, but hasn't been there so far. But then they do say you can... Driven down the ground, on drive, this time from Dixon. I think she's going to pick up a couple. Going to go all the way. Captain Luke Proctor does the fielding. They do say, don't they, out of a box of Dukes, that one might be in there that just isn't going to swing for you.
Yeah, it's a dark art picking the ball, isn't it? I think not enough credit's given to the big bowlers who pick them, because you can get one that does nothing and one that does plenty, and it's probably testament to the fact that Luke does feel like we're in the game, and there is enough happening out there that you've got a guy not out in 68, and we've still got 3 catches.
Yeah, absolutely right. And it's a good over again from Jack White. Just 2 runs off it, 1 leg by as well. So 3 added to the score. 122 for 2. George Bartlett yet to get off the mark, and Sean Dixon on 68. Interesting to see where Safe. I think he'll come back into it. Surely he'll be an orthodox.
Yeah, you think so for the new man, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Alex was telling me we've got new speed gun.
Yeah, we've got a speed gun as well.
As it were, this.
Yeah, that pops up between overs, replacing the batters' scores, which has been interesting to see. It's been the first time. Bowled from Ben Sanderson, left alone from George Bartlett. We've had it confirmed from the analyst James maybe, but those speeds are really accurate as well from that speed gun. So gives everybody at home a real kind of feel of what the bowlers are offering. Would have been amazing to have kind of had that facility with the seamers that were here during the T20 blast for.
Yeah, it would have been fantastic to see, wouldn't it? Just under the lights and a bit more going on, and some of those sort of superstars that visited the ground, and yeah, as you say, it adds another layer, doesn't it?
Absolutely, yeah, it certainly does. I think that one might have been a bit of swing from Ben Sanderson that time. Looking to keep George Bartlett on 0 for as long as possible. Bartlett down the ground this time. Defends it back to the bowler. Yeah, it's an interesting tactic from Somerset to clearly is that it's not the quickest bowling lineup in the county circuit. Plus with the lateral movement that we've seen so far, it's interesting that Somerset choosing to kind of what looks to be attack the bowler with that movement down the ground rather than just batting outside of the crease as the default. Save's just dropped a little bit of a deeper square leg, so we're going to see one of these Ben Sanderson short balls. We might do.
yeah, I think they're just trying to knock him off his length, aren't they? At least stand in one place on one ball and walk down the next and see if you can just create a little bit of indecision and get a loose one from Ben. But
again on the money straight away. 5 dot balls for George Bartlett. He's faced 9 now without scoring. Don't know whether he'll be as cool at the crease as his captain Tom Abell if those balls faced tick up towards the 20s like they did with Tom.
what are you thinking now, Dan? Not off 9. Starting to get a panic on?
Oh, I would be, yeah. It doesn't take many more than about 3 balls for me though, Dan. So it's and there is that shot to get off the mark. He's going to keep the strike. He picks up a single down to Jack White. So Ben Sanderson just up a little bit too straight there towards George Bartlett. He's got himself off the mark. But I don't think they'll be too upset by that. I'll give Jack White an opportunity to bowl at the new man.
You had a bit of a bat against a couple of the lads last week, 2 weeks ago, didn't you?
I did, yeah. It was really good fun, actually. It wasn't quite against the Dukes or the Kookaburra. It was about, I guess, well, it was more of a dog toy, I think.
The cheapest ball you could find,
yeah,
wasn't it?
I reckon it was probably worth about £1.50. And I genuinely think you'd probably be able to sell it for less. And well, you'd get change from £1.50. They weren't that impressed, although I think both Ben and Alex Russell did genuinely enjoy it, which I think came across in the video. So I was thrilled to bits that they got kind of stuck into it as well as what they did.
The baller balancer for you, was it?
It helped.
Yeah,
it
brought you
definitely
back
helped.
into the game.
Yeah, it certainly helped. That's 4 for George Bartlett as he's just flicked that one off middle stump down towards square leg. I think the fact that it didn't have a seam helped. I think the fact that it didn't stay round very long probably helped. There wasn't much of a lacquer on it either, so that helped. Fortunately for all of these lads, those balls don't fit the criteria to play professional cricket, so they've gone back to the Dukes, although potentially it could be argument that it might have been more fun than the Kookaburra. But and that's a great delivery from Jack White. No interest from the umpire at all. Vasconcelos looks like he lives every appeal, doesn't he? He's still stood there with his hands on his head. Oh my goodness me. Looks like he just flicked his boot as that ball's passed there, which might have caused that bit of noise. He looks on one. Jack White looks really on one after lunch, doesn't he?
Yeah, that wicket came at a good time for him, didn't it? First over back, and he's pumped and ready to go.
On it again.
Just looks like he bowls with such good rhythm.
I suppose as a leader of this Northamptonshire team, he would have had those conversations at lunch, and it would have been a case of, look, we need to add a couple of wickets to this score to bring ourselves back to parity and to give Somerset something more to think about. And Jack so far has stood up after lunch and said, well, I'll do that for you. I will create those opportunities. And 2.5 overs he's bowled so far have been fantastic. Bartlett down the ground this time and tucks that one into the leg side. It's the single, he gets off strike.
Mentioned that Kookaburra ball, Dan. You obviously commentate on the game here against Kent. Did you like it? Were you a fan, or?
To be really cynical about it, I'm not sure what 2 rounds really provides. I guess it gets a relatively small sample size. I suppose the proof will be in the pudding next time England go to Australia at the end of the day. That's what it was all kind of built for, wasn't it? On the back of that disastrous last Ashes tour, chance for a run-out potentially, but Proctor sends that one high into the sky. It certainly brought Alex Russell into the game here, didn't it? He picked up 6 for against Kent, which potentially with a Duke's ball, would Northamptonshire, would John and would Luke have picked Alex Russell to have played. I don't know, but gave Alex an opportunity. And everybody's got the same name. Like, we're both Dan. I've just meant about Alex taking 6 for an Alex who was sat here earlier this morning. But he said about the fact that obviously that second game was at the Merchant Taylor School, which was an outground, so there's going to be even less data to take to compare to the Duke's cricket ball there. So it's hard. I don't think it was a bad idea, but it didn't really do a great deal after those first couple of overs.
It's tough, isn't it? The murmurs that I've heard and from speaking to a few people, I think that Alex Russell point's, a really good one. Even if he was going to play in that game, if it was a Duke's ball and it did a bit more and we got a few more wickets earlier, would he have bowled as many overs as he did? So if you talk about giving opportunity and creating opportunity for young spinners and spinners across county cricket, then I suppose it, in some respects, you could argue it's done its job, but doing as little as it did, it seems to be at the detriment of seam bowling perhaps, and some of the other areas of the game it becomes almost like a artificial creating of opportunity perhaps.
Yeah, the seam bowling side of it is difficult. I think that obviously everybody wants to be able to bowl 90 odd like a lot of those Australians do, which is where they've become so successful with that kookaburra ball. But the likes of Ben Sanderson, Jack White, he's left one there. I don't think there's going to be much interest from the umpire. He's come a long way down, hasn't he? An almighty guess from Nigel Long to make a decision for an LBW there. Outside the line, too high. And probably missing all 3 stumps as well. But they're not just going to be able to wake up and go, oh, it's a kookaburra, I'll bowl 16 mile an hour quicker today.
Absolutely. And you take this pitch and we've said there's a bit of moisture in it. How many times do they play overseas on pitches like this? Yeah, it's not quite apples with apples, is it?
No, not at all. But hey, if we're talking about England winning the Ashes in Australia next time around, I know we've not even got through the end of this series yet, but English cricket fans, all we do is talk about the next time we go to Australia. If it works, happy days are the best 2 games of county cricket that anybody's ever had the idea of.
Yeah. Let's play the kookaburra all the time if we win that.
Like a real handful at the moment, isn't he, Ben Sanderson, for George Bartlett? He's creating moments of indecision.
Yeah, there's enough happening, isn't there? It's not been a comfortable 18 balls for him so far.
Another run added to his tally, so he moves to 8. Stuff the back foot. Sanderson just dropping his length back a touch there on that one.
I think these next 70 runs are crucial, aren't they? If Northampton can get 3 wickets, 5 down for 200. I think you'd probably say maybe just ahead, or certainly even Stevens.
Yeah, I'd say 5 down for 200. So they'd be slightly in front. Got James Rue still to come, who is in a ridiculous vein of form at the moment, isn't he? Topping the run scorers in Division 1 by a bit of a distance.
Yeah, and I think if these two were to put under the 72 down and Cadmore in next, and
yeah,
he's sort of shown his intent throughout the season as well, hasn't he? I wouldn't fancy him walking in at 220 for 3, that's for sure.
Oh. It's a cracking ball from Ben Sanderson that's beaten Sean Dixon through to the gloves of Lewis McManus. Good end to Sanderson's over. Score 131 for 2. Sean Dixon on 69. Oh my goodness. The encouragement is that is starting to swing.
Yeah, that's probably the first one that's really swung, hasn't it? I think there's definitely a bit of shape there. be interesting to see what happens in the next 10 or 15 minutes and where Luke decides to go following these two. They can't bowl all afternoon together, unfortunately.
No, and he'll be hoping that Tom Taylor is able to provide a little bit more consistency and pressure than what he was able to do in his first spell this morning and back these two up. Whether we see much more from Luke Proctor as well. Obviously he's kind of had that shoulder injury, didn't he, earlier this season, which not only limited his opportunities to play during the season, but I think possibly still a little bit wary of the fact that he doesn't want to come in flat out with those long spells just yet as well.
Yeah, I'm not sure how he's feeling body-wise, but he's certainly one that I'd love to see bowl more. He's got a canny knack of picking up a wicket as well.
Yeah, it's just skiddy, isn't it? With those 3 overs before lunch, it looked as though he was just rushing the batters, guys that had looked kind of unfazed for 50, 60 odd balls, and was just starting to kind of rush them a little bit. So, as you said, if you can get a few more overs out of him, that's only going to be a good thing for Northamptonshire. Bit of a darker cloud just rolling in over the ground from the west. I think the weather forecast has changed. I don't think there's meant to be any rain about.
Not sure they know what's going on at the minute, do they? Every time I look, it changes. I can't keep up. I've given up. I've given up.
I think that's probably the smartest thing to do. I've come to the conclusion that I think Northampton's got its own microclimate anyway. But if there is no moisture in it, that darker cloud should only help Northamptonshire with the swing.
Just going back to Luke with his speeds, lads always seem to say that he's probably one of, if not the quickest bowler we've got. The speeds backing that up earlier, were they? Or
it was a similar kind of pace to Tom Taylor, which I think might highlight the potential to kind of not put yourself out of the rest of the game, maybe if you aggravate that injury, if it is a little bit sore still. But yeah, Alex was certainly saying that there's definitely a bit of pride from Luke Proctor about being the quickest bloke in Northampton. So it'd be interesting to see if when he does come back into this game, as to whether he can get up into the 80s, which I think is probably where he would sit, kind of low 80s, whereas the rest kind of sit 76, 77, that kind of speed. Certainly bowling very well. After lunch, George Bartlett finding it difficult to start his innings. 8 off 23.
This is Jack's 4th since we've come back out, isn't it?
Yeah, they both bowled 4 post-lunch. That's a lovely shot by George Bartlett, driven through the offside. Tom Taylor is giving chase, but I think it's going to beat him. It does. Absolute teaser for Tom Taylor. Just kept him interested the whole way, but just won the race, and a cracking shot from George Bartlett, who moves to 12. What's with regards to kind of the commercial manager side of it, we spoke a bit about the stream, and obviously we're slightly invested because we're on the stream. What's kind of the next? What would be like the goals, if that makes sense, for the live stream going forward?
Great question, isn't it, Dan?
More cameras.
Yeah, I guess to keep enhancing it from where we are now. If you know, when I first joined the club, 2019, we had 2 cameras and no commentary, and as soon as the ball went off the wicket, you couldn't see anything else. The idea of live streaming within cricket was sort of fairly token, I guess. It was, we have these cameras so other people can look at what's on it as well, but it was never really like a come and watch the live stream. And COVID probably accelerated clubs' live streams by 5 years, I'd have thought. I think eventually we would have got there in cricket, but I don't think it was in the plan to get to this level so quickly. I'm sure the counties would feel the same, and yeah, it's largely down to the fact that that COVID was the only way we could watch was through live streaming and having that video service available. So the investment from all clubs on the circuit really was to try and enhance as much as we could, make it the best viewing product that we could, and I think we're still on that journey. I think there's definitely ways in which we can continue to improve it. We don't work with the biggest budgets, but I think we've got a really, really nice product, and for us it's about trying to do something that we believe we can execute well on, and I think let's not try and go too far and do it poorly. Let's try and keep it within our wheelhouse, what we believe we can do really, really well, and really nail that aspect. And if we can continue to grow it, we've got a couple more cameras now, if we can continue to build on that, then absolutely fantastic. It's only good for supporters, for members. We've got a lot of members that come to games, and if it gets a bit cold, they might head home at tea and watch the evening session at home. And people who can't get to the games from work and things like that, I know a lot of people have it on their computer screen. So I think longer term for us, it's a continuation of that. There's always talk of various things, and people have tried putting data walls and paywalls and things like that, but I think for us at the minute it's just trying to make it as good as we can, and ultimately make it as broad as we can. The idea is that we want as many people as we can watching Northamptonshire cricket and invested in Northamptonshire cricket wherever they may be. So if we can keep doing that and provide a good service, then that's the sort of the goal for us. But I don't think anybody expected it to, or necessarily had a plan that it would get to this level quite so quickly. So we're really, really pleased with it, to be honest. I think every county's got its challenges with them, and it's something that everyone's trying to get better and working out how to do it and how to best manage it. But we've also been really lucky with yourself and with Sam for the bulk of it, having a consistent sort of commentary team, as it were, makes a massive difference, and it helps build that product as well. And the guys on the camera and controlling it, George and Ben, I think without them, if we're being realistic, probably wouldn't be the product that it is. It makes a big difference having the same people. If we had different people coming in for every game and we're starting at scratch, it wouldn't be the level that it is. So we're very fortunate, but I think we're trying to do it in a way that's manageable for us.
One more added to the score, George Bartlett, just turning that one around into the leg side. I think it's a really good point, and I think it's being done absolutely the right way. It's as we've noticed today, we've got 2 extra cameras. We've got the speed gun, which we haven't had throughout the first half of the season, but that was because let's get what we know right working in the first place, and then we'll add another couple of percent to it and another couple of percent to it. And as you said, who knows what it's going to look like in 2 or 3 years with regards to equipment, people, technology, whatever might be kicking about. Then it's an appeal for LBW. Ben Sanderson's not interested. Going down the leg side. End of the over. 2 runs off it. 137 for 2. Dixon is on 70.
Even in the last 12 months, we've seen the ECB and we've seen Sky Sports take various live streams from counties for certain fixtures. And I think that's testament to where we've come to. That wouldn't have happened 3 years ago at all. So if we're starting to get to that broadcast level, then I think there'll be a demand for it to keep improving because of those TV elements, and I think every county will be part of that journey. And we don't want to try and make it Sky Sports overnight and fail. We sort of know what we've got and we know what we're trying to do, and hopefully we do a pretty good job of it. And if we can keep making it better, then absolutely let's keep doing it. But
certainly the feedback so far this season's been fantastic from various fans from home and away contingents, and obviously you can get in contact with us as the stream goes on through those methods that have just popped up on screen, either on Twitter or via email. People all around the world tuning in as well, which is always fantastic and interesting to hear where people are watching the live stream from. Just the one slip now for George Bartlett. Back to Jack White, who stops that successfully. Just building that pressure on these two.
I think the support we've had from Daff a bit as well, and being able to expand it even further. You know, we're sort of vastly different from where we were last year, and the support they've given us to be able to get to that next level has been really important. Jack's starting to look a little bit tired here, perhaps.
Short from Jack White, pulled out to Sam Whiteman, who's doing the work on the boundary on the leg side. So one more for Bartlett, which brings Dixon back on strike. Yeah, I think that's a fair comment. This will be his 16th over of the day. Two other seam options, obviously with Tom Taylor, would be Luke Proctor and then Justin Broad could be the other options. But I suppose just having those three out-and-out seamers is going to require those three in particular to do an awful lot of heavy lifting.
There we go.
And that is out. Sean Dixon goes for 70. Jack White is rewarded. He picks up his third wicket. He's 3 for 44 now, and the Somerset opener must go for a well-made 70. Northamptonshire fighting their way back into this game now. Somerset 138 for 3. I might just energise the fast bowler for another one.
Who said he was tired? He's got 3 or 4 more in him now, I think. But just shows, you know, 2 catches. You know, Sean Dixon's got himself to 70, and Luke Proctor's held his nerve and kept the men in, and it sort of paid off, hasn't it?
It's, yeah, certainly did. Interesting, it might have been because it was a short ball from Jack White, but interesting there was only 1 slip to George Bartlett and then 2 back for the settled and established Sean Dixon. A good low catch from Emilio Gay as well. Just picking that one up off the grass, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's got a good pair of hands, Emilio. He's pretty solid in there.
Yeah, absolute buckets from Emilio Gay. Somerset find themselves 3 down for 138.
Big wicket, that. Really big wicket.
Certainly was. He was looking very good. Tom Kohler-Cadmore is the new batter for Somerset at 5. Joined George Bartlett on 40. Ben Sanderson offering Tom Kohler-Cadmore a friendly welcome to the crease, I think.
What do you think of Northampton?
I wonder whether it might have been what strike rate he might have been kind of aiming for in this innings, because he scored 100 against Northamptonshire down at Taunton, didn't he? At better than a runner ball, and naturally a very aggressive cricketer.
Yeah, didn't he come out first ball of day 2 or something and just run down the wicket and belt it for 6?
Yeah.
Fearless.
Does not hang about.
No.
Let's hope Jack White can send him back as quick as possible. Down the ground straight away. To the leg side. And Luke Proctor does the fielding. There's that intent straight away from Kohler-Cadmore.
Yeah, they're not going to stop coming, are they? I think from a Somerset perspective, they'll still be quite happy with this, won't they? 138 for 3, been put in. I still think they're probably pretty comfortable.
Yeah, I suspect
they'd like a partnership, but
I suspect they would have had a bowl first if they were given the opportunity this morning as well. So, as you said, to find themselves in this position, having been inserted, I think they'll be pretty happy. That's down the ground straight away from Kohler-Cadmore, past a diving Tom Taylor at cover. He picks up his first five. Be interested to see that on a replay, because don't know how far away that was from Tom Taylor at cover. Went so fast, we couldn't quite track it.
Yeah, he's hit that pretty clean, hasn't he?
Mm.
Not a bad way to play your second ball. It's right what you said there. I think, you know, that conversation in the Northampton dressing room at lunch had to have been, can we get a couple of wickets in the first spell back, as it were, and Ben and Jack have been able to do that. Right,
big appeal for OBW this time. I thought there was a bit of movement from Nigel Long there. Ben Sanderson can't believe it. Having a long conversation with George Bartlett, both smiling. I think it's good-natured. He just got himself outside the line of off stump. I thought I saw a little bit of a twitch from the umpire's right hand.
I was giving it then. Bit biased, but I was giving it.
It's just a bit biased. You have taken the Northampton jacket off, so you kind of just tried to kind of add a bit more kind of impartiality to the outfit today. Nicely played from George Bartlett into the leg side. Just tucked around the corner. A long chase, and it beats Rob Keogh. George Bartlett picks up 4, having survived that big LBW appeal the ball before.
Keeps you interested, doesn't he? And you get slightly too straight and he picks you off.
They all have so far, to be fair, with the exception of Tom Abell, who I would say looked incredibly solid for that innings of 34. All of them have kind of kept you engaged the whole way through. I don't see Cadmore being any different. He's faced 2 balls and he's walked at both of them. Sean Dixon again was very kind of positive. That's straight again from Sanderson. Going to be 2 more added to George Bartlett, who moves to 20.
Yeah, it's interesting. I haven't seen a lot of them play. Obviously, I know Cadmore did the interview sort of earlier in the season to sort of say this is the way I'm going to play 4-day cricket, but interesting that you've not had anything from any Somerset supporters to say this is usual or unusual for them, have you?
I haven't. I suspect it's a pretty normal experience for Cadmore. I haven't watched that much of Sean Dixon, I'll be completely honest. But I suspect they're a pretty positive Red Bull side, full stop. They got a question through from Cricket Drew with regards to the live stream. Kind of interesting chat about the excellent live stream. And does it generate the club advertising revenue via YouTube? That's the question. Obviously, the short answer to it is no, because the YouTube adverts aren't played on the stream. But as you said about bringing it in-house, then unlocks the ability to generate that revenue for the club in other ways, which wasn't there 3-4 years ago.
Yeah, you know, our live stream until this year has been a cost to the club, and I think has always therefore led to questions around how far you can push it without causing detriment to support, I suppose. You know, it's a big thing in football, isn't it? The blackout at 3 o'clock. It's you know, the Football League clubs are so concerned that they will lose attendance if people can watch it at home, and I think that conversation has always been there in cricket. So yeah, for us, being able to get to a point this year where we can commercialise our stream, as it were, and it can become a revenue generator for us, means we can improve the product for a start and make it more accessible. But it also sort of takes away that any negative stigma that comes with the live stream, as it were, and a worry. And you know, we can try and have things working in harmony. And actually, do you know what? The live stream is a really powerful, great product for us. Not all this could take away from people coming into the ground. You know, I think, you know, I don't think we've seen that necessarily anyway, but you know, it puts us in a position where we don't have to have that concern. Yeah.
I mean, in reality, it's going to be very difficult with the scheduling to facilitate all of the people that would like to come in and watch Northamptonshire play Red Bull cricket. Not many people are going to be able to just take a Wednesday off, are they, to come and spend the day in the ground, and then followed by a Thursday and a Friday as well. White doing the fielding. Cadmore get down the other end straight away. That wicket did indeed energise Jack White for another.
Yeah, he's back in
for another one.
Yeah, it serves, you know, the live stream probably more so for 4-day cricket than any other format, and maybe some of the midweek one-day cup games. But we're making cricket more accessible. You know, anybody anywhere can watch Northamptonshire play cricket. That's what it's all about, right? We're trying to get cricket out to as many people as we can, which I think is something that can sometimes get a little bit lost. You know, there's something like 10 million people in England alone interested and engaged with cricket, but just shy of 1 million of them go to cricket events each year. So there's still another 9 million people we've got to service with cricket. So if we can help do that and provide a service to some of those people, then yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, and I mean, without stealing everything that Alex said this morning, the T20 Blast on the Friday night here at Wantage Road, like, it doesn't take away from that kind of atmosphere. You're not. I don't think you're going to sit there and go, I'll sit at home and watch it on the live stream, because you miss out on that immersion for being in the ground, the noise and the excitement.
Yeah, it's hard to say we have sort of two different customer profiles, but I suppose there's definitely overlap, because no doubt some supporters will come to games and watch some games on the live stream because they can't get to them all. But yeah, you sort of have two different sort of customer profiles, I guess, especially with some of those Friday night T20s that people want to come to those games. They want to experience the atmosphere, the entertainment, what it's like in ground, and other people, are more than happy to watch it on the live stream. And I think if we can have them both work harmoniously.
Into the leg side by George Bartlett. He's going to add another single. Brings up Somerset's 150. 150 for 3 off 41.5 overs. Gentle kind of round of applause. I think that's possibly because the scoreboard hasn't updated yet. So Tom Kohler-Cadmore will be on strike for the last ball of... No, 2 balls. Something updated there, Dan, and some bits didn't. I got quite confused. Apologies.
Oy.
That's an absolute seed from Jack White. It's just lifted that, hasn't it, as it's gone past?
Yeah, it's just
Tom
taken off a little bit.
Yeah. Haven't seen too much of that today from the Northants bowlers. Quite a long way from it, wasn't he, in the end, Kohler-Cadmore, but certainly a bit of extra life from that delivery. Walloped past Tom Taylor, muscled through cover, and that's 4 more for Tom Kohler-Cadmore. He moves to 9. It's 154 for 3. And I think if there was still any doubt, I think we've now established that Tom Kohler-Cadmore is in fact going to bat exactly this way, striking at 180 at the moment. And if that's your strength, why wouldn't you do it?
Yeah, he hits it so clean, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He didn't get any of that, and he's still raced away for 4.
Always find it so fascinating with the effects mic, being able to kind of listen into those kind of conversations that you can kind of hear on the outfield. I always find it a very interesting experience to hear the chat and you don't necessarily quite get the real kind of fine ideas coming through, but you feel like you're out there with them. And Luke Proctor's going to have a bowl from David Capeland. Sounds like someone might be on their way over the gantry, but I don't know who it is. Luke Proctor then, well, his 4th over of the day. See whether that extra pace is able to rush George Bartlett and Kohler-Cadmore. Defended back down the ground by George Bartlett. Interesting that Luke Proctor's decided to bowl himself from this end and not Tom Taylor. Change of ends maybe for Tom to have a go from the Lynn Wilson centre end instead.
Yeah, Tom was just going through a little bit of a loosen up himself at mid-wicket there, so could be a double change perhaps, or he's certainly expecting a bowl at this end at some stage soon.
Well, Jack's bowled 17 overs and Ben Sanderson's bowled 16, so they've both done a fair bit of work so far in this game. Tom Taylor 5 overs, none for 29, so quite an expensive first spell for him.
Yeah, just didn't quite get it right this morning, but he's been really good in all formats this year, Tom. He's been a consistent sort of shining light, I guess, for us. So I'd expect him to come good this afternoon.
Yeah, I've enjoyed watching him play. The cameos with the bat in the T20 Blast were a lot of fun. A couple of really good 40s he made here. As you say, he's been a reliable performer in the Red Bull competition as well. That is down the ground and an appeal from the cordon. So Ricardo at first slip is one of my favourite blokes to watch in here when there's a shout for an LBW. He must genuinely think everything is out.
If it doesn't hit the bat, he's up.
So he's coming a long way down the crease, isn't he, George Bartlett? He's going to make that LBW decision very, very difficult to give. Very straight, targeting those stumps. I feel like wicket taking deliveries from Luke Proctor, don't they? Every single ball.
He's asking you a question every ball, isn't he? You know, he miss, he hits type sort of bowler, isn't he now? And I think we have got that double change, and I think Tom's gonna have a bowl.
Looks like Jack White might be his way off there. I think I think he deserves a little bit of a sit down, doesn't he? Tom Taylor, then, as you say, he's going to bowl from the Lynn Wilson centre end. It'll be his first bowl from this end today. It's the 5 overs this morning. He's got Tom Cadmore on strike. Fielders out at deep backward square and almost a squarish deep mid wicket as well. Could be a bit of a short ball ploy from Tom Taylor with a fielder at deep point as well. Just back of a length, isn't it?
Yeah, I quite like this field actually to Cadmore. I think keep our catches in and just try and starve him with boundaries. That's what he wants to hit, isn't it?
Yeah. I think if the length is right, then it's going to be difficult for him to pick up those boundaries, isn't it? And
yeah, it could be the perfect person for Tom to bowl at here. Actually, he's allowed that protection, but he's still backing himself to pick up a wicket.
Delay this time from Cadmore, almost potentially kind of testing the ego slightly. Players out on the rope and saying, well, you want to go for those boundaries, those sixes, then obviously do so at your peril. I'm not going to pitch it up for you. And there he is down the ground this time. George Bartlett calls him through, so he picks up a single and he moves to 10. You said about the other batters that have kind of kept Northamptonshire interested throughout. He's the kind of guy that you watch in this kind of baseball. I must admit, I'm getting to a stage now I don't particularly enjoy saying the word baseball. I don't know why. I don't know whether it's just starting to feel a little bit cringy to me, but this new, it's not even new anymore, but well bowled. Tom Taylor draws the shot from George Bartlett, who has a wander off towards square leg just to gather his thoughts, having played a bit of a full shot. But anyway, Cadmore kind of fits that mould perfectly, doesn't he? And he's walked out to the crease, he's faced 8 balls, he's scored 10 runs, and kind of everybody feels like they've just leant forward in the seats when he's on strike just to see what's going to happen next.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know Bartlett and Cadmore too well, but you know, it certainly gives those attacking-minded players a bit more freedom, doesn't it? With this sort of new way and this mantra that's coming down from English cricket, as it were, and from the way England want to go about their business, it gives those guys that probably are more comfortable having a go. It just gives them license to do it, and I think you play your best cricket when you're free and you feel comfortable. So,
how do you feel about it as a fan? Are you more of a purist that you'd rather see that kind of 3 runs and over, or are you?
I quite like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I quite like it. Cricket's all about entertainment, and I think the way in which Test cricket for England has been in the last 12 months has been fantastic. You know, we're going to get beat sometimes doing it, and you know, we're probably going to win some games that we probably never thought we would do doing it. I think you have to take that with it. I think the pleasing thing for me is that it's still going 5 days. I think my concern originally when it first came out as a purist, or more of a purist, was would Test cricket end up as 4-day tests? You know, do they need to be 5 days if everyone's going to start scoring at 5, 6 and over and gets closer to 1-day cricket? But I think there's a place for it. I think it's exciting. And do you know what? Let's embrace it. I think if you're going to commit to it, you've got to take the ups and the downs, and you know, we haven't really had that many lows with it. Even this Ashes series, you know, England, you know, even when we got bumped out a little bit, we still got 300, didn't we? I thought we'd get bowled out for 90 at some point playing this way. So yeah, it's proven me wrong. And
Down the ground, Bartlett and Cadmore just chips it over the fielder at short mid-wicket. Comes back for 2. Tom Taylor there just couldn't quite get enough of a jump to pluck that shot from Tom Bartlett and Cadmore down. I think it's going to be interesting to see who else has the ability to kind of adopt the mindset. I had the privilege of speaking to a guy who plays for the West Indies, and he was kind of saying that he doesn't feel that every nation's going to be able to adopt the positivity, but they're going to be able to kind of take bits of it, if that, so almost the support that's offered to the players from the leadership team. So we might not see kind of a Test cricket revolution, but we might see kind of elements of it being adopted by. It's up, and it's a top edge. It's not going to carry down towards Jack White at fine leg. He's going to add another 2. So as I say, we're going to see elements of it, similar to what we're seeing here. We're seeing an element of it from Bartlett and Cadmore with regards to the aggression. We're seeing an element from it in the West Indies with Craig Brathwaite backing the players, and it is going to be interesting to see how does it change Test cricket, or does English Test cricket just revert back to what it was when Stokes and McCullum aren't in charge anymore? Yeah,
that'll be the sort of crunch point, won't it? I think it'll adapt. I can't see English cricket ever quite going back. The challenge is for a lot of countries, and England as well, is can you do it on first-class pitches in first-class cricket, because that's where it has to come from.
Yeah.
At some point, especially for these countries that are going to adopt it. Can you do it in Indian first-class cricket? Can you do it in Australian Shield cricket? I don't know if you can. Whether it's in English cricket playing slightly slower pitches and guys bowling 77, not 90 miles an hour, does that then make it tougher to play in that way? I don't know, and that's probably going to be the crunch as we get further along. But I guess the advantage that English cricket has is we play quite a lot of white ball cricket on really good pitches, and that seems to be the sort of breeding ground as much as anything else for this positive attitude. But I think it will stick around in one form or another. I think there's definitely some really good points around the positive reinforcement that from the hierarchy. I think that's a massive plus, not just for English cricket, but that other people can see in terms of that reinforcement from above, and how successful that can be, just in creating a really good environment for people.
Yeah, that's muscled by Cola Cadmore. I don't think it gets anywhere near the middle of the bat. Going to be a dot ball to finish Luke Proctor's 5th over. Bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 21. And have you noticed much of a change with regards to the mindset for Northamptonshire with what's been kind of filtered down? Like I've had a chat with a few of the players, and like Safe in particular, it's kind of interesting when you really kind of break it down. It's not necessarily that kind of crash bang wallop cricket that potentially gets portrayed on the TV when you listen to the commentators talking about it, but it is more that kind of back yourself to play the shot that you know you're really good at, if that makes sense, rather than I need to be going at 12 and over, for example. Just wondered whether you'd noticed kind of a difference from last year to this year, maybe.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, you make a really good point. It isn't. I don't think anybody that plays in that way looks at the scoreboard. I don't think they look at their strike rate. I don't think they look at the run rates or anything like that. It's a case of I'm just going to bat and I'm going to play the way that I want to play, and I believe that this is the best way for me to be successful. And I know and I'm comfortable that if I'm unsuccessful, which is going to happen, when I walk off, people are going to keep backing me and keep trusting in that journey that I'm on. And I think if you feel you've got belief from the coaching group in what you're trying to do, I think you're 10 times more likely to be successful, right? So I guess there's definitely a shift for people in terms of feeling more comfortable in the way they play, and Safe's probably a good example in the sense that he naturally scores quite quickly, and he's definitely feeling like he's got that reinforcement from above to be able to go and play his natural game. But I don't think anybody's going out there thinking, well, I used to have a strike rate of 60 and now I need to strike it at 100. I think, which I think some people perceive it as at times.
Yeah.
But I think it's just creating a good environment to have fun and play your best, which is all the England had to do. They're just really, really good at it.
Genuinely, yeah. I mean, you listen, you read the interviews, you listen to the guys talking on various different podcasts, and they kind of feel like, they kind of say, well, it feels like a club cricket kind of dressing room, just in there hanging out with your mates and having a great time. And surely if people are happy, that's going to be the point where they're going to be most successful.
Yeah, absolutely.
In any walk of life.
It's happened at times as well, you watch Test cricket years gone by, and sometimes it would be that, okay, they felt they could get after a spinner at some point and they'd go really hard at it, or they'd felt they could get after the full seam when they'd go really hard at them. And I don't think anything's changed. They're just doing that, to everybody. They're just fearless of nobody. Yeah, I like it. Let's keep it around. But it's not for everybody.
Good over so far from Tom Taylor. 4 dot balls for George Bartlett. Make that 5 as he leaves that one through to keeper Lewis McManus.
Been a good start from Tom here, actually. These couple of overs been very tidy. Yeah,
the return after lunch and the change of ends seems to have done him a world of good.
We've got, I think Jack White's still off, and George Weldon's on at mid-wicket. You can just about see the bleached hair underneath his baggy maroon. It's some Barnet, isn't it?
Yeah, I've been told this morning that he won't be doing it again.
First and last.
That's pulled into the leg side. So just a single off that Tom Taylor over. George Bartlett's going to keep the strike. And Somerset are 162 for 3. George Bartlett on 23. Tom Cola Cadmore on 15. As you say, Mr. Weldon with the peroxide blonde trim under the hat.
Taking the maroon and gold Northamptonshire to another level there, isn't it?
It's a strong look. It's a very strong look. Luke Proctor's going to carry on from the David Capel end. Very differing characters, aren't they, George Bartlett and Tom Cola Cadmore? Got 123 off 55, another 15 off 13. George looks quite comfortable with or he's prepared to absorb those dot balls, the pressure that Northampton are able to build on Somerset, whereas Cola Cadmore definitely from the other school where it's, I don't want to face a dot ball.
think batting with someone like Bartlett and Cadmore probably really helps Bartlett, doesn't it? He doesn't feel any pressure. We spoke, I think he was 0 off 9 and mentioned, was he starting to feel it? And the answer was no then. It's probably still no now, isn't it? He's comfortable because he knows, well, actually, do you know what? If I score 2-3 and over my end, if he's scoring at 6, 7, 8 and over his end, we're sort of still ticking along. And I just looked at the scoreboard then and ticked up to 162, and these guys have put on the best part of 25-30 in not too long.
I was about to say, it doesn't feel that long ago that Sean Dixon departed and we were talking about the next kind of 70 or so runs being really important. It's kind of, again, fairly even Stevens really from where we are. There's still kind of 40 runs away from, or in that kind of 70 left to go, and Northants have picked up those extra wickets after lunch. It's nicely played by George Bartlett. Goes past fielder at point. It's not going to go all the way. Sam Whiteman does the fielding.
Yeah, the whole complexion of the game. We've had that probably a couple of times this year. And 160 for 3, get a couple of wickets, 200 for 5, 190 for 5, or 280 for 3. And they're sort of both ends of the spectrum. So yeah, I think Somerset will be really, really happy and probably quite confident in the form of Ruin next, and with these two that they can amass a decent sized total. But equally, a couple of wickets changes everything. And the beauty of cricket, I think, at times, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a long batting lineup for Somerset today as well, with James Rue, as you said, in next, and in the form of his, well, I was going to say the form of his life, but I don't think he's very old. It's so that I'm not quite sure that analogy really works. Lewis Gregory, and after that, with all those kind of international experience that he's got, squared up this time. Can't get it past Sam Whiteman. Casey Aldridge after Lewis Gregory. He's got a first-class 100 to his name this year. Craig Overton, we obviously all know how good of a cricketer Craig Overton is. Matt Henry, no mug with the bat as well. I can't comment about Shoaib Bashir. I haven't seen him bat yet. I think he scored 44, I think, this year. So again, it's no slouch with a cricket bat. It's a long lineup for Somerset. So as you said, they'll be pretty positive in the position that they find themselves in, 164 for 3. Bartlett adds another one to his tally.
They're a good side, aren't they?
They are.
1 to 11. It's strong and having a good year, and it's quite nice to see them win a T20 Blast. I think they set a new record, didn't they? They won 12 out of 14 group games. Probably would have been unjust if they didn't end up winning on finals day.
I said to Alex earlier, I think you'd have struggled to have found somebody that would come up with an argument to say that Somerset didn't deserve to win the full competition. They've been absolutely electric in that format this year. Paul's this time, it's just going to be one. George Weldon doing the fielding. Just to end Luke Proctor's over, so Bartlett and Cadmore will keep the strike. He'll face off against Tom Taylor. And Luke Proctor's now bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 25. And then in the championship, they find themselves 5th at the moment. They had a big innings against Hampshire last time out. I think they scored about 5, might be bang on 500, I think, and then weren't able to bowl Hampshire out twice to get over the line on that one. That was obviously a game with one of those Kookaburra cricket balls, so potentially with the Dukes it might have been a completely different story. We never know. But yeah, they find themselves 39 points off the top at the moment. But Surrey look pretty good, don't they, at the moment, up the top of the table.
Yeah, there's a few teams trying to hunt them down, though, isn't there now? But we could start to see a few more result pitches, and a few more people pushing for results. That change of points at the start of the season for the draw has made a big sort of impact, really, hasn't it? I think a positive one. It's encouraged a bit more result cricket.
Yeah, that's part of the same report that Andrew Strauss put together, which encouraged the ECB to use the Kookaburra, wasn't it, for those 2 rounds, and wants to promote attacking cricket and positive cricket. Why would we not want positive results at the end of 4 days of cricket? It's an awful lot of work to go in and then just split the points for a draw at the end of it, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, especially in Division 2, you could get promoted having drawn 2/3 of your games and win a couple. Whereas now, you want to get promoted out of Division 2, or you want to win the Championship Division 1, you've got to win games of cricket.
Yeah. Just the one there for Bartlett and Cadmore. He wanted two, but had to do a bit of a slalom around Tom Taylor. But then again, the draw, with that change in mindset, it brings about an absolute thriller like Northamptonshire and Middlesex had last week, because both teams were desperate to win that game because they knew the fact that the draw didn't really carry much value. They saw Middlesex kind of allow that run chase get to a point of what was about 8 or 9 and over before they really went for it.
Yeah, they
Ended
made sure
up
they
being
couldn't get beat.
9 down, weren't they? 8 down, I think, at the
8
end.
down, I think, yeah.
Yorker from Tom Taylor. George Bartlett plays that one down to Rob Keogh for a single. So again, it in a weird way, it creates a really positive draw. Rather than both teams kind of going, well, it doesn't really matter because we'll get 16 points each year anyway. We'll shake hands at the end of it. And Middlesex might have been 3 down and a long way from it.
Yeah, you take away the 450 plays 450 plays 300 for 2. And, well, you know, all we've seen in the past. I think we played at Glamorgan a couple of years ago, and I think they got 700, and we got 600. They got 700 back or something. You know.
Shot from Bartlett and Cadmore down the ground, straight to Rob Keogh though.
Wonder if we'll see a bit of spin at some stage again this afternoon.
I think we will. I think there was plenty on offer for Rob Keogh on that one kind of almost mandatory over, isn't it, in first class cricket before lunch. It's kind of, well, we'll throw it to the spinner and see what happens. And there was turn out there. So I'd be surprised if we don't. Whether they'll kind of look to let those kind of footholds develop slightly more before we see a longer spell from Rob. Down the ground from Bartlett and Cadmore. Might have been eyeing up the shorter straight boundary here at Wantage Road, but defends that back to Tom Taylor in the end. And then obviously safe save with his left arm finger spin as well. So a couple of spin options for Luke Proctor to mull over, but I'd say Rob would be the first choice option there.
Yeah, he's had another good year, hasn't he? Bat and ball.
Flashed away. And that is going to beat safe save. It's going to be 4 more for Somerset, 4 more for Bartlett and Cadmore. Unfortunately, an expensive end to what was a good over from Tom Taylor. It's gone for 6, and Somerset find themselves 172 for 3. Bartlett and Cadmore now on 21. Yeah, you're right with Rob. He's second behind Sam Whiteman in the runs, 491, an average of 38 with 10 wickets to his name as well. Possibly had a couple of fixtures in the middle with the ball that maybe didn't bowl as much as what he would have done. I know he was a bit wonky after one of those T20 games, wasn't he? After that back spasm, I saw him at the end of the game and his pelvis was almost at like a 45-degree angle, bless him. But very important player.
Yeah, it's such a good luxury to have someone who can bat in the top 5 and bowl as many overs as he does and pick up as many wickets as he does. Or a touch fuller, but it doesn't look like there's quite as much happening out there as there was perhaps an hour ago.
No, I suppose as that Dukes gets a little bit softer, that seam becomes slightly less pronounced, a little bit harder for it to dig into the surface and offer that movement. Bartlett just leaving that one well alone. So I must admit, I haven't looked at the speed gun whilst Luke Proctor's been bowling, but interesting to see. It looks like it might be a touch quicker than what it was before lunch. Oh, squared him up. And speaking of that movement that's just started to reduce slightly, just drawn George Bartlett into a bit of a full shot there.
I should say these things more often. Every time I say something, Dan,
Hey, I mean,
something exciting happens.
I can tell you with some confidence there's definitely truth in the commentator's curse.
Got yourself a few victims this year.
Yeah, unfortunately, one of which I think was quite early on with Lewis McManus, and I've felt quite guilty afterwards. So what I've tried to kind of train myself just not really to kind of say anything too kind of complimentary. And at that point there, you kind of can't really kind of set yourself up for that massive downfall. Certainly try and avoid it when the Northants lads are batting as well. There's nothing worse than having just kind of talked them up for the next kind of 30 seconds, 2 minutes or whatever, and
Kiss of death.
Precisely. So at any point you feel like saying that George Bartlett or Tom Kohler-Cadmore's look really good for their 27 or 21, Dan, you're very welcome to do so. Five dot balls so far in this over from Luke Proctor. That pressure was just building, wasn't it? It's a good over from Captain Luke Proctor. It's a maiden, second maiden for him in this Somerset innings. 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 25. So that pressure was building. Tom Taylor was bowling well in that over before we had that flashy outside edge from Kohler-Cadmore to end it. Proctor's strung together another 6 dot balls, and we'll hand that baton over to Tom Taylor for him to continue to build the pressure. Stream powered by Daffabet here at Northamptonshire. Get in contact with us if you'd like to via Twitter or via email, stream at nccc.co.uk, at NorthamptonCCC as well on Twitter. Northamptonshire fans, Somerset fans, very welcome to email in any thoughts, any questions, any comments, any topics that you might want to chat about. You might want to hear our thoughts, any commercial questions that you might have for Dan. I mean, it's the perfect time to ask him because you're currently trapped at the moment. So, quick single for Kohler-Cadmore, gets himself down the non-striker's end.
It's hard to build any real pressure when someone comes so hard at you, isn't it? And you're striking them at just over 100. I think sort of are building pressure, but the scoreboard's always ticking along. It's quite a tough sort of paradox to be in at times.
Yeah, and you wouldn't have said Kohler-Cadmore's offered chances in this innings of 22. That would be unkind. There's been moments that you could kind of say that on another day, it might not have been 3 inches over Tom Taylor's head at mid-wicket. That kind of flashy drive might have been a slightly thinner edge that might have carried through to Emilio at second slip, for example. So, but I mean, he's got his 22 well so far today, and I think he's going to be one of those guys that if it's his day, he's going to take a game away from an opposition so quickly. On another day, he could chip one of those up into mid-wicket for a bit of a simple catch, and it's a lovely shot from George Bartlett, but well fielded by Justin Broad.
Yeah, he's got match-winning potential, hasn't he?
Yeah.
If he bats for a session in this manner, then he's got 70 or 80 before you know it, and it becomes quite difficult then.
Yeah, but Tom Taylor and Luke Proctor doing very well. First of all, I think to manage this as well, we're able at the moment to keep George Bartlett on strike for more of those deliveries than Kohler-Cadmore, which that's 4 for George Bartlett. He beats safe save. It's 4 for the Somerset number 4. He moves into the 30s, and Somerset moves to 177 for 3. Nicely played away down towards backward point.
Looks in good touch, Dan.
Yeah, he does. Interesting to see how his season's gone so far. Comes with good pedigree. England under-19 cricketer a few years ago. I think he's his mid-20s now. It's nicely played, isn't it? Again, in towards wicket. He's 25, scored just over 2,500 first-class runs at an average of 29. That is a beauty from Tom Taylor as it jags away from George Bartlett to end the 9th over of Tom Taylor. You can't quite believe what that's done, but no, he's well, unfortunately for George, he picked up a duck against Hampshire. Scored 82 for the second 11 against Sussex at Taunton earlier this month. 134 against Nottinghamshire at the end of June and in that previous round of the county championship as well. So, as you say, in a decent bit of form. On a day that Somerset scored 500 off 120 overs to pick up a 2-ball duck, you'd fair to say you probably missed out on that date.
Yeah, probably not the happiest man in the changing rooms then, are you?
Luke Proctor then to carry on.
Although he'd probably rather get 100 when they're 60 for 6 than...
Oh, absolutely. Abell Cadmore looking for the single. It's played down the ground. Luke Proctor's 5th over after lunch, I believe. Bowled those 3, didn't he, before lunch? Encouraging signs for the Northamptonshire skipper that a bit of a longer spell. So Luke Proctor there, look, that first delivery there, 76.1 to Tom Taylor's 78.
Good contest to see this, I think. Luke hasn't bowled a huge amount at Cadmore, and I don't think he'll just sit on him for 6 balls. I could see something's going to happen, isn't it?
Yeah, as you said, I'd be very surprised. The fielder's still out at, got a fielder out at deep point and then deep mid-wicket, deep square leg as well. Cadmore can go down the ground if he wants to. Sanderson and Keogh are both up inside what would be a 30-yard circle, and he does indeed. He chips that over Rob Keogh, runs away down towards the heavy sweep. He picks up 4 more, moves to 26. Somerset 181 for 3. As you said, you called it right. It was coming, wasn't it?
Yeah.
2 dot balls and
hadn't got one away for a little bit, has he? Not certainly not out the middle, and you can just see he just wants to hit boundaries, doesn't he?
yeah. But I think the worry is, I think he's 26 off 23 balls, and I'm not convinced he's timed one yet.
Yeah, that second ball, lovely. He hasn't hit one well since, has he? But is it going to be his day?
Nicely played. Gets himself down the other end.
It's good cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, good batting. Get the boundary, hand it over to your mate. Fielders coming off the boundary now. George Bartlett's on strike. Fielder stays out at deep square leg, just goes in front of square though. I suppose gives Luke Proctor the option for a short ball if he wants it. It's down the leg side, flicked around the corner from George Bartlett, and that's going to be 4 more. So I think that's what's been a shame. It's never felt like we've been that far away from the next boundary ball from Northamptonshire on day one here. It's a dot ball to finish Luke Proctor's 8th.
They've picked up boundaries quite well, haven't they? Give credit to all 5 of the Somerset batters we've seen so far. That they've all batted fairly well, haven't they? And all put away bad balls. And Bartlett looks a tough lad to bowl at. You almost want to get straight at him, and you feel you're a chance with LBW all the time. And every time you slightly miss, he puts you away for 4. And then he's amassed 35 fairly nicely. I know he survived that LBW shot off Sanderson. It would have been a nice one to go our way, perhaps.
Have to watch it back on the umpires' GoPro cameras that they're wearing. See what
they got them on this game, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. See Nigel Long at square leg there. You can just see the black box of the GoPro on his chest. I think producer George was saying that big swing that time from Cadmore. I say that time, I mean it's not that much of a shock, is it? Looks to go down the ground off Tom Taylor. Yeah, George was saying that apparently this umpire camera, these GoPros, it's the same technology that's currently being used by American police to issue speeding tickets. So I'm not quite sure how that works, but
well, sort about transferables, isn't it?
nicely played. That's going to be 4 more. Width on offer from Tom Taylor. Cadmore runs it down to deep third.
Do you know what the long is it a long-term goal that we can have like a review system? Is it or?
Well, do you know? It was one of those things. I'm pretty sure that's what I'd read, but then the more I'd really thought about it, I wondered whether I'd just dreamt it. But I think that there is genuinely talk of almost having kind of on-site DRS available. And I was chatting to Alex about it this morning, and it's going to be difficult with the fact that those cameras that those umpires are wearing are always going to be moving.
Yeah. That would have been my first thought straight away, right?
Every umpire, the camera position is going to be slightly different as well, which is going to make the technology you have to work even harder.
And if you can't use it every ball everywhere, there's no point having it. No, I'm maybe a bit old-fashioned. I get DRS. I think that for those sort of real bad ones, I quite like it. But I've always been a fan of human error within sport.
Okay.
Something about I quite like it.
What if you're on the receiving end of it? Do you feel the same way then?
Yeah, you get some, you lose some, don't you? I suppose, but probably right after the moment, I probably wouldn't be.
I think you're right. I think it's always hard to convince yourself when you're on the receiving end of it that it will come back around in your favour, but you do almost, it might not be like for like the way that kind of karma works, but you might get a dodgy LBW decision, but then 2 weeks later you might get dropped.
Yeah.
And it might not be a case of, well, I've survived a dodgy LBW decision because I got given a bad one, but I think it does rotate round. Oh, it's close. Cadmore looking to run that down to deep third again. I don't think that was that far away from off stump, as he's just dropped that one down by his feet. Getting closer down to that 200 mark that you spoke about after lunch.
Yeah, these two have put on over 50 now, haven't they?
They have.
It's been just the thing that Somerset needed, really, after that third wicket.
That is down the ground from Cadmore. Bit of good fortune, inside edge, past Lewis McManus, and he picks up another 4. So 8 runs off that Tom Taylor over. His economy took a bit of a battering on that one, but contextually you can write off that last one, that's for sure. 194 for 3, Somerset off 52 overs. George Bartlett on 35, and for a nice bit of symmetry, Cadmore on 35 as well.
just picked up through the effects mic during that over. It's Cadmore on strike, and lads, it's a matter of time. And you do feel like you're in the game every ball with him, and it probably is a matter of time. He just might get 150 before his time runs out, and that's the challenge with somebody that plays in the manner that he does, and someone that has the talent that he does, I suppose, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, he's going to be in that squad batting at number 5 for that exact reason.
Yeah.
It's either we'll take the game away from you after a really good start, or we're going to come at you really hard and counter-attack you after potentially not the best one.
Yeah, and they've got so much quality, so much depth, that's not necessarily a luxury, but it's a position and a role that they can have with sort of quite a good amount of ease, really.
So play and miss from George Bartlett, just drawn into the shot there by Luke Proctor, through to Lewis McManus. No harm done though. Email coming from Margie. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. I think I am. Just to let us know that she's they're watching the game from the beautiful but chilly Cape Town.
Oh, fantastic.
So if anybody is watching around the world and you fancy just flexing the location of where you're watching the stream from. Nowhere quite like Wantage Road at Northampton though, is there? Let's be completely honest. But Cape Town's going to take some beating, I think, in terms of geographical distance from the grounds.
Yeah, and what's the context of chilly Cape Town? It's probably still a little bit warmer than it is here.
Yeah, 28 degrees. Had to wear a jumper today. It was outrageous.
But no, nice email to get, and they're the nice sort of stories that you get with being able to have the live stream in the position that it is now. Fans and cricket fans all over the globe can tune in and watch quite easily. It's quite nice to see.
It's well bowled again from Luke Proctor. George Bartlett just eyeing up that vacant area, isn't he, down towards deep third, and Proctor offering him the ability to play it down there. 2 slips in place though is play it down there at your peril. 5 dot balls so far in this over. Can we get away with another maiden? We can indeed. Another maiden for Luke Proctor. His 3rd of the day, 9 overs, 3 maidens, none for 34. I'm sure Tom Taylor will be thrilled to bits, but he'll have to bowl to Tom Cadmore. Again, that last over that he bowled went for 8. You can see there that panning shot of the cloud cover coming over from the west. Giving these Northants seamers all the encouragement and all the assistance that it possibly can do with this Duke's cricket ball. Still 2 slips in for Tom Taylor.
Yeah, there's been enough there, hasn't there? I wouldn't have said he's bowled bad balls that have been hit for 4.
No, I think that would be fair.
How long have we got till tea, Dan?
It's a really good question, Dan, and one that I get quite confused about answering. So I'll double check with the chaps over the other side.
Yeah. Can never work out whether it's meant to be 340 or 34 overs. Or
It's one of the two.
yeah, it gets me I think it gets me every day, to be honest. I've only been here 4.5 years and I still can't work it out.
I don't think it shouldn't be that far away, because in theory we're only 1 over behind. Well fielded by Emilio Gay at gully. Tumbled in instalments then, didn't he, as he went down to pick the ball up. So it should be 340, or it'll be 11 overs remaining. So it isn't going to be 340.
So there's another 11 overs.
Another 11 overs before.
Okay. You'd say that if Somerset can get through those 11 overs without losing another wicket, they've probably had the better of the 2 sessions, haven't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
At the rate they're scoring, it's probably getting them up to 225 at least.
Yeah, it's not going to be far away, is it, in 11 overs time? Say just 6 runs away from that kind of 200 mark that you mentioned earlier, and I think if Somerset are 3 down, you'd say that they've won that, certainly won that battle. But again, it's that kind of score that, it's still at that kind of score that if Northamptonshire can bag themselves a couple of quick wickets, it really does kind of just even the game back out again. We're not at that stage yet where Somerset have accelerated and gone past what would be parity, but that's going to certainly help Somerset do so. It's still not timed that, has he? But Jack White's going to give chase. Yeah, it's further cements the point about the moisture that's around at Northampton at the moment. More of a 9-iron that, wasn't it, into the green, I think, but a backspin. Jack White does the work and turns it through. We'll put George Bartlett on strike though. To be a different prospect and a different challenge for Tom Taylor. For these 2 balls left in his 11th over. A good bowling partnership, I think, from Proctor and Taylor this spell. Must be difficult to come up with plans when you've got batters of 2 kind of very differing mindsets, almost polar opposites to that point, to kind of set the plans, to set the fields for the right batter at the right time. It's tucked off George Bartlett's hip. I think he's going to look for 2, but he's going to come back for it. There's a chance if the throw's on target. George Bartlett picks up 2. Somerset move to 199. Tom Taylor has bowled 11 overs, none for 55. Looks like Ben Sanderson's going to come back into the attack from the David Capel end, replacing captain Luke Proctor. Put a fair old shift in by the end of the day. He's bowled 16 overs already so far today out of the 54.
You'd think he'll bowl a spell now, and he's going to bowl a spell with the new ball again later on as well, isn't he? So that could get to 25 plus, I'd have thought, by the end of the day.
Yeah. Possibly what it will be. Possibly the full 5 overs from the David Capel end before tea as well. Still 2 slips in for Tom Kohler-Cadmore. 3 fielders out, 1 at fine leg, 1 at deep mid wicket and 1 at deep point. And that is hacked into the leg side, splits deep mid wicket and fine leg, and Kohler-Cadmore picks up an agricultural 4. He moves to 42 off 35. And that's 200 runs for Somerset off 54.1 overs. And they look very good for those 200 runs. Indeed.
Yeah, you got another one back leg side now as well.
Yeah, Tom Taylor's making his way out to deep mid wicket. Safe saves. Gone to deep backward square, isn't he? Don't think that's going to put him off. Uses his feet this time, and Sanderson's just seen him come in there as he's dropped his length back a touch. He does get off strike though with the leg bite. Fielders converge, don't they? It's kind of parting of the Red Sea when Kohler-Cadmore's on strike, and then everybody kind of swarms back towards the cut strip when George Bartlett's at the business end.
been a really good partnership, this, hasn't it? Almost 70 now, and I know Northampton's got those 2 wickets in the sort of first 7-8 overs back after lunch, which was exactly what was needed. And the game wasn't in the balance at 138 for 3, but it certainly could have become 150, 160 for 5 just as easily. But this has been a perfect partnership for them.
Yeah, it's been really good to watch. George Bartlett's been so watchful, hasn't he, for his 37 off 84. He's left the ball really nicely outside off stump. And then we've got the crash bang wallop personality of Tom Kohler-Cadmore at the other end. She said taking an awful lot of pressure off his batting partner. So these two came together at 138 for 3. Nicely played. Gets past Sam Whiteman, who gives chase. It's going to be another couple added to the score. So unless this really bakes over the next 3 days, 3.5 days, I think we're going to see many shots racing across the outfield. It's still, imagine if you could have a, well, I'm sure you probably could, it's not that imaginable, is it, but kind of a split screen of last summer here at Wantage Road compared to this summer. Two completely different pictures, I would imagine.
Wasn't this green, was it?
Call for 2, but it's only ever going to be 1. So 1 off the last ball of Ben Sanderson's 17th over. None for 50. George Bartlett on 40. Tom Kohler-Cadmore 42. And Somerset 207 for 3 off 55 overs. Tom Taylor then going to carry on from the Lynn Wilson centre end. I think this is the end that Rob Keogh's done most of his work this season at Wantage Road. The opportunity to 5 more from Tom Taylor from this end, or potentially a change for a bit of spin before tea.
Yeah, I think we'll see a bit of spin. It's been tough, hasn't it? I'm always surprised we haven't seen as much yet, but I think there's been enough there, hasn't there? It's definitely keeping you interested, and looks like Justin Broad's perhaps, whether he's going through a stretch to have a bowl or whether he's just getting his body moving, I'm not sure, but I'd be surprised to see him.
That looks like I'm getting loose to bowl. Having just played, well, this is just his second first-class game. It's hard to know the full mannerisms yet of Justin Broad, isn't it? Alex was saying about Rob Keogh's quite elongated warm-up when he comes onto bowl, but I mean, who knows? Who knows with Justin? It could be next over.
Yeah.
It could be 3 overs time.
Exactly. Or maybe he's just trying to get inside Luke Proctor's mind.
True.
Just let him know he's there. But no, it certainly seems to be fairly vigorous.
It's a cool story, isn't it? Kind of a German international that's now playing first-class cricket for Northamptonshire. It's. I love the fact that cricket is becoming a bigger sport, and we're starting to talk about non-traditional cricket nations playing.
Yeah, it's definitely growing, isn't it? I think I read this morning that Wayne Madsen from Derbyshire is going to play for Italy as well.
Wow. Yeah. So
there's definitely some really good emergence, and Gareth Berg is with us. He's obviously head coach in Italy, and yeah, there's a lot more players from some of those associate nations coming through it. So, yeah, it's good to see, isn't it?
Mm. They've got the qualifiers, isn't it, for the next T20 World Cup, I think. And I know is there one more place from Europe, I think, available, which I think is going to be a bit of a shootout, probably between Ireland and Scotland. Lovely shot from Bartlett. No run, straight to Jack White. But yeah, it's really exciting to see players, high quality players as well. And that game that everybody loves, or not everybody, but we all love anyway, spreading around different nations.
Yeah, it's been that was the recent qualifiers for the 50 over World Cup that's probably the best qualifying tournament I've seen for probably ever, really, especially in terms of interest levels from around the world.
Yeah.
Wow, what a shot that is.
Yeah. Cracking shot by George Bartlett. It's definitely not going to go. Proctor doing the fielding. Ben Sanderson, I think, with a bit of a desperate dive, wasn't it, on the leg side, but quite an interesting looking shot, that's for sure. Timed it well, picked up 2. Yeah, just a crying shame with that 50 over World Cup that there's only going to be 10 teams there.
Yeah.
West Indies obviously missed out. First time that they won't be at one of these major tournaments. Zimbabwe as well, Ireland.
Yeah, there's some big names, isn't there?
Mm.
Good to see sort of Netherlands.
Yeah, Scotland got
Back
picked at the
again,
post, didn't they? So it's Sri Lanka and the Netherlands, wasn't it, that qualified?
Yeah. I also saw something the other day. ICC were talking about overseas players in the franchise tournaments and the associate nation players not counting as to the overseas, just to try and give them more opportunity to play and a bit more exposure. And yeah, that's great. Can only make associate nation cricket better and get them playing against some of those better players more regularly.
Good over from Tom Taylor, just 2 runs from it. 209 for 3 off 56 overs. Yeah, I mean, I guess the more T20 competitions we end up having around the world, we're going to end up with trying to find a few more players. And respectfully to each of the host nations, if teams and squads can include a couple more overseas players, the quality of those competitions, you would argue, and I think be able to come up with a really good argument for, should be stronger as well, shouldn't it?
Yeah, I think so. You know, the standard of Indian cricket since the inception of the IPL is noticeable, isn't it? And not even necessarily with the 3 that can play, but being able to have 6 or whatever it is in your squad, even just training with those people.
Yeah.
For 6 to 8 weeks can only make you better, can't it? So, yeah, there seems to be a franchise tournament of some description every month of the year now.
Well bowled from Ben Sanderson, just tucking Cadmore up for room, just not allowing him to free his arms. All men up on the offside, so you'd think that Ben Sanderson's going to be bowling very straight to Cadmore, with fielders out at deep mid-wicket, deep square leg and fine leg as well. Still the 2 slips being persisted with by Luke Proctor, I think highlighting the fact that that lateral movement through the air and off the seam is still available. Down the ground, down the leg side. Chance for McManus, but I think George Bartlett was home.
He's done really well at getting off strike, hasn't he? I know he's picked up his boundaries, but every time we've bowled a couple of dots at him, if he hasn't got a boundary, you just feel that sort of pressure and building and him going to do something, and Cadmore just manages to find a 1 or a leg by and get off strike and sort of not save himself, but it sort of releases it again for another over, doesn't it?
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see with the differing strike rates whether Cadmore at the non-strikers end for longer periods of time does apply a bit more pressure to this partnership. Nicely played by Bartlett, and that is going to be 4 in fact. That's gone past Justin Broad. And that one has raced across. Quite a short boundary, isn't it, down towards the older scoreboard and what I think is it was a signal box, wasn't it? What's now the Supporters Club building.
Yes, it was, yeah.
4 more for George Bartlett, who moves to 46.
Oh,
Bit of lift, wasn't it?
it's bounced again, yeah.
Yeah, just got George Bartlett on the gloves there as he played it quite nicely in the end, didn't he? Took his bottom hand off the bat just to take a bit of pace off with that extra bit of bounce. plenty of encouragement coming from Northants fielders for Ben Sanderson. I think well spotted, Dan. I think we're almost certainly going to get Justin Broad from the Lynn Wilson centre end next up. Just the 2 overs in his debut game down at Middlesex.
Had some reasonable performances in the second team with the ball as well, didn't he? He looks a more than handy bowler.
Yeah, absolutely. He's picked up a few key wickets in the T20 Blast as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
Came on as a bit of a surprise, I think, in that game against Lancashire. Picked up Daryl Mitchell, obviously the New Zealand international, in that fixture. And then 2 for against Leicestershire as well. Looks like a real, just a good all-round cricketer, Justin Broad.
Yeah, it's sometimes nice. They won't have seen a lot of him either, will they? So
short, pulled towards Ben Sanderson. Bit of a loosener there from Justin Broad first up. It gets away with it as Cadmore pulls that one straight to Ben Sanderson at mid-wicket. Stream powered by Daffabet here at Northamptonshire. About 6 overs to go before tea. Down the ground for Cadmore. Out to Safe Zabe doing the fielding on the offside boundary at deep point. So George Bartlett, 4 runs away from his 50, will have 4 balls to face from Justin Broad. Do you have much to do with the players in your role? Do you mingle with them at points? Do you?
Yeah, probably more socially.
Yeah.
Than necessarily sort of like exactly work related. They all have community and sort of like corporate duties that they partake in, events they attend for us. But yeah, I guess more on a social aspect. Kit is probably the next biggest thing, or they've got something they need to come and see me about. My door's always open, but yeah, in the main it's probably more of a social relationship with a lot of them, to be fair.
The shape here from Justin Broad, isn't there?
Yeah, he's...
After that loosener, that first one to Cadmore, he's just looking like he's just shaping the ball away nicely from George Bartlett. He'd almost, potentially, I think there'd be argument to say that it looks like the most pronounced swing that we've seen of any of the Northants bowlers so far in this game.
I definitely agree with that, and I think Luke Proctor's sort of seen the same thing, and there's a bit of a field change. Second slip gone in.
Yeah, Emilio Gay gone back to second and Safe Zabe in at gully. Squared George Bartlett up and he's worn that one.
Certainly got a nice action, hasn't he?
He does indeed. Good bowling change so far from Luke Proctor.
I'd say he needed that first one. He looked like he must have been a bit cold. I think he had about 3 jumpers he had to take off before he umpire looks loaded up.
There must be an element of nervousness as well, so early on in your professional career as well. Again, lovely shape from Justin Broad to finish his first over. It's just gone for the 1 run. 75 mile an hour, that last delivery.
Yeah, it's got a bit element of nerves, hasn't it? I think that's probably one of the sort of really nice things around it is it's happened quite quickly for him. You know, he hasn't come into the setup and sort of sat around the first team squad but not played for a year or 6 months. You know, the coaching staff obviously been impressed by him and he's sort of come straight in and probably on a bit of a high and a bit of a roller coaster. He probably happened much quicker than he thought, and maybe you get by without actually thinking about it too much. And yeah, he's been quite impressive in the games he's played, with white ball and red ball.
Yeah, absolutely. And having had the opportunity to chat with a couple of the players, everybody said that he's settled into the squad really nicely as well. And another good addition to the dressing room, which is always nice to hear.
Yeah, we've got a really good group in that sense. I think it's quite nice for new people coming in, but it's a good environment. Oh,
Flicked away. Is it a chance?
Good catch.
It is. What a catch. Cadmore goes. Caught in the deep by substitute George Weldon. The field is sprinting across to congratulate George for the catch. I don't think many people have patted Ben Sanderson on the back for that wicket, I don't think. I think they're all going over to see George. What a fantastic catch. Brilliant bit of work. Maybe that peroxide head stays for a bit longer if that's going to bring him the good fortune.
He can keep it if he's going to do that. That's a very good bit of fielding.
Fantastic reaction from Northants fielders getting over there to congratulate young George. Cadmore goes for 43 or 41. And Somerset 2-1-5 for 4. Ben Sanderson picks up his first wicket, that of Tom Cadmore. Fantastic catch. From
a seamer as well. He's, you don't often see the big seamers move quite so well, but modern cricket, that's a mighty good catch.
Absolutely right. Is he on the field for?
Jack White's back on.
Is it Tom Taylor that might be off having a
it could well
a bit of a breather? He's the one that's just obviously been replaced, isn't he, from this end? But James Rue's going to be the new batter for Somerset. The main man, the man at the top of the charts. He's got 952 runs so far in the county championship. High score of 221, which came against Hampshire last time out, averaging 73 as well. And then just to continue to sing his praises, he scored the 89 in the reverse fixture down at Taunton as well.
Not bad numbers, are they?
He's having a good year. He's definitely having a good year.
And he's keeping, isn't he?
He is a wicket keeper, yeah. Somerset fans must be really, really excited about the prospect of having James Rue in the squad. Still only 19 years old.
I wouldn't know the stats, and I'm sure it would be impossible to get, but I can't remember the last time there'd be a keeper batter at the top of the Division 1 run scoring charts.
I'll be honest, that's probably way above my pay grade. I'm not quite sure what kind of almanac or say it with confidence, and I think there'll be enough people that would definitely believe it. Yeah, to bat, as you say, to bat number 6 and have those opportunities to score that amount of runs. Testament, I guess, to the other Somerset batters that have batted with him during that period of time as well.
Yeah, and probably goes to show, just re-emphasise that depth that they have, doesn't it?
Yeah.
At some point he's going to have had to be batting with 7, 8, 9, 10, and they've all got ability to score 50s and 100s themselves. So a really timely wicket that for Sando and for Northants.
Yeah, ball just dying there as that's gone past James Rue. First left-hander that we've seen today, isn't it?
Yeah, did it flick his bat as he left it?
I think it might have done, actually, yeah. It's hard to tell. It was hard to tell on that first kind of replay, wasn't it? But that second camera angle that we've got.
Another one before tea would be nice, wouldn't it, from a Northamptonshire perspective?
Certainly would, and none better than this one as well. Oh, I'm still none the wiser.
I think it's hit it and gone down. Oh, well, I'm going to say that it's done that.
That is a wicket maiden for Ben Sanderson. His first wicket of the innings of Tom Kohler-Cadmore. 19 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 54. Somerset after 59 overs, 215 for 4. And a massive breakthrough. Big partnership, wasn't it, building between George Bartlett and Tom Kohler-Cadmore, the dangerous batter, unsurprisingly caught in the deep and caught brilliantly by George Weldon. Just give Northampton a bit of spark now, won't it, for those last couple of overs before tea?
Yeah, that partnership of 80. I think it was just starting, wasn't it? Just starting to drift a little bit, and if they'd batted for another half an hour and got to tea, and then another half an hour after tea, I think it could have started to get beyond 250. So, yeah, a really good time for a wicket, and not a particularly nice time for Rue to bat. 5 overs before tea. It's never that nice batting just before a break, is it? So perhaps the chance we could get another wicket and perhaps be 5 down at tea.
You must have to start twice, don't you?
Yeah, you can't really achieve anything in this period, can you?
No, you quite literally can't win, can you?
No, all that can happen is you could get out, and that's it, really, isn't it? You know, you walk off 5 not out, you still got to come out and start again. So yeah, 220 for 5 certainly sounds a bit different, that's for sure.
Lovely shot by George Bartlett. It's another one to his tally. It was a series of top balls with just a single in that period of play just before the wicket of Kohler-Cadmore. Whether that little bit of pressure, the scoreboard not moving, whether that played any part of that wicket coming, I'm not entirely sure, because I think he probably would have played the shot regardless, but might have had one eye on the fact that there'd been a couple of overs gone with just 1 run added to the score.
Yes, Sanderson bowled quite a nice line at him as well, didn't he? Didn't give him any width at any point, and did make it difficult for him to free his arms.
Swinging away from left-handed James Root. 2 slips and a gully in place for Justin Broad. I think if he gets this kind of movement out of it, I think we'll be seeing a bit more of Justin Broad with the ball throughout the rest of the season. Oh, squared James Root up that time, through to Lewis McManus.
Yeah, he's a genuine bowler, isn't he? He's more than a part-timer.
Yeah, real genuine all-round cricketer, isn't he? I suppose everybody would look at him to be more of a batter, with that position at number 3 in the lineup, and get a nice shape away. Just 74 mile an hour.
Got quite good height as well, hasn't he? A lot of good area, good bit of bounce.
Slips now. Certainly getting this Dukes to do something slightly more than what the rest of the Northamptonshire bowlers have managed to get so far today. 1 run off the over. It's a late swing as well, isn't it, from Justin Broad?
He's got it going both ways late.
It's quite a valuable skill to have, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wouldn't turn it down if it was on offer.
No, I think I'd be quite glad of that.
We're looking to get George Bartlett off strike as quick as possible and get as many balls at James Root as they possibly can in the next 4 overs.
think it looks as though we've gone a little bit wider at him. I feel like we've bowled quite as straight, and
he's been looking to run the ball down to deep third quite consistently, hasn't he? Some of which have been slightly less convincing than others, and I think that's why we've still got those 2 slips in place. And it's a tight ring, isn't it, on the offside? Those fielders very tight in. Justin Broad. Backward point, almost what looks like a bit of a fly gully. Sam Whiteman just behind point, safe save, but at what you describe as a short cover, and Rob Keogh at a pretty aggressive mid-off as well. Down the ground this time, and George Bartlett just turns this one into the leg side and picks up a single. He moves to 48.
Looks much more comfortable there, doesn't he?
He does indeed, yeah. As I say, I don't necessarily think Sanderson or Proctor is going to be that disappointed by that. We'll get 3 balls at James Rue, who's had a little bit of a poke, hasn't he? A couple of these deliveries that have gone past him so far in the 8 that he's faced.
He wants to feel bat on ball, as most batters do early on, I guess. And
3 slips in for the new man. Tempter from Ben Sanderson, left well alone from James Rue. I'm excited to watch him play, actually. I've obviously read so much about him this summer, and the runs that he scored and the way that he scored them. Haven't obviously until today had the opportunity to actually watch him go about his work. So as a cricket fan, I'm genuinely excited to see how he goes about his business.
Yeah, he's obviously got bundles of talent, hasn't he?
Ooh, back in, isn't it, this time? Not far away from the off stump from Ben Sanderson. I think that delivery there, just make sure that James Rue continues to keep playing at these balls outside the off stump, knowing that obviously Sanderson and Broad have got the ability to swing the ball both ways. Interesting, isn't it, that we get, what are we, 60 overs into this game, 58, 57 when Broad came on. And it didn't really feel as though the Dukes had done a great deal through the air up till this point, and it almost feels like we've got a different cricket ball in our hand. Over bowled, 1 run from it. George Bartlett will be on strike for the next over. He's 48 not out of 105 balls.
I think that movement and that wicket are probably the sort of 2 factors why we probably haven't seen any more of Rob Keogh yet. There's still enough happening for those seamers, isn't there?
Yeah, and with how green that pitch looks from up here, and she said the overheads that are enabling that movement, it would be silly, wouldn't it, to not stick with that plan. Certainly an opportunity for Justin Broad, I think, to bump himself up the pecking order with regards to bowling opportunities for Luke Proctor. As I say, in that game that went the absolute distance against Middlesex, he just bowled those 2 overs. So potentially last week, Luke and the management team didn't see him as a guy that they could trust to get kind of 8, 10, 12 overs out of. Maybe felt that, I suppose, the Kookaburra would have been a factor as well, wouldn't it? It's a lovely shot from George Bartlett, and part stopped by Justin Broad. But he certainly offers the flexibility to Northamptonshire to be able to play that extra batter and just extend that lineup slightly.
Yeah, with him and Luke Proctor in the side and Rob Keogh as you spin, you've got 3 that bat in the top 6 or 7 that can all bowl. It's a big positive, isn't it? Bounce
as well from Justin Broad that time. Good carry through to Lewis McManus. George Bartlett find himself in a bit of an interesting position, doesn't he? 2 away from a milestone, and 2.5 overs away from tea as well. New man at the crease, as yet hasn't been able to take any of the pressure off George yet, unlike what Cadmore was able to do. Tempters again, isn't it, from Justin Broad. 2 slips in there, safe save, but gully as well. Rolling that wide line just to see if they can invite the shot, knowing that 4 would be enough to get him through to the half century.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? 15 minutes ago it was bowl as many dots as you can at Bartlett and try not to let him score, and now we're sort of trying to draw him into playing a few shots because there is a bit more pressure out there.
There's that strength of George Bartlett once again, isn't it? Just turning it off his pads down to deep square for a single, so he moves to 49. James Rue will just have the 1 delivery from Justin Broad to negotiate this time. James Rue is off the mark. A bit straighter that time from Justin Broad, maybe asking that ball just to do a little bit more than what it's prepared to do at the moment. James Rue tucks that one into the leg side. He picks up 2. He gets himself off the mark. Somerset are 220 for 4. 62 overs, so yeah, 2 overs to go before tea. How would you sum up and summarise what you've seen in this afternoon session, Dan?
It's tough, isn't it? I don't think Northampton have done a lot wrong. I don't know what more could have been done to change things. I just think, you know, fair play to the Somerset batters. I think Bartlett and Cadmore in particular batted very well together, didn't they? And just made it very, very difficult to pick up wickets. And you know, another day it could have been 5 or 6, or we could have got one a bit earlier, and maybe it looks slightly different. But I think Somerset, I would say they're ahead. I'd say they're in the box seat, but they're certainly ahead of the game at the minute, aren't they? They'll be eyeing up somewhere around 400 from here, probably, I would think, if they can have another partnership, and especially with the depth of batting line that they know they have. I think Northamptonshire, being realistic, maybe 350, and anything in and around there or south of there would probably take. And whilst perhaps not ideal after you've won the toss and bowl, I don't think it's unmanageable.
That's 50 for George Bartlett. Turns that one round the corner. Brings up his 50 off 112 deliveries. He's batted for just over 2 hours. And he's looked very good for those 50 runs as well. Fair few Somerset fans, I think, around the ground there, just applauding their batter. But I think you're right. I don't think Northamptonshire have done a great deal wrong with the ball. I mean, to be really critical, it's felt there's been a boundary ball not that far away, but in terms of the lines and the lengths that have been bowled as a whole, again, it's been kind of on the money. It's been there or thereabouts. I think they probably would have expected slightly more movement through the air than what they had first thing, and then the continuation of that into the afternoon session as well. And it's not like we've had a missed opportunity. There's been no missed chances. It's just been good batting by Somerset.
Yeah, they've batted well. They have batted well. I think these situations often lead to runs as well. You know, it's hard to. We've wanted to keep catches in because there has been that movement there, and I think, you know, had it been really flat and not that level of movement, I think you'd have seen a slightly different field, and it would have been about run saving. But there has definitely been some positivity there from Luke Proctor in his field placings, and I think that in itself brings about the opportunity for more runs. And the question has been whether we can get a couple of wickets in a couple of overs.
Mm.
It's felt possible. It's felt like when you get one, you'll get two, maybe three, but we just haven't quite managed to do it yet. And Somerset have been quite good at rebuilding and just taking their time to reset after a wicket.
Yeah, as you said, those wickets have certainly been singular, haven't they? Just the one run off that Ben Sanderson over. He's bowled 21 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 56 now. I think this will be the last over before tea. Justin Broad's going to bowl that one from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Yeah, as you say, the wickets have been singular. Haven't quite come in patches yet, and potentially that's what might happen in the evening session. That kind of classic club cricket saying of one brings two, and
yeah,
you never know. And say you change that 4 through to a 6 or a 7, then it certainly looks like a bit of a better decision or a better performance anyway than what we've seen so far. Not to say that it's been a negative one from Northamptonshire whatsoever so far.
Yeah, I think sometimes you can get drawn into the score a little bit, can't you? I think if you looked at it at 220 for 4, without watching any of the game, you could say Somerset are well ahead. But I think there is enough happening that you can see it changing. The interesting thing will be 64 overs, and then who's going to bowl after tea in that spell before the new ball. You sort of touched on earlier, Ben's bowled 21 overs, Jack White's bowled 16, 17 overs.
17, I think, Jack. Yeah, 17.
You'd expect them to bowl with the new ball in sort of 16 overs time. Who's going to bowl that first hour after tea? Because I think that's going to be really important. Got to be looking to try and pick up a wicket or two within that period.
Yeah, I think they'll look at the experience of Tom Taylor, won't they? After tea. Nicely played into the leg side. Kind of feels like a bit of deja vu when George Bartlett plays that kind of tuck into the leg side, doesn't it?
Yes.
And I think as well, I think Rob Keogh will have an important role to play after tea and that build up to that second new ball. So there was turnout there before, and we can look out of our commentary box here. You can see the footholes outside of James Rew's off stump, can't you? They're quite pronounced already. Where those big fast bowlers have come through the crease there and just churned the soil up slightly.
I definitely think if Rew's still batting for a period after tea, I could see Rob Keogh having a good little bowl from his Lynn Wilson end.
Yeah, we saw it quite early on against Kent as well, didn't we? The footholes became quite noticeable. I suppose they're not holes yet, are they? Probably just marks, but we know what we're trying to. I know what I'm trying to say anyway. Shorter, pulled away from James Rew. It's going to be 4 more. 4 for James Rew. His first boundary of his innings. Somerset moved to 226 for 4. It's just 1 ball remaining then before tea. Just dropping his length there. Justin Broad and James Rew punishing the mistake.
Yeah, it wasn't that short, was it? He's picked that up pretty quickly.
Yeah, I suppose at mid-70s it's no great pace to get in behind it.
Yeah, and
he certainly looked the most threatening when the ball's been pitched up.
Fresh off a double 100, he's probably seeing it quite well as well, isn't he?
I suspect so. Dot ball then to finish the afternoon session. The score 226 for 4. George Bartlett 51 not out. James Rew on 6. The wickets to fall in the afternoon session were Tom Abell, bowled by Jack White. Tom Cadmore bowled. Ben Sanderson caught by George Weldon, and then Sean Dixon in the middle there, bowled by Jack White and caught by Emilio Gay at second slip. Dan, thank you very much for your company.
Pleasure. Thank you for having me, mate.
Take a quick break for 20 minutes and we'll see you after tea.
Welcome back to the county ground. Back out after tea. It'll be Bartlett and Rood to pick things up for Somerset at 226 for 4. I've jumped back in. I'm Alex Berry. Got Dan Jadzovic alongside me. 32 overs, quite important in the scope of the match here, I'd say.
Yeah, you kind of get the impression that if Northampton can pick up a couple of wickets here before this second new ball and pick them up quite quickly, you get into that kind of... It's a long batting lineup for Somerset. Like, there is quality. I mean, Matt Henry's at 10. He's a good cricket batter. But you do kind of feel like you get through one of these, you get into those kind of that lower middle order, and there might be an opportunity.
Just pushed up to mid-on to get us underway this evening. Yeah, I mean, when you're looking, you've got an Overton at 9. It's not a bad number 9 to have, and the kind of number 9 that can very quickly take a precarious position or a good position, and sort of you blink and 8 or 9 overs later, all of a sudden they've stuck an extra 40 on and you're really up against it. So I think early wicket's important here for Northamptonshire.
Yeah, absolutely right. Or, I mean, the alternative for the Somerset perspective, obviously you've got a guy at the non-strikers end at the moment who doing quite well this year.
Has scored a few.
Yeah, he's got some runs. 952 runs to his name so far this campaign. And then George Bartlett himself, he's looked good for 51 today and scored a good 100 against Notts in not the last round but the round before. Scored 80 odd against Sussex 2s as well in between. So you've got two guys in a decent bit of form at the moment.
Yeah, and you're in a nice position, aren't you, when you've already got, what was it at the time, 215 on the board, and then the comfortable leading run scorer in the county championship walks out to bat for you. It looked a little bit, I sort of tracked it a bit from the other room and mainly through the stream, that sort of Broad actually got a little bit going there in just before the break.
Yeah, he certainly
squared up again.
He certainly got the most lateral movement that I've seen so far today. And be interesting to see whether he bowls straight away after tea from the Lynn Wilson Centre end again, or whether maybe Tom Taylor will bowl. I'd be surprised. What have we got? 15 overs until another new ball. I'd be surprised if Sanderson carries on, and Jack White as well. He's already bowled 17 himself. Otherwise, I mean, Sanderson, if he bowls again now, he's going to be looking at 30 over
yeah,
day,
I think if you were going to look at Sanderson or White, they probably both had to open up after tea, and one of them may still do from this end, I suppose, but they had to open up after tea if you were going to give them a burst of 2 or 3 overs and then put them on ice until that new ball. So I think the fact that it's Proctor here, unless one of them bowls from this Lynn Wilson end, I don't think we'll see them again before the new ball. There's scope for a little bit of Rob Keogh in there as well, I suppose. Just dab down again. There was a little bit of turn there earlier, obviously with a slightly newer ball.
Yeah, and I think when you look at those footmarks outside James Rew's off stump as well, will certainly give Proctor something to think about and give Rob Keogh a bit of encouragement as well. But what's encouraging, because Ben Sanderson apparently has chalked up another maiden to his name. What's been nice is the fact that we've seen Luke Proctor. Is that his 10th? That's his 10th over of the day, which is nice to see.
And when it's credited to him, his 4th maiden of the day as well.
Absolutely, but it is going to be Jack White, mate.
It is going to be Jack White, which, as you say, has had albeit less of a heavy workload than Ben Sanderson. He's got 5 overs on him there, so it could be a little burst here. And I think we talked about it earlier as well, that Jack's action is quite an easygoing one, and I think he probably has slightly more overs in him in a day than Ben Sanderson possibly, or has a quicker turnaround at times between spells. I would be very surprised here if this spell ended up being longer than 3 or 4 overs. I think a little look after tea, see what we can do. He's probably been our best bowler today, and see if they can nip Rew out early here. Quite a key wicket, you would imagine, in terms of the ongoing of this game.
Yeah, I think that movement that Justin Broad got will give Luke Proctor and Jack White a bit of encouragement, won't they, to see what they can get out of this 65 over old ball. But I mean, unless he picks up a couple of wickets in these next couple of overs, I don't think he's going to bowl more than 3
No.
or 4. But I think the thing I'm most interested about here is I think he's got odd shoes on.
Force nicely off the back foot. There's good work in there from Tom Taylor, actually. It's never fun diving on the square, and particularly it's like they used, it's one of the hybrid pitches there, so that'll have quite the rough twine in it as well. Keeps that down to 1. Yeah, I mean, he definitely has got two odd shoes on here, which is the most Jack White thing that it almost doesn't come as a surprise.
I hadn't really noticed it throughout the day, mind you. But
We'll have to go back and see if it's been like that all day.
yeah, the fluoro yellow sole on one boot and then the fluoro orange sole on the other one gave it away slightly.
Comfortably forward again. But the question is, and I will ask him this after play, there's as good a chance that he doesn't realise as that it was a deliberate thing.
Surely.
One of them might not even be his shoe.
Surely.
But yeah, I mean, they're 2 different vintages of Adidas bowling spike, aren't they?
Yeah, they genuinely are, yeah.
Very similar shoes, but he's just got the orange edition and the yellow edition.
You don't think he's gone for a bit of a statement piece for the evening session?
Ooh, a little bit of extra nip there from White. Squeezed away behind square. There has been a few today, haven't there, that have just lifted.
Yeah. I was chatting to Dan through that afternoon session, and obviously Somerset find themselves 228 for 4, having lost the toss and been inserted to bat here. And I think, as Dan said, you look at the scorecard in face value and you think, oh, it's been a terrible day for Northants. But I think they've bowled pretty well throughout these 65 overs. They've created. They haven't necessarily created opportunities. They haven't missed any opportunities, but they've been there the whole time. You'd argue that boundary ball has come slightly more frequently than what clearly Northamptonshire would have liked it to do. I think there were periods of time that Somerset was scoring 5 and over. But in terms of the line and the length, the lateral movement off the seam, the bit of swing that has been there, has been encouraging enough to keep 2, if not sometimes 3 slips in place. The lads have bowled well. They've just been unrewarded.
Yeah, you don't
so
often get into the 65th over and have 3 slips in. Particularly, I mean, okay, maybe if it's reversing around corners or it's a minefield of a deck, but yeah, it's unusual to still have those 3 planted in there and to not really have any scouts out at this point.
It's only really Cadmore, which clearly isn't going to come to any surprise, that those boundary riders did kind of disperse out. Everybody else, I mean, it's been 1 out at tops.
And I think it was interesting in Cadmore's innings that we saw when we played Somerset away at their place, and he really did get on top of the bowling, and those advanced shots that he was trying to hit over long on, he was crunching consistently. But today didn't seem to be able to link that up, and that could be all sorts of factors, pitch included, ball included, whatever. But there didn't seem to be that same dominance in. He was trying the same things, but couldn't execute them in the same way today, and sort of rode his luck a little bit, and ultimately it ran out for him. Waft. That'll be encouraging for Luke Proctor.
He's done that a couple of times, George Bartlett. He's looked to score down through 3rd man throughout the large part of his innings.
Yeah, cross with himself there, isn't he?
I think he probably knows that it is tough out there to score runs. Somerset have got themselves into a really good position, and there is a massive opportunity for George Bartlett to play a really, really large contributing innings towards kind of Somerset getting a positive result out of this game, and to give it away after tea with a bit of a light-handed waft outside off stump would be gutting for him.
That's more solid, pushed away. They'll look at 2, but I don't think it's there. No, they're coming back. This would be close. The throw is not quite there from Broad. Yeah, one thing I suppose we talked about it, or we mentioned it in the Northamptonshire's last game here, about Rob Keogh's conversion rate. Well, Bartlett this year has gone past 50 twice, and Cricket Info says he's got no 50s because he's got 200s, which I've never really liked as a cricket stat, that your 50 gets scrubbed off. Short. Bounces comfortably short of Jack White down at fine leg. So having now looked up and seen him on 55, if you're a Somerset fan, you think, well, we've got another 45 to come from him at least at this point.
Yeah, you'd think your 50 still counts, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I've noticed in, particularly in TMS commentary and some of the sort of stato chat that you hear, they don't talk about 50s anymore. They talk about scores of 50 or more, and they do start to credit you that again, because it seems a little bit odd to say that he's got no half centuries this season.
Yeah.
Tucked away behind square. They're going to look for 2 again here, and they got it comfortably this time.
Because I suppose to the uninitiated, you'd be sitting there wondering how he got the 200,
Yeah.
wouldn't you?
It's a little bit like when you're looking at stats and you've got your first class runs and then your test runs, and you never quite know, are they both added together, those numbers? They're
both 0 for most people.
Yes.
It
most people's play cricket has got a lot of empty columns in that.
Oh,
that sense.
Even if they've played all year.
It's going to be Jack White to continue again. So this will be now his 19th over of the day. 3 maidens, 3 for 56 so far. It's only really Tom Taylor that has been taken to slightly by Somerset. He's 1 for 57. Sorry, none for 57 off his 12. Down the leg side. There's half an inquiry, and he's been given. So Northamptonshire do have a 5th wicket. It was a slightly tame inquiry rather than appeal there, but it's been well taken by McManus down the leg side. And umpire Blackmore has said, yeah, there's a bit of bat involved.
It's a good catch. Very good catch from McManus, and the appeal came from behind the stumps.
There is it's
deviation,
gone.
wasn't there?
Yeah, it's gone, but it's what's it gone off?
It's another Somerset batter at this end that's been judged to be caught
There'll
behind.
no doubt be some screenshots on social media again trying to analyse that from...
Yeah, doesn't look particularly thrilled with the decision.
I mean, look, you can't see anything from that. There's obviously something on the way through. Northamptonshire have all gone up straight away. Jack White was...
Lewis McManus didn't.
Did he not?
No, Lewis McManus didn't go up.
Jack White just sort of...
And I think Jack White joined in, didn't he?
Yeah, it's...
To be fair, I've come to the conclusion I think Ricardo thinks everything is out.
He's an excitable young man.
Which is fantastic. I love the energy.
He also gives you some of the better cellos of anyone out there at first slip.
I'm sure it was him who led this appeal.
It's definitely... It's gone. As you say, it's a good tumbling catch. It's an inquiry, and it's Gonski. Well, ultimately, it's Bartlett that's been dismissed for 55 off 129 balls with 6 fours. Means that Lewis Gregory, I believe, has come to the middle.
Yeah, he's certainly carded to be...
Although, that's not Lewis Gregory. Casey Aldridge has had a promotion on the card. And it's 233 for 5 now.
Casey Aldridge is having a pretty decent summer.
Jabs away. It's going to beat that man at that floating 4th slip, 5th slip gully position, and runs down. And Casey Aldridge off the mark straight away.
Well, he scored 417 runs so far this season with a high score of 101 not out, averaging 52 with the bat to go with his 15 wickets. So yeah, he's having a decent performance, and Lewis Gregory hasn't played first-class cricket for a couple of rounds. I think his last game, when I looked earlier this morning, might have been back in May versus Middlesex. So, I mean, it makes perfect sense.
Logical promotion, yeah.
pop the bloke up the order who's averaging 52 with a bat this year.
And again, it's a little bit what you touched on before. There's depth in this batting lineup. Beaten. Convincingly beaten. And Jack White, not for the first time this year, stands there, hands on his head at the end of his follow-through, wondering who he's wronged somewhere in the world to have been denied another breakthrough. He's got 4 for 60 now. Oh, it's...
Oh, my word.
I mean, Mr. Aldridge has done incredibly well not to get out in a number of ways there, and I think a lot of batsmen would have been the same there. That's gone dramatically off the stumps and nipped away. Outside half again, it's going to beat that slip. Pensarnison will clear up. They're going to come back for 2 comfortably.
I think the remainder of this lineup's going to keep you interested the whole way through. I don't think Casey Aldridge is going to hang about. I don't believe Lewis Gregory is going to hang about. Craig Overton again isn't going to hang about. Matt Henry I don't think is going to really hang about. As I said to Dan earlier, I've not really seen a great deal of Shoaib Bashir with the bat, but I think his high score this year is 44, so clearly he's no slouch with a cricket bat either.
Well, he's nearly hit as many 6s as 4s. Chipped away. Luke Proctor will be chasing this again. This will be 2 more. Yeah, Bashir has hit 4 4s and 3 6s so far this year. A strike rate of 47 overall.
So I think from a Northamptonshire perspective, it's going to be opportunities. Given, or assuming they continue to bowl as well as what they have done.
Yeah, which is the key thing, and not if you do have those batters start to come at you, sticking to what has worked relatively well so far today and not getting too caught up in trying to get too funky with what you're doing. Man goes out now to deep square leg. Sam Whiteman on patrol out there. We've lost a Wendell.
Yeah, he's headed home.
A little advance. Not for the first time today. Lewis McManus has a shy at the stumps from standing back. Nothing doing though. End of the over. It's 241 for 5.
You don't think Wendell's up in your office sat at your desk eating his dinner that someone's microwaved for him?
It's entirely possible. It's entirely possible. There is, back to our conversation earlier about his brand new flagpole, a photo of that now, thanks to our club photographer, Andy Kearns, that's up on the Northamptonshire Twitter if you wanted to get a sight of... I mean, it could do some damage, the new flagpole. He does get a little bit close to wandering spectators at times when he's in full swing with that flag.
I can believe that. Did you see the footage of I think it was the Indian fan with the big flag outside the Oval wiping out the cyclist? I kind of get the same vibe.
Yes.
I feel like it could be possible.
Yes. You have to be on your toes. As Luke Proctor starts another over. So there are 12 overs to the new ball now, assuming that Northamptonshire will take that new ball straight away. I don't think there's much incentive for them not to take the new ball straight away, because if this old ball is still nibbling about, which again, it's off the deck more than in the air. Strays onto leg stump. He's picked the gap nicely here, Root. And Jack White can't quite reel it in, so that'll be 4. Just neatly tucked away to the short boundary. It will be hard throughout this match, I think, to defend that boundary.
Yes,
Even in
short,
little nudges like that. I mean, he's just lent on that on leg stump.
Yeah.
Timed it nicely, but you wouldn't have said it's raced off the bat, and there's not a huge amount of pace on that ball to begin with.
No, you've got a Jack White after it with 19 overs in his legs as well.
There's value to be had on that side of the ground, you'd think. Cut away confidently. It doesn't matter the length of the boundary if you're going to time it that well. That's an authoritative shot.
That's a cracking
from
shot.
Root.
Absolute cracking shot. Timed beautifully, wasn't it?
It's actually, he's hit it in front of square by a good couple of yards as well.
Fielders didn't move.
Seen it very early. And it's just, we've seen a few of those today from Northamptonshire, from all the bowlers. That short wide ball, there's been more cut shots than you'd probably like to see in a championship innings.
Yeah. the one that's just drifted down the leg side, which was obviously the ball before that Jack White couldn't drag back in.
And then the frustrating thing, I suppose, for Northamptonshire supporters is in the middle of that, as you've said, has been very tight.
Yeah, it's just allowed Somerset to keep ticking that score on.
Would you like to see a bit of Rob Keogh here before the new ball?
Hard to say yes with the movement that the seamers are getting still, but I don't think Luke Proctor goes back to Justin Broad. I certainly don't think we see Ben Sanderson. I'd be surprised if Jack White has more than one or two more. I suppose you're running out of options. At that point, you're kind of between Tom Taylor, who has been expensive today, or whether you do give Rob Keogh a chance. And there is another one of those boundary balls that we've just highlighted. So
Jack White will not be enjoying the extra work down there on the boundary, I don't think. Been given the run around to his left and to his right. And now he has to come in and bowl the next over.
250 for Somerset as well, which is that's their first
batting point. Yep.
So it's a point each so far. Yeah, I think it's an opportunity. I suspect Aldridge would be quite aggressive against Rob Keogh, but you've got the left-hander James Rue, and if Rob Keogh bowls from his favoured end, which is obviously this one, the Lynn Wilson centre end, you have got those marks outside James Rue's off stump, so it gives Rob Keogh something to aim for, that's for sure.
Can hear the energy still out there from Northamptonshire's fielders. Head on the pads. It's a big appeal, not interested. Umpire Blackmore. It looked like it might have just been shaping down on first view. Not quite behind the arm here, although slightly more behind the arm than we may have been in previous games. Walked across.
A little bit high as well.
A little bit high, yeah.
It's quite a tall man, Casey Aldridge, and it's got him above the knee roll, isn't it?
They've consistently done that today. Somerset's batters all the way through is come forward and across. Straighter this time, jabbed out to mid-on. They've taken that diagonal step forward and really come over across off stump and outside off stump in some cases.
Yeah, I'm going to take the opportunity to say that I think I might have had a stinker here before you bring this into conversation, because Justin Broad's going through quite a rigorous warm-up at Gully. So before you kind of highlight the fact that I've
play that back, he absolutely won't bowl again.
I think he might.
Driven, can't beat cover.
I mean, why wouldn't you when you've got the ball swinging as much as what he did?
He didn't look like a fifth bowler when he bowled his spell earlier, and it's an interesting one with Broad that I think he was very much signed as a bat, and then obviously it wouldn't have come as a surprise to us, but I think we very quickly realised actually your bowling is slightly more than handy, and I think that was maybe the initial thought, is that he's a batter that could fill in a couple of overs, and I think he's actually got scope to develop into a bit of an all-rounder proper. That's a bigger shout, and this time it's gone. There was a shout earlier in the over, turned down, and Jack White now has 5. It's 5 for 64 in his 20th over. It's Aldridge that has to go. That one just nipping back again. Yeah, nipping back leg. I think there's a bit more in its favour that time than the one earlier in the over.
Yeah, he's gone back, isn't he? He stood in front of all three.
Gone very deep in the crease. And that's actually probably what's cost him there. The opposite of maybe what saved him earlier in the over. He'd come forward and across, and this time he's gone back and onto his stumps. And that's deserved for Jack White. Yeah, he's bowled well today.
If there's a bowler that deserves a 5-wicket haul based on the efforts that he's put in over the course of the season so far, it's certainly going to be Jack White. Backs up his 5 for 103 that he picked up against Somerset down at Taunton in the reverse fixture earlier this year as well. I think, does that move him up to, is that 28 wickets now, I think, in the championship with these 5? I think it is, if my maths are right. Lewis Gregory is going to be the new man to join James Root.
It's 28 wickets in the year for Jack White. He's dropped that average now down to 28.5 as well with his efforts today.
Aldridge, LBWs are bowling at White for 8. That's 5 wickets in the innings for Jack White.
Ben Feasy on the in-ground there, just providing a little bit of extra for us. And warmly received as well. But no, I don't think there was too many reasons for that one not to be crashing into the top of middle and off. Strange decision-making, I suppose, from Aldridge to have gone right back on that one. He's probably the first batter that has gone right back today and has bucked that trend of either getting right forward or even coming 3-4 steps down we saw early on from a couple of the Somerset bats. Full clipped away. And Gregory, on his return to first-class cricket, is underway straight away.
Yeah, I think it's a valid point you made. As you said, all the others have been quite aggressive and quite proactive in the way that they've advanced towards the Northampton bowlers, but say for the first time, really, Casey Aldridge was the guy that kind of decided to take the back foot. Obviously, that change in the lineup, you'd say in this season, you'd say Aldridge is having the better first-class season, but I think you'd be able to come up with an argument to say that Lewis Gregory is probably the better first-class player. So another tough batter for Northants to come up against.
So a successful over for Jack White. His 5th successful over of the day. 20 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 65 he's got now. And it's his 2nd 5-wicket haul of the year.
Both against Somerset. Opportunity. I mean, do you give him another one? I mean, we're now 10 overs away from a second new ball.
And interestingly, it's going to be Broad that's going to bowl from the David Capel end, replacing Luke Proctor.
Trying to have kind of a lookout and see what else is going on, but I haven't seen Rob Keogh go through any warm-ups, and I don't think I've seen Tom Taylor either. If of course you'd like to get in contact with us on the stream throughout the evening session, you've got ways of means of doing so, either on Twitter at NorthantCCC or via email stream@nccc.co.uk. And finally, I suppose, if you are in and around the vicinity of the ground, you can come in free, can't you, now, for 25.5 overs worth of, well, no, maybe not for the full 25.5 overs, because unless you're stood outside, you'd struggle to get in for that length of
Might
time.
live on Abington Avenue.
You never know, but however, the offer's there.
The offer's there. Still plenty of cricket left to come this evening. Pulled away, well in front of square. Not a perfect connection from Gregory, but certainly more than enough. There's acres of space out there as well, so it's just that shortish mid-wicket in Tom Taylor that you have to beat. That's a bit of a shot of intent, I think, from Greggy there. I mean, it's deserved to go. It's back of a length, but 3rd ball back, you wouldn't have minded him just to drop it back down the wicket. So he's taken the forward approach. Offside this time. No timing, straight to cover.
I suppose with the inexperience that Justin Broad offers, he seems like the logical choice for Somerset to attack and make Luke Proctor think of somebody else. Maybe have to bring himself back, maybe continue with Jack White, bring Sanderson back a bit earlier than what maybe he'd like to.
Someone we've not seen this year in red ball cricket as well is Emilio Gay with the ball.
Embarrassingly, I'm not even sure I know what Emilio Gay bowls.
So Emilio has, I believe, 2 first-class wickets.
I bet they're big ones as well, aren't they?
He's a little bit of a golden arm. He got Jack leaning against Kent in a game last year that was just rolling along seemingly forever, and it was a bit of a, oh, okay, Emilio, you might as well have a go, see what happens. And I think in his first over he might have nicked him off with Rossington stood up to the stumps. Deep back into his crease, just pushed up the ground, no run. And I might be doing him And I think it's 2 first-class wickets. But he just bowls some Justin Broads, really.
Doesn't surprise me that he can do that.
Yeah, he does have 2 first-class wickets. If anyone can remember who his second first-class victim was, you can tweet or email us and let us know. Reaches for it. There's a man out there, so there'll just be one. Not the most elegant bit of cricket we've seen today from anyone there. Wendell's back. That's the other big news. He's clearly gone to get his lunch, actually, because he's come in with something, and there's a good chance that was heated up for him in the commercial office. But he's parked up down there, as he always is.
Treat him right. 71 overs gone now. Stream powered by Daffabet here at Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. And as I said a moment ago, free to come in after tea, and I think it'd be fair to say it's the best time of the day so far here at Wantage Road as well. The sun's out, clouds have cleared off. And Jack White's going to carry on from the Lynn Wilson Centre ends.
And I've had it confirmed as well from Ben in the Somerset media team. We've got no idea from either end why Somerset are aggressively yellow on the score overlay today. Beaten outside off stump, and once again, for maybe the 5th or 6th time today, McManus fancies a stumping standing back to the paceman. So we might try and overrule that before play tomorrow, because that's too much yellow on show there.
You're not a fan of that?
No. I think we can all do without quite that much yellow. I think the software that powers that, when it detects a clash, will just throw another colour in there. 2 steps down the wicket, defends it up. And I think it's the best of intentions from the scoring software to try and avoid a very similar...
Yeah, there's quite a lot of maroon / burgundy going on, isn't there, between these two sides?
But we probably didn't need...
No, there are other
bright yellow.
Bright yellow.
So we'll have a look into that overnight and see if we can calm that down by tomorrow. There isn't a sudden Somerset rebrand coming, don't worry. Ooh, that keeps a little bit low, and they're going to steal a single through mid-wicket here. There was a thought earlier, I think I overheard from the 2 Dans, with the Tom Abell dismissal about whether or not that had just sort of kicked through on him a little bit low. And it's something we have seen a little bit up and down in both directions today. That one certainly... It didn't roll, but it certainly didn't come flying through from a decent length.
Yeah, it's certainly the wicket of Tom Abell certainly looked like it kept a little bit low, but obviously on the benefit of those replays that we can slow down.
And again,
it hit the top of off stump. So,
yeah.
And I don't think it was dramatically short.
No, there is still that green tinge to the wicket. Whether or not a few were just kissing and carrying on rather than, I suppose, if it just misses that seam one way or the other, it could slide across on the leather rather than the rope. But
it's quite remarkable what professional cricketers find as kind of indiscretions when it comes to a first-class cricket pitch compared to what like the majority of us listening will play on a Saturday and a Sunday. They might spend their time kind of padding down a slight marginal crack, whereas most people our level will kind of go out with a trowel and start digging out the dandelions and whatever other kind of non-grass-like kind of things that are growing in the 22 yards. So it's quite always fascinates me.
You always find, I'm not sure I know what league you play your recreational cricket in, but there's always
very middling.
You always tend to find there's some reputations, aren't there, for names and clubs that seem to do the rounds regardless of what's changed in their pitch in however many years. Down the wicket again, beaten again. Not for the first time today. Jack White goes past the outside edge. It's the end of another over. It's 261 for 6. Yeah, there are just clubs that if you change division or you might never play them before and you just go, oh, who are you playing on the weekend? Oh, we've got so-and-so. Oh, nightmare deck. It doesn't matter. Regardless, the deck might have been fine for 2 or 3 years, but if you have one keep low on you at one point, you say, oh, don't want to be a batsman there.
But it shouldn't even come as a slight surprise.
No.
Really. Surely that's got to be Jack White, doesn't it now, before the new ball? Although I don't think I don't think he's put all of his jumpers back on. He usually rocks about 2, doesn't he, I think?
Yeah. One of my favourite memories here is from 2019 when we had Jason Holder as an overseas in the county championship in April, and he was bowling in the long sleeve cable net. Which,
having already removed the long sleeve cable net.
Well, he'd gone the 3/4 length long sleeve cable net because he just rolled the sleeves up halfway down his forearm, and I don't think anyone was going to manage to get it off him. But it was just such a wonderful sight, have him effortlessly chucking them down at mid-80s in the long sleeve cable net. Oh, that one's got away from Broad. That's a club cricket delivery.
Oh, very much so. I think Nigel Long might have just had a little bit of sympathy for him there as well, slightly.
The overrate's already at -2. Yeah. We don't need to rebowl that one.
Kept those arms firmly crossed.
The expectations of Ben Sanderson earlier and Justin Broad here might be slightly different. Ooh, now it's a big appeal and it's gone. So Justin Broad has a maiden first-class wicket, and it's that of the county championship's leading run scorer, James Rue.
What a way to open your account. That swung again, isn't it? And big deviation as it's gone past James Rue.
It's a flashing, drivey, cutty thing. Sort of a little bit of a nothing shot, really. You can see the intent, but it's halfway between 2 cricket shots and a little tickle through to McManus.
Bit of a drive kind of on the up, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But it was quite wide as well.
I would say it's the shot of a batter that is leading the run scoring of the county championship and is probably in that vein of form that...
Why wouldn't you be confident?
You're almost playing PlayStation at that point, and that if I would like to hit this shot, it's probably going to find the middle of the bat and rock it away and look very good in slow-mo.
Yeah, precisely. So we're going to have to take another go to get to that 1,000 runs for the season as well. He's just added the 22. It's another Somerset batter there that didn't look particularly thrilled.
There was a hesitation, wasn't there?
With the offer of departing the crease, so...
But it's another one, again, straight up.
Yeah.
Everyone's straight up, and not a huge amount of consideration from Nigel Long.
No hesitation whatsoever, but 261 for 7 though. That, I think, has just started to make this slightly more interesting for Northamptonshire. And I suppose 7 down, with the ball still doing what it's doing, there is genuine argument to keep Jack White going from the Lynn Wilson centre end.
Yeah, and at this point, let's not worry about that new ball. Let's play what's in front of us.
Almost double down on the opportunity you've got right now.
You also, it's not as if Jack White and Ben Sanderson are the only 2 bowlers in this attack that can take the new ball. Tom Taylor can be damaging with movement. Awkwardly tapped to square leg, and they'll take 1. But as we said before, you've got Craig Overton in now, who can quickly take a game in your favour if he decides to get his iron and have a bit of a day. But 262 for 7 now. In the 73rd over. And all of a sudden, the noise level has picked up, and every ball that Justin Broad bowls is about to take a wicket, if you believe Justin Broad. Although I will say, he probably has right to be interested with that delivery, because it has just nibbled back in a little bit. I'm not sure it's quite as close as wicketkeeper and bowler would have you believe. Driven confidently through cover. There's no one out there. It's a lovely shot from Lewis Gregory. He goes on to 11. It's 266 for 7. And it's something we've touched on all day, that Northamptonshire have kept themselves in it, and you keep doing the +2 game, and you can play the +2 game all day and it might never happen, but at 266 for 7, it can very easily be 300 all out.
Yeah. No, that +2 game has kept us interested throughout the course of the day. Tom Taylor is going to replace Jack White though from the Lynn Wilson centre end, so at least I got one thing right with the bowling changes in the evening session. There's obviously no chance that you would turn around and say that Justin Broad's been the pick of the bowlers from Northamptonshire. Obviously Jack White's 5 is clearly trumping everybody else on show today, but you come up with a bit of a conversation that I say he's probably done a little bit more with the ball than the others on show.
Bit of extra bounce from Taylor to start his new spell. It's been tapped in a square leg. They're going to think about 2 and change their mind. Yeah, and it's a strange thing because he's, you know, bowling mid-70s the same as everyone else has today. It's not, there's nothing specifically unique that you would look at with Justin Broad's pace, action, the way he goes about it, that should give him that extra movement. And yet there it is. Tom Taylor, on the other hand, will look to move this off the wicket. Once again, another Somerset batter comes down the track.
I wonder whether Lewis Gregory's mindset changes now that James Rew has departed and he's got Craig Overton with him. See, he was very aggressive to get himself going, wasn't he, with those couple of boundaries. He's 11 off 14 now. Now he's almost got to kind of marshal the tail respectfully to Craig Overton, Matt Henry and Shoaib Bashir. So I wonder whether that does change his approach slightly, whether he can be quite as free-flowing as what he might want to be.
Rob Keogh at mid-off, waving his arms about now. He's either trying to send a signal to Luke Proctor that he'd like a bowl before the new ball. But then you do have to think, unless they feel like Broad doesn't have a 5 or 6 over spell in him, which it would be, probably running out of time for Rob Keogh to have a bowl pre-new ball.
With the movement though, do you think about Justin Broad as a first change bowler with the new ball?
Yeah, on the assumption that if it's going to be White and Sanderson to take that new ball, then Taylor to come back with Broad. Certainly not out of the question. Also, Rob Keogh's warm-up is not as continual as it may have been, so it could well just be I'm here if you need me, Skip. Dug in, pulled hard, straight to the man on the boundary, so that'll just be 1. Consider himself a little bit unlucky there, Overton, because I'd say a couple of yards either side there of Sam Wyman. He's not going to have a huge chance to stop that out there with that short boundary. The more important cricket, obviously, is currently happening next to the groundsman's hut over there. There's a pickup game of cricket going on between a young lad and who I assume is probably...
I thought you were going to talk about the game in Manchester.
Is there a game in Manchester? Driven beautifully. Does not think about running. And Lewis Gregory helps himself to 4 more.
I think it's going to be Rob Keogh, you know. Helmet's out for Lewis McManus, hats off for Rob Keogh. So
thanks for coming, Justin Broad.
Justin Broad gets the big wicket of James Rew, and the plan worked.
Yeah, I do wonder whether this is a matchup they feel they've got on Overton potentially.
Yep.
Because he's going to be hitting to that long leg side if he wants to try and go big and not go big straight. It is a long boundary out that way, and there is a lot of pointing in that direction through that long boundary. So whether or not they feel like they've got some sort of data to suggest that there's a win here. We've got Safe Zaid patrolling at a little no man's land, really, sort of quite a fair way in front of square, although he's moving square and now. Ben Sanderson at quite a wide long on. Emilio Gay is being sent to just outside where the 30-yard circle would be if this was a white ball game. And then Broad, ripped from the attack, has got himself parked up at a semi-catching mid-wicket. Here comes Keogh. tidy start. Just lent on out to Broad in that close position.
I think the young lad over the far side just given up on the nosing.
Where's that gone? It's down the track. It's over mid-off.
I didn't think he had all of that, but
I didn't see any of it. I just saw one hand come off the bat and nobody else seemed to move.
Luke Proctor's just watched that one just sail over his head there.
Down the track again, picks out Proctor mid-off this time. So there's a bit of intent here. Someone's got the wrapping paper out downstairs.
What on earth is going on down there? That's meant to be hospitality boxes down there.
Back this time. It's through everyone. Takes nothing on the way through.
How much sellotape do they need? What is this thing that they're wrapping?
Short. Punch through the offside. Whiteman's got a bit of work to do out there, but he will get around.
That's at least 6 large strips of
It
sellotape.
sounds like big tape as well,
Yeah.
doesn't it? Might be. See, I'm not going to let you know. Maybe this is a late birthday present for you from Monday from us.
Oh, steady on.
It's not, but it might be. Or if it is, it's not been organised by me.
I was
so.
excited for half a second there.
Down the track, chipped over that catching mid-wicket, out to Sanderson. They'll think about 2, and they'll come through quickly for it. So 7 off, Rob Keogh's returning over, and there was definite intent there that both of these two were quite happy to take him on. Overton in particular had sort of pinned the ears back and just thought, I'll just run at you here and back myself.
Yeah, well, I suppose Overton in particular is certainly going to have aspirations to still be playing in that England Test team, isn't he? And he's going to be no mug with the cricket bat, and potentially would find himself a little bit unlucky with the development of Ollie Robinson over the last couple of years as well. So if he is going to want to be part of this England Test team going forward, then he's going to have to toe the party line, isn't he, and play in that aggressive manner. And against Tom Taylor, we saw that cover drive from Lewis Gregory. And then obviously that powerful pull shot from Craig Overton as well. It's clearly not much interest to hang about, but then they got 5 overs to bat before Northampton get a brand new Dukes, and we saw how hard it was for Tom Abell to get started. We saw obviously how hard it was for Lammonby as well. Surely the opportunity here is to score as many runs as they can in the next 30 balls, and then obviously take stock and see what's going on.
Nudged out into cover.
If they get through to that second new ball. Do you think it comes into the mind that they can be a little bit more aggressive against Northamptonshire? I mean, obviously, is it just the one batting point? Is it for Northampton so far this season? I mean, do they think, well, if we get ourselves quickly up to 330, for example? Oh,
Crunched back. I won't be so cruel as to say put down by Tom Taylor in his follow through.
No, I think that would be unkind.
Saved 4, we'll say.
Yeah, I just wonder. I wonder if if we can get to 330. The way that Northampton have gone about their batting in the first innings so far this season, history this year would suggest that they'd still be in the ascendancy after that first, or both first innings anyway.
Worked through mid-wicket. Can't beat Proctor, so they'll just take a single. Yeah, and the question, I suppose, comes with 20 overs remaining in the evening, you'll lose 2 for the changeover. Would you like a bowl this evening to see if you can take a couple of cheap ones and then come back tomorrow feeling really good about your position?
Yeah, because I mean, if the weather forecast is anything to be believed about, it kind of highlights the fact that this is going to be a 3-day game of cricket. Friday, and obviously a lot can change, but Friday looks Saturday looks awful. Heavy rain from almost 10 o'clock in the morning.
Beaten again, which we've seen a lot from this end. Just balls lifting and moving away. It's Tom Taylor doing it now. It was Jack White's favourite trick earlier.
And with the way that the point structures are now with the draw, I mean, there's no great incentive for either of these two teams to think about batting out for a draw. So I mean, they must have had one eye on that 4-day forecast and thought might only be here for 3 days, or at least on the field for 3 days anyway.
Yeah. Flashed outside off stump. Doesn't take anything on the way through. It's 281 for 7.
Hopefully everybody is enjoying the live stream from wherever you're watching around the world. We've had one viewer in from Cape Town in South Africa earlier today. If you'd like to get in contact with us with any of your thoughts and your questions and your comments. Down the ground, uses his feet. Craig Overton just pushes that one out to mid-off for a single. Let us know where you're watching from. I'm sure there's some lucky people somewhere around the world sat on a beach watching the live stream. Can do on Twitter at NorthamptonCCC or via email stream at nccc.co.uk. Flighted that one from Rob Keogh, a real tempter for Lewis Gregory. Big gap down towards deep mid-wicket. Actually playing with the spin as well if he decides to take that option, but just tucks that one into the leg side for a single. 19 now for T20 Blast winning captain. Maybe that's why he came down below Aldridge. Maybe he just needed those extra few minutes just to kind of settle the head after what I'd imagine must have been a fairly liquid kind of dinner and drive back from Birmingham to Taunton.
Couple of ciders on the bus.
Kept low, and Overton's done well to keep that one out. It's gone back, hasn't he? And it's just skidded through.
I'm not quite sure what the call of catch it was from. It was ambitious, I think. Is that the front from Rob Keogh there? Looked a little bit different out of the hand. For those not, he's been working on a new delivery. It didn't look quite the same, did it?
I've spotted a few of those from him this year. It almost looks like it kind of looks like a bit of a hybrid kind of off leg spinner slash kind of knuckleball type delivery.
Got notably quicker through the back end of that over there as well, Rob Keogh.
So that flighted one was that real tempter for Gregory, that 44-mile-an-hour delivery. 3 overs then before the second new ball becomes available, which I can't believe Luke Proctor would take any hesitation in taking straight away. It's Gregory on strike, 19 off 22, so he's certainly not hanging about. It's a big swing again, and call of catch it. Oh, I'm going to say it's probably Vasconcelos saying that, so that's come through. Plays and misses at that one. I've enjoyed the intent that Somerset have come out with the bat during this innings. Dixon was exciting. He was enterprising. Cola Cadmore you would expect to be. Lewis Gregory, Craig Overton have backed that mindset up as well.
Yeah, I think it's been a quite definite team plan throughout the day. It's not been individual batsmen looking to do that. As you say, Cola Cadmore, that's just the way he's played his cricket this year in red ball and white ball. But all the way through the order, there hasn't been, apart from that opening 20 minutes from Abell, who really looked to establish himself.
Yep.
Every batsman that's come out has looked to take it to the Northamptonshire attack.
Nicely played into the gap. Give Luke Proctor something to chase. Gregory's going to add a couple to his tally. 285 for 7.
Yeah, I think in the face of that, there is a little bit of credit to go to Northamptonshires attack that it is 285 for 7, and they have stuck to it and not fallen into that trap of we've got a team coming at us and we're going to move away from our plans.
Yeah, it's only as you said, it's only really been that kind of opening 20 minutes of Tom Abell where any of these Somerset batters have almost not looked to score. Tom Taylor's got one left in his 15th over. He's currently wicketless for 67. His over so far just gone for the 2, which Lewis Gregory played through mid-wicket. Back down to Luke Proctor for a dot ball. So 2 runs off Tom Taylor's 15th over, 285 for 7 after 78. 2 overs to go before the second new ball becomes available. And Rob Keogh is going to bowl his 4th from the David Capel end.
Rob Keogh doesn't give you a huge amount of time in between, but it's worth having a little look around what's going on around the grounds. Lancashire 248 for 7. Have recovered somewhat there against Warwickshire, having been 91 for 5 earlier. That's Tom Bailey is 49 not out off 94, and Balderson has 76. Kent have already been bowled out today.
Well watched by Rob Keogh. He's just, I think that was quite telegraphed by Craig Overton, and Keogh's taken all the pace off that. He said, well, if you want to go, you're welcome, but you have to put a lot of work in. Much more respectful that time from Craig Overton.
He does fly through his over, Rob, doesn't he? Doesn't give me much time to think about it.
That is down the ground. It's up. It's evaded. Safe save. It's going to be 4 runs to Craig Overton. He moves to 14 with a bit of a wallop into the leg side.
Yeah, so there's not a huge amount of bluff about the game plan here from Mr. Overton. That's an advanced slog sweep in the end. He's come down the track and then popped himself down on the one knee. Is he batting in Air Forces?
That's 4 more. Shorter in length this time from Keogh, and Craig Overton goes offside this time. Goes past Tom Taylor in the air. It's always felt that there, with the exception of Tom Abell, there's been a chance, isn't there? It's you must feel as a Northamptonshire cricketer today that you're in this game the whole way through. That's the end of Keogh's 4th over. A couple of boundaries from it. And then, yeah, just the one now. Tom Taylor to bowl it from the Lynn Wilson centre end before second new ball becomes available.
Just to roll round those scores. So Essex are 61 for none in reply to Kent's 207 all out earlier. Surrey 241 for 5 against Middlesex. And Hampshire bowled out for 166 by Nottinghamshire earlier.
Wow.
Who have just started their innings in reply 3 for none.
Same field sat up as well that Northamptonshire employed Bartlett and Cadmore for Lewis Gregory. Fielders out at deep mid-wicket, deep square-ish, fine leg. It's well fielded by Justin Broad, and then fielder out patrolling the offside boundary at deep point. Stream powered by Daffabet. And as I said a moment ago about means of getting in contact with us on Twitter at NorthantCCC or via email stream at nccc.co.uk.
And we have got a couple of people to say hello to.
Hello.
Let Tom Taylor get through this delivery. So, Amy is an avid Somerset fan living in Scarborough. Says, great stream, perfect way to relax. I've been sat in a very long staff training session on AI and the metaverse, but was really wishing I was at the beautiful ground instead, maybe next year. I'm sure we could find a metaverse digital tour of the county ground somehow.
I was about to say, I mean, depending on how well that training session went, it might not be that far away before you could be whilst sat at Scarborough, which is quite a scary thought, isn't it? Put your virtual headset on and... Good over so far from Tom Taylor, 4 dot balls.
So I'm glad to have you with us, Amy. And then Ted Keane, as a Somerset fan, it makes a nice change after viewing our Slash Bang Wallop team dominate the T20 Bash for the last few weeks to watch some real cricket. Enjoy the commentary from here in Luxembourg.
Oh, Luxembourg.
Let's add that. Have we had a Luxembourg before?
No.
We can add that to the list now.
I said to Sam, and I haven't yet seen it come up in the commentary box, but we need one of those scratch maps.
Yep. Stick it on the wall over there.
Or a pin map that we can kind of pop in where the viewers have come from.
What's the Dordogne that we've had?
Dordoigne's been a frequent viewer. Colombia. Big swing from Lewis Gregory. No bat on it. Yeah, Colombia popped up in the Kent stream, I think. I want to say Canada as well. Somewhere in the States, I'm sure. Boston, Massachusetts, I think.
Well, it's all going on in the States at the minute with the Major League Cricket, isn't it?
It certainly is. AJ Ty's found his way out there, isn't he, for the Seattle... Is it the Orcas?
There's the Orcas. There's the Unicorns. Chris Lynn's made his way over there, I believe, straight from us.
Maiden over for Tom Taylor. His first maiden over of the day. 16 overs, 1 maiden, none for 67. 80 overs gone. I haven't seen an umpire bring a ball out.
For Ben Sanderson has his hat off.
He does indeed. I wonder if he's going to get it. Oh no, there are two cricket balls about.
Nigel Long shows it off.
New ball has been taken.
Oh, that's poor form from Rob Keogh. That he's left the 80-over-old Duke's cricket ball about probably 3 inches away from the boundary rope down in front of the.
Excellently weighted for a game of flag bowls.
Yeah, was that Ben Smith or was that
John Sadler's popped
down?
We should say shout out to Ben Smith. Actually, he's not feeling very well today. He's at home.
Oh, it wasn't going to be Ben Smith.
It wasn't going to be Ben Smith.
I hope you're well, Ben.
Yeah, did ask if he'd like to come up and join you, really, Shane. He said I would, but I'm very much feet up at home, not feeling very well. Down the track, Craig Overton. That's his intention against the new ball. Then he's not going to be bowled to by the new Duke.
No, well, I suppose with the pace on offer from Northamptonshire, it does allow you to continue to be aggressive, doesn't it? You're not in fear of wearing one. Well, you could still wear one, of course, but it's not going to be that kind of 85-mile-an-hour one that's going to rush you. Gives you the opportunity to continue to be aggressive. But yeah, hopefully you're feeling better, Ben, and hopefully see you at the ground over the next couple of days.
We've got another Ben as well. We've got Ben, the Somerset fan, hiding from the heat in Madrid, enjoying the live stream and the entertaining day's cricket. So we can scratch that off.
Well, we could do if you bought the map. Surely that can go down as expenses, can't it?
You should have asked Dan when he was up earlier.
I
He's
should
the
have
money
done,
man.
yeah, to be fair. It's a missed opportunity. I am a little bit disappointed that after my performance with the dog stick in my video with Safe that I wasn't asked to come in and dog stick for the squad in the morning, but
You can wander down and just try and blend in. We'll take it back as well. Chris Lynn is not playing in the Major League Cricket. He's playing for the Winnipeg Hawks in the Canadian League.
oh, okay.
And I will admit, I didn't know there was a Canadian League.
Yeah, I think it had a bit of a hiatus for some reason, but good for him and good for Winnipeg.
He's off to Canada. It's quite when you look on Cricinfo, quite a block of teams that he's played for.
quite like the... Hang on. Yep, I thought that's what it said. Shape from Ben Sanderson. Is that the Hung Hom Jaguars?
Yeah.
Where are they from? Ah.
They play in the Hong Kong 2020 Blitz.
Right. Is that still a thing? I don't know. Anyway.
This was from 2016.
Three slips then for Ben Sanderson with the new ball. Hasn't quite got that line right, has he, so far in this over?
There are enough teams on Chris Lynn's list of teams he's played for to be a pointless question. Teams that Chris Lynn has played cricket for.
Yeah. Could be a mastermind subject.
If anyone had Jaffna Kings on their list, you can take the prizes home.
Well, yeah, and the Hung Hom Jaguars as well. It's one off the over then for Ben Sanderson. Let's have a look and see who's going to take the new ball from the Lynn Wilson centre end. Looks like Jack White's making his way towards the business end. The hat comes off, so it is going to be Jack White. Jumper's off as well. 5 wickets to his name already in this innings. A chance to add to that with a brand new Dukes. 3 slips in place.
Change your bowling from the Lynn Wilson centre end, Jack White.
So we'll say, despite the over 8 being -1 and T being particularly late, with 15 overs remaining in the day, we're actually not shaping too terribly to be finished by 6:30.
Yeah, it's not going to be far away, is it?
Which, when T was half an hour beyond the scheduled time, I think there were a few journalists in the press box worried about getting their pieces in time.
Upish. Oh, just dropping short in front of Rob Keogh.
I'm not sure if Rob picked that up
Like
straight
it,
away
did it?
off the bat. Either that or he thought or expected that Overton might have got a slightly better piece of this, but he starts to track back and around a little bit rather than really charging in. I just wonder if he hasn't quite read that. I don't think he probably still would have gotten there. It's probably landed a yard short of him in the end, but...
I was in 2 minds to call that an on-drive then from Craig Overton, but it was a dot ball anyway.
Yeah, I think it's an intended cover drive that might have gone through mid-on.
Five for 67 then for Jack White. Still plenty of chat out there. 2 slips and a gully then for Jack White. Down the ground. Rob Keogh does the fielding. What do you think? What do you think is par in this first innings?
I think having won the toss and chosen to bowl, Northamptonshire will be disappointed staring at 294 for 7. I think as well or as fine as they've bowled throughout this innings, that they will probably be the first to say there are a few boundary balls in there that have let things get away slightly. I think anywhere from here to about 340, I think at this point is, with the movement that we've seen and the lift that we've seen, is now getting into the realms of being a good first innings score. I think if these two can then look up to that 340, 350, when it starts moving beyond that, that's when you're really on top.
Yeah. And I mean, there's plenty of intent to get up to that kind of score, that is for certain. There's been a whole lot of huff and not a great deal of puff so far from these two.
Yeah, it's been a strange sort of 10 minutes or so, with a lot of shots being played, but the scoreboard not necessarily rocketing along. These two have had 33. But for all the shots that have been played, you would have thought that might have been 53 if they'd have sort of connected or picked a few gaps with them. The intent's certainly there, execution not quite at the minute. I don't think that's going to hold them back from continuing to try, though.
There we go. One might have been coming through the window, I think, of the commentary box if Craig Overton had connected with that one. Maiden over after all of that from Jack White. His fourth.
Which is wild.
His fourth of the day. How, with all of those shots on offer from Craig Overton, that was a maiden. That's gone big off the seam again, hasn't it? 22 overs, 4 maidens, 5 for 67 for Jack White.
If there's runs for effort, that over's gone for about 14.
Oh, at least. At least. Well, Lewis Gregory's turn then to have a go at Ben Sanderson. Got 3 orthodox slips for Ben Sanderson rather than the 2 and the gully for Jack White. And Ben Sanderson just drifting down the leg side once again. That might be why. Leg side again.
The radar's not quite been there with Ben Sanderson with this new ball, is it?
Not really. I can't work out whether Nigel Long might have been quite close to having a little bit of a stretch of the old arms there. Well, Sean's got in contact, and apparently I've ruined his Saturday for the weather forecast. I mean, I have highlighted the weather forecast for you, Sean, but I will say that I haven't spent any time creating it this morning.
And again, just down the leg side from Ben Sanderson. Quite an uncharacteristic new ball effort from Ben Sanderson, this.
I think it's fantastic to a left-hander.
Yes. Yes.
That's quite a village chat, I will concede. But it's been remarkably consistent on that line.
Yeah.
I do wonder, I think that's got to be about 6 or 7 in a row now, I think, that have just drifted down the leg side. I don't think they're that far away, but... And one outside the off stump was a bit of a surprise there for Lewis Gregory, as he's just defended that one at his feet. But yeah, I mean, I'm sorry, Sean. I apologise that I've ruined your Saturday. I'm sure your tweet's definitely in jest.
It's a return to win-lose cricket, I think, for the NCL.
Okay.
This week they've had a little T20 interlude competition through the middle of the season.
Surely that's win-lose cricket, isn't it?
Well, not traditional win-lose cricket.
A little bit of a waft at that one.
None of this fancy coloured kit stuff. It's the good old-fashioned win-lose cricket.
Yeah, in my day I had a cable net jump. Well, I didn't. Not starting that debate up again.
Yeah, you didn't go well for you, the cable knit v modern style.
No, it
jumper.
didn't. But I'm glad I fought my corner. Definitely went down with a sinking ship, didn't I? But I'm okay with it, you know.
No, I mean, I will say I am team modern camp.
Oh, well, nice of you to fire up now, isn't it?
By the intel I have as well, is that the playing group, our playing group, prefer the modern style.
That speaks volumes.
And from a commercial side, the club are very happy they prefer that, because cable knit jumpers are unbelievably expensive.
Are they really?
Unbelievably expensive.
Wow.
So it was sort of
a win-win situation for everybody involved.
Thank you for preferring that one, lads.
Yeah. Maiden over from Ben Sanderson. Been a good start for Northamptonshire with this second new ball. Plenty of intent from Somerset and not much connection so far. Jack White's got a fielder at deep backward square and safe save out at deep point. Brings safe save into play.
So with just under 13 overs remaining in the day, what if you're Somerset in this situation, what would you like to be walking off in 13 overs time?
Well, the way they're going, I think they're trying to be batting at about 4 or 5 runs an over. At that point there, you're creeping up towards that 350, aren't you? And that off a day's play is a fantastic effort, particularly with the way that Northamptonshire have bowled today. Equally, if I was a Somerset supporter and in the Somerset camp, I don't think I'd be massively upset if I had to have a little bowl at Northamptonshire tonight either.
Even just a couple of overs, just to... You almost get... it's a double bite for free then, don't you? Because you've got brand new, fresh enough bowlers with the new ball twice.
Yeah. Yeah, if it was 4 overs tonight or something, if obviously... I don't think they're going to declare, but if they were bowled out before the end of the day's play, I think... I would say at this time of the day, with the amount of overs left, I'd say Somerset hold the cards right now. You're either in a position where you just pile on, get a few more runs on the board, and you wake up tomorrow morning and you think we're in a good place, or you have a bit of a dart at Northamptonshire's top order tonight. Didn't quite carry that one. Jack White bought the edge. And he's done very well. Lewis Gregory having advanced quite aggressively down the track to play that one into the ground. Just dropped in front of Justin Broad at that kind of gully position. You wouldn't even have said he's particularly deep there either, would you?
No, it's that same in-between position that there's been most of the day there, that hybrid slip gully.
Goes past the outside edge of Lewis Gregory once again. I think at the moment, looking at the mannerisms between Jack White and Lewis Gregory, I think Lewis Gregory might be more amazed that he hasn't made contact with one of these yet. More so than Jack White might be. I think he's less amazed that he hasn't snicked him off.
I think Jack by this point has, at this point of the year with the amount of times that's happened,
he's on 5 already. He's in absolute bonus territory now, isn't he? 6 or 7 wickets potentially on offer for him today. Down the ground, just 1 off Jack White's over. He's bowled 23 overs now. 4 maidens, 5 for 68.
So that's a career best for Jack White of 6 for 38. So he's got a ways to go if he wants to try and better that today. He needs to take another 2 of these last 3. Was in the game, I think, against Lancashire, I think, was quite a low-scoring game towards the end of last year. It might have been the Essex game, actually, the end of last year, where I think if you were a bowler bowling seam that day, there were some career bests on offer. There was a little bit going in the wicket and some assistance on offer.
Past the outside edge again, through to Lewis McManus. Yeah, the Sam Cook, Jamie Porter masterclass. I'm
amazed to see Sam Cook not have had a look in for higher honours so far.
Yeah.
Even you don't want to say token because that starts to devalue it, but a token spot on the bus for a series just to be around that squad. And
shorter from Sanderson. I think he's seen Craig Overton come down the track and just drop that one in short. I don't think it was quite that short, Craig, but
yeah,
I think you're right. I suppose that the difficulty he's got is he's competing almost for one spot as that real swing bowler with Jimmy and with Chris Wokes as well, and it's going to be very difficult to bump either of those two out of the team. Outside edge, that's going to race away down to the boundary. Sam Whiteman, of course, doing the work down in front of the football stand. 2 more for Craig Overton, because Stuart Broad gives you a point of difference where he's a bit taller, a bit more of a seam bowler, isn't he, than a swinger. Wood, Archer give you the pace, and then Leach of late obviously is your spinner. So I'm certain he would have been on a radar, wouldn't he?
If he's not, there's wider concerns, I think, if it's...
Swing again from Sanderson, just sliding down the leg side.
You're going to need to get your coin out again as well. Get that scratch map out. We can cross off Southern Brittany now.
Oh, yes.
Roger, enjoying the live stream commentary as a Somerset supporter, living and watching in Southern Brittany. So, scratch that one.
Sounds like a nice place to be.
Yeah.
It does, doesn't it? I think I'd still probably choose Cape Town on the showing for today. But I'm sure Luxembourg, Scarborough and Southern Brittany pretty close.
I had the pleasure of visiting Scarborough.
Yeah.
When Northamptonshire had a one-day cup fixture there. Wasn't quite sure what to expect. Because that was my first, apart from Clacton, that was my first British seaside town experience.
Oh, you're in for a treat if you ever come down to the south coast. The English Channel, some of the finest beaches in the world.
I am from Australia. We know a thing or two about coastline.
We've got some sand.
Do you?
Some sharks. That's going to be 4 for Overton. Gives himself a little bit of room. Beats Tom Taylor. And that's 300 up for Somerset. 301 for 7 off 85 overs. Nicely played, nicely timed by Craig Overton down the ground.
Slightly strange fielding position for Tom Taylor there. And I don't think it's a case that we quite often see with some of the big fast bowlers when they're out on the boundary that they end up in a fielding position they maybe weren't stationed in. I think it's a deliberate position, but quite close in there when both of these bats have shown their hand in what they're trying to do. They just seem, sort of 5 yards closer than he might have been.
They've been quite aggressive all day, haven't they? Northamptonshire with their field placements. And Dan made a really good point, is the movement that's been created by the bowlers warrants the continuation for the attacking field placements. But then also as you kind of your return to that it can make those semi kind of boundary balls slightly easier to find their way to the rope because the fielders that are still in the ring and in the cordon. One more for Gregory. Moves to 22.
He's sort of just quietly going about his business, Lewis Gregory.
Yeah, I mean he's certainly given it a bit of a swing, hasn't he, with the bat handle. He just hasn't connected with too many of them so far.
And that's his first run for probably 15, 18 balls. Quite a gap there in his chart. Craig Overton's been a little bit more flowing without those dot balls in the middle.
It's another play and miss by Craig Overton. That reaction there from Jack White, I think, was slightly swaying more towards the Jack White favour of I can't believe you've not nicked one yet.
Yeah.
Two wickets still in place. And a big swing, inside edge, into the pad.
He will keep playing that stroke until he gets the reward that he feels he's offered for it.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you thought that Tom Kohler-Cadmore played a bit of a chanced innings earlier today, Craig Overton's going to give him a pretty good run for his money, I think.
Now, I have a question on behalf of a couple of people, actually, that I'm going to throw out to some of the Somerset supporters that we've got listening, in the hopes that one of them may have asked this before and gotten the answer.
Flicked into the leg side. Splits Ben Sanderson and Sam Whiteman. And Craig Overton picks up 4, he moves to 30.
Tom Kohler-Cadmore wears around the back of his neck what looks to be a rigid horseshoe type thing. And it only comes round to sort of the sides of his neck around the front. No clue what it is. So if anyone from the Somerset faithful has asked this question before or has any insight, I'd be very interested.
Down the ground this time over Rob Keogh. It's going to be 4 more. 310 up now for Somerset. 310 for 7. Craig Overton on 34.
He's tried that shot a few times and gets it this time. Doesn't get all of it. I think Rob Keogh briefly was interested. I don't think it's out of the middle. It's a little bit toey. But Rob Keogh also quite close and quite wide. That it was never close to a chance. It's carried half the way to the boundary. But again, it's...
I'm glad you didn't ask me that question, because I hadn't even noticed the fact that there was any kind of...
No, I'm not sure if he wore it today. I saw it certainly on finals day. He may have worn it today. I haven't seen a close-up of him batting today to know.
I thought there was a bit of a noise there as the ball
there was
went
a little
past.
scratch of something, wasn't there?
Jack White can't believe it.
Got the deep breaths, Jack.
5 for 77 off 24 overs. Somerset 310 for 7 themselves. 86 gone now. Couple of drinks out for the 2 Somerset batters. Their partnership now worth 49.
Oh, here we go. Amy's got the answer for me.
Oh,
look at this,
fantastic.
straight in. It's to prevent concussion and comes from American football.
Oh, okay.
Interesting. I've just pulled up a photo from finals day. And yeah, it looks to be a rigid plastic sort of hoop.
Defended by Lewis Gregory. So is that similar? Would you say that's... It'd be nice to kind of get a bit of a full look at that. But I wonder if it's similar to like that hands device in the Formula One stuff.
Yeah,
maybe it's connected to the helmet that potentially just stops the neck moving as much as what it would do.
Yeah, it's the only time I've seen it used. But there we go. We've learned a little bit.
Thank you very much, Amy. Down the ground, powerfully struck by Lewis Gregory. Couple of bounces, 4 runs over mid-wicket. Ben Sanderson turns to get back to his mark. And that is the 50 partnership between Lewis Gregory and Craig Overton. Gregory contributing 19 runs, Craig Overton contributing 34. And it's 53 runs off 83 balls, the partnership.
Need to be a little bit careful here, Northamptonshire as well, because that score could now very quickly get away with these two starting to find a little bit more fluency with their attempt. The attempt has been there for the last 10 overs or so, but finding a little bit more success with it now.
Inside edge this time. Just gets past leg stump.
Nigel Long's got his arm out as well.
Single. This is going to be a no ball. Spotted those. There was a few of those, wasn't there, against Kent for Ben Sanderson? I wouldn't have said that, doesn't it?
It doesn't look connected.
No.
I found a photo now on Getty from a T20 match. It is a freestanding bar.
Fair enough.
It looks, for those that haven't seen it before, clocked it on the telly or in a photo, it's a little bit, I suppose, like quite a thick hairband, as if a hairband has sort of slipped down onto the back of your neck.
I would say that's really well described.
I'm a wordsmith.
Nine and a half overs remain in the day. Runs coming quite easily now for these two.
Yeah, and it will be an annoying partnership, I think, for Northamptonshire. It's the 3rd highest partnership of the innings, and before that they managed to go on a little run, partnerships before this, 18, 20 and 8. and to then follow that up with 58 off 86, it moves that momentum back quite quickly.
I think annoying is a really good way to describe it. Not annoying from a Northamptonshire perspective because these two are doing well. I think it's annoying in the fact that they've gone past the outside edge quite so frequently in the beginning part of this partnership and not had that little bit of good fortune. So it's certainly not annoying in the fact that it's been successful for Somerset. It's frustrating to look at it and think, oh, it could have gone our way. But these two must be pretty knackered now. I mean, 24, 25 overs respectfully to Jack White and Ben Sanderson. It's been a fair old shift, isn't it, for the two of them?
And it's something possibly that the Northamptonshire haven't done well this year, looking further forward into the game. Northamptonshire will, you would imagine, be batting in the morning session tomorrow. And the batters need to give Jack White and Ben Sanderson that feed-up time, give Tom Taylor that feed-up time. It's slightly different for Justin Broad. Obviously, Carter to come out and bat 3, but making sure that those bowlers don't have their boots on again tomorrow.
Yes.
Give them a day of sat on the balcony with the Ashes in, out the corner of the eye.
Well,
and
look at the speeds from Sanderson in that over. I think it highlights the fact just how much of a shift he's put in today.
Because that's when it starts to stack up, doesn't it? And it doesn't matter how well you've bowled here or how well you'd like to bowl in the next innings. If you're coming out there, and it's a little bit that discussion around Bazball, isn't it? That England are moving the game forward so quickly that they're not giving their own bowlers the best chance.
True. I suppose the lineup is slightly different in that manner. The fact that we're just playing the 3 kind of out and out frontline seamers, whereas England would look to play 4, wouldn't they? Particularly with the injury to Leach, they get the flexibility with Moeen to be able to play those 4 out and out seamers, which obviously then doesn't put the reliance on Ben Stokes being able to bowl. But Northants haven't got that privilege at the moment with Sanderson, White and Taylor, and then Proctor and Broad being the other options.
Broad, who is limbering up at mid-wicket, so I don't think it's going to be too long now until we see he might even be next over. It would have been 4 in the spell for Ben Sanderson, as you say. Speed's just down a little bit, and probably by his admission, not his best new ball spell. Didn't quite find that inside. The new ball doesn't seem to have done a huge amount, I wouldn't have said. The zip possibly that had been there earlier in the day, particularly with the new ball, I don't think was quite there, which will be, it is the end of the day and they've bowled 20 overs.
Yeah.
There are a couple from Jack White that certainly nibbled away.
I think as well, with the intent that these two are batted with against the new ball, earlier on in the day when Dixon and Abell were kind of batting time and playing defensive shots, the ball was obviously was beating the bat, wasn't it? Whereas it looks like this time it's more of a case of these two guys have been trying to hit it out at Northampton and just not made contact with it. Point proven.
Yeah. Bitten on the inside edge that time, I think. Amy's been back in touch just to say I'd also like to pass on my condolences in regards to your scorer. So for those not aware, Tony Kingston unfortunately passed away last week. There was a minute's silence in his honour before play today, and both teams and the match officials wearing black armbands, which is a really nice touch from Somerset and the 2 umpires.
There's a really interesting article on the club website in tribute to him as Tom Taylor goes past the outside edge this time. And the other thing that was noticeable, I think, you could see the relationship that he had with the team and the organisation as a whole, with the amount of players, current players, past players that were passing and posting their condolences and tributes to the man. I think really highlighted just what a character it was. I never got the pleasure to meet him, but
Amy goes on to say, as the daughter of the Somerset scorer, I'm very aware of how much the scorer is a part of your community, which I think just backs up what you said there.
Lovely shot from Lewis Gregory off the back foot out to safe Zabe.
I mean, it shows we had Ben Duckett liked the tweet that we put out today with the picture about Kingo, and that would have aligned about 5 minutes after they came off for tea.
Yep.
You know, and that's someone taking part in quite a full-on Ashes and, you know, involved in there. And when I popped my head into the Somerset dressing room this morning to just let them know that we'd like to do this if they'd like to get involved, Jack Brooks straight in. Just like I put my head in, he said, "Are we doing something for Kingo?" He said, "What do you want us to do? Like, where do you want us? What do you want us to do with that?" And I think for everyone that did meet Kingo, I mean, what a character. And he's got one of the awards named after him at the end of season dinner, the Tony Kingston Sixers Award, which he presents with some pleasure. And usually is quite good value with a presentation speech as well, the years that I was there.
Justin Broad back into the attack.
Welcome back, Justin.
No change of intent from Lewis Gregory. I can't work out with each of these shots whether Nigel Long is almost kind of thinking about whether they should be wide or whether he's almost covering his mouth in an attempt to kind of stop a smirk, if that makes sense. I can't really...
He is a character, Nigel Long, so it could be both. It could be both.
Continuation of that shape that we saw from Justin Broad with the old ball into this second ball of the day. So he's got his hands on it a lot earlier than what he did the first time around. I think it was probably getting on for about 50, 60 overs old, wasn't it, before he got the nod from Luke Proctor. Short, it's pulled away. That's going to be fielded by Safe Zabe. And Lewis Gregory's going to comfortably come back for a couple. So 2 more for Lewis Gregory. 324 for 7 the score. Down the leg side, save your legs. 4 more to the score. Lewis Gregory moves to 35. 328 now. So it's going to be really important for Northamptonshire in these next 7 overs to really keep the levels up, isn't it, against these two who are being incredibly aggressive. And
yeah, need to finish strong here.
So otherwise that 350 that we spoke about a moment ago could end up being a slightly more than that with the way that they're going. And that is wide, given room, 1 bounce, 4 runs. So back-to-back boundaries for Lewis Gregory, and 3-3-2 now the score.
So Ben's been back in touch, and we have some more follow-up, a bit more detail now.
Yes.
About Tom Collar-Cadmore's neck thing, as Ben describes it.
Neck thing.
And an article from Sam Dowling, who'll be joining you all day tomorrow on commentary. We should say that. So for the Somerset faithful listening, there'll be a familiar voice for you tomorrow.
I'll keep flying the Northamptonshire flag, though. Yorker this time from Justin Broad. A good idea, actually, with the way that these two are going about their business. I don't mind that whatsoever. It's going to be 2 more for Lewis Gregory, though. Moves into the 40s. So 12 runs off that over.
So it's called the Q collar.
Okay.
From an American company. And the theory is that the C-shaped brace increases blood flow or blood in the brain, which creates a sort of bubble wrap, in turn preventing some of the internal sloshing around on impact. And there's a wonderful quote from Tom himself in here. If you have a 3/4 empty bottle of water and you shake it, there's quite a lot of movement. Whereas if you have a 3/4 full bottle of water and shake it, there's not as much movement and not as much shake. And that's one of the more perplexed facial expressions I've seen from Dan Jadds. So I think it's, about just compressing. I suppose it's allowing the blood flow in and then,
I suppose,
to put a natural bubble wrap around your brain. But yeah, it is a concussion.
Would you try it in the in Div 7 or Div 6 of the Northamptonshire Cricket League?
Div
Represent?
6, I think.
6, yeah.
I think it's Div 6. Yeah, apparently it's very common in NFL, lacrosse, and even football.
Okay.
If it might help with an impact, it's worth wearing. It's a bit like wearing a thigh guard. You don't want to get hit there, but just in case you do, you wear one.
Stem guards?
Yeah, compulsory now, stem guards for professional cricketers.
Are they?
So if you, same with close fielders as well. If you run a helmet out, we had a delay earlier in the season because the helmet got run out that didn't have a stem guard on it, and the umpires said we need to stop play here, which is it's a slightly interesting situation in that obviously you don't have to wear a helmet in the first place.
I think you do, don't you, in English professional
Oh,
cricket?
do you in county cricket?
I think so, yeah. I think in English professional cricket, I think you do.
Which would make more sense then. That's a lovely
cracking shot, isn't it, from Lewis Gregory through the colours. Work to do for safe save. Gets round. Cuts it off. Saves the boundary. It's just going to be 2 more. So Gregory moves to 43. Now, I'm pretty sure they're compulsory in professional cricket in England. I will say that definitely going to have to be a bit of a conversation with helmet manufacturers if that is going to be mandatory in the amateur levels, because, well, they're sold separately, aren't they, for starters? And I don't think they're that cheap either.
No, well, Gray Nichols, to shout out the club partner. Oh, that's kept low. If you watch when any of the Gray Nichols ambassador players for Northamptonshire, so Safe Save, Lewis McManus, Emilio Gay, Ricardo Vasconcelos, the Gray Nichols helmet, it is built in. So where you would have a grill of titanium or whatever, that essentially continues to wrap around the back of your head, and a stem guard is sort of formed by a couple of tails, if you like, from that same material. But yeah, a few of the other helmet manufacturers, as you say, it's a optional added extra, and helmet's already not a cheap thing anyway.
Powerful.
Shot.
Cracking shot by Lewis Gregory through the offside. Cover drive for 4. He moves to 47, and Somerset are into the 340s. 341 for 7. 6 overs remain in the day.
So it's now the second highest partnership of the innings for Somerset. This has moved on to 80 from 105 balls.
Even contribution really from the 2 of them as well. Craig Overton, 38 or 47 at strike rate, up at 80.
Yeah, and Lewis Gregory in this partnership, 40 or 58.
Boundary, single, down the other end, keep the strike for the next over.
I think what Northamptonshire will have to look at this with as well, and trying to put the positive next step view on it, is this new ball hasn't done a huge amount, and I think the pitch will start to flatten out. In theory, Northamptonshire tomorrow should be batting on all but the best day to use this wicket. And I think the Northamptonshire top order will need to look at that and go, right, well, these two batting at 8 and 9 for Somerset, albeit by no definition number 8 or 9 bats, and would get into a lot of teams higher up than that. But they've found run scoring quite easy here. Northamptonshire haven't bowled badly with this new ball. It's not been freebies. And I think Northamptonshires top order have to look at that and go, right, there are clearly runs out here.
Say, looking past those kind of real early season games when there was all the overheads and all of the weather about, there's been plenty of runs on offer out here as a first class venue in 2023. We've seen two double hundreds here, 1 triple hundred in Bell Drummond, 1 double with James Vince, another big one from Muyeye. Gubbins scored a big 100, didn't he, for Hampshire as well. say Sherbashir obviously has bowled brilliantly well so far in his first-class career, and those footmarks are getting bigger and bigger. One's down the leg side, and a good take by Lewis McManus. Surprised that Luke Proctor didn't bowl himself from the David Capel end for the end of the day and went for Justin Broad instead.
Yeah, I can only imagine. I think. There we go.
And that is the wicket. Justin Broad justifies the decision for the bowl. He's got 2 wickets now. Lewis Gregory goes for 48. He breaks the partnership. Somerset 342 for 8.
And I think just about the first Somerset bat, apart from Tom Abell, who's just tucked the bat under the arm and been quite happy to walk off today. I think there's a couple of aggrieved batsmen up on the balcony. I can only imagine. I think Dan touched on it earlier when he's up here, whether or not it's a little bit of body and workload management from Luke, and maybe knowing where he's at, and maybe not trying to overexert himself coming back in. So he had a slightly innocuous shoulder injury that at the time it...
Did that happen in the warm-ups at Taunton, or was it in the build-up to that game?
No, it was in the build-up, just a training day, doing some fielding. I think he's just gone down to field one, and it didn't do an Ollie Pope and pop his shoulder out or anything, I don't think. But just something didn't like the impact or the way he landed on it, and
yeah.
And it just froze up on him, essentially. And there was a time I don't think he could actually lift his arm above the perpendicular, just because the muscles in that region were just sort of, unhappy with what was going on, and didn't want to cooperate. So I don't know how much bowling he's actually done recently in bringing that workload back into his body and his shoulder. And he's a very... There is the opposite of Jack White that we've been saying, where he's a very easygoing action.
Yes.
There's a lot of energy through Luke Proctor's action when you see him bowl.
Yeah.
And you can see those strains and those forces going through it.
Yeah, of course. Well, Matt Henry's the new batter to the crease for Somerset New Zealand International. He has 4 Test 50s to his name, including the 9 first-class 50s as well. So it doesn't get a great deal easier, does it? Turned into the corner. It's off the mark of his second ball. Strike rate in Test cricket with the bat 74, 75 as well. So I don't suspect we're going to see Matt Henry hanging about.
No, and 5 overs to go in the day, so 3 overs left if there's any interest in bowling from Somerset. As you said, I can't see them declaring, certainly not if 7 runs short of another batting bonus point. The incentive is probably not there. But from a Northamptonshire perspective, you nip 2 out quickly here, and you've got a very awkward 1 even over of Matt Henry running into you with a new Dukes. I mean, the light is fine. It's conditions to bat in are no different really than what they'll be tomorrow at 11 o'clock. It's just the mental game of getting yourself out there in a 10-minute changeover, go out there, face 1 over. You can't really win. Well, there's your answer about the intent, Mr. Henry.
I mean, he's certainly towing the party line, isn't he? It's fun though, isn't it? Like red ball cricket, when batters are out there trying to score runs, it is fun. It makes the sport a whole lot more enjoyable. And I chatted to Dan about the change in the points and the draws, and obviously you used to have those massive run totals that people used to bat all day for, and another team would then go and bat again for a massive amount. But then you almost, like last week for Northamptonshire against Middlesex, you had a bit of a thriller draw to kind of... So there is still kind of value in a draw, but it's usually a little bit more exciting. And to watch batters go out there and genuinely try and score runs rather than just bat time is... I know that might sound quite new age, but I quite like it.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said as well of making county cricket viable to new audiences as well.
the back foot, muscled out to the offside.
And the younger audiences and the audiences that have grown up on T20 cricket, I won't say the H word for the benefit of keeping our viewership, that have said nice things about the stream today, but the
16.4.
The 16.4. That growing up on that short form all action cricket, I think that's why you're seeing even 50 over cricket needing some support to keep it sort of relevant. And so I think you're bang on that red ball cricket that's moving is still an exciting product. You know, baseball in America, they're doing a similar thing with pitch clocks and just trying to take a game that can take 3.5 hours to get through, and there feels like there's a lot of downtime. They're just trying to bring a little bit of impetus into it, just a little bit of second gear, not trying to radically change what that game is, but just playing it with intent. Yeah, and I think that can only be a beneficial thing, provided that we don't just take the bowlers out of the equation, make it a run fest, and just go, right, who can score most runs quickest?
Yes.
And it doesn't matter about the bowlers. The odd game where it's 120 plays 120, plays 125, plays 90 is still valuable, provided that there was a contest to be had there and it wasn't just a pitch that made it a lottery. Bowlers do get a hard rap of things where everyone tries to downplay a bowler doing well because they try and bring conditions into it.
It's the one off the last ball of Tom Taylor's 19th over. 345 for 8. Now the score. 4 overs remain in the day. Looks like Justin Broad is going to carry on. He did ask the question, didn't he, to Captain Luke Proctor, whether he go, me?
Well,
carry on?
he got dragged after his last wicket over, so I'm not surprised he's got nightmares in the membrane upstairs.
8 overs, 2 for 33 so far for Justin Broad.
He gets very high in his action, doesn't he? It's a very, very vertical, bang-on vertical arm. Look at someone like Ben Sanderson, who by no means bowls round arm, but it is heading towards 1 o'clock as opposed to being really over the top.
Yep. Looks like quite a tall lad as well.
Yeah.
Not quite sure he's quick enough yet to start dropping the ball in short to some of these guys.
No.
Lovely shot by...
It's a crisp connection from Matt Henry.
But I suppose, like, not being a sports scientist by any stretch, but I guess Justin Broad's played a handful of professional T20s. This is his second first-class game. There's going to be an element of still developing him as an athlete. This kind of stock, mid-70s seam bowling. Oh, powerfully struck by Matt Henry past the diving Tom Taylor at cover. I don't think that was a million miles away, but Matt Henry picks up 4. 350 up for Somerset, and that extra batting point. He didn't get a fingertip on it, did he?
He's got a fingertip on it. He hasn't got up yet, Tom. He's still very much planted to the turf. It's a lovely tail-ender's shot, that, isn't it? It's just, I'm going to throw my hands through this and you can deal with whatever happens.
But no, what I was saying is, I mean, potentially over a winter with strength and conditioning coaches. Matt Henry goes for that same shot, and this time Justin Broad beats the outside edge. I suppose there's no reason to think that couldn't come back next summer bowling 80.
Yeah, I think he is only 23 as of a couple of weeks ago as well. And yeah, the cricket he has been playing before, he's been playing in the Surrey Prem, and it's still recreational cricket. So this is probably the first time he's had proper coaches looking at him as well. I say proper coaches, not to discredit coaches he may have worked with up until this point.
Yeah.
And I know massively the journey that he's come through, but I think you've got someone like Chris Little that's played the game for a long time at the highest level, and then has recently completed the highest level of coaching qualification that you can get in the UK.
Yep.
Having that kind of person suddenly working with you when you think, oh, I might be able to bowl a bit.
Powerfully struck again, and well fielded by Ben Sanderson at mid-off.
Who give a little bit slower to get up there, Ben, than he might have been at the start of the day.
Yeah.
There was a little bit of help from the knee, and
I think that's allowed. That's allowed after he bowled. Is it 25 overs he's bowled today?
25 overs, 5 maidens,
Yeah.
1 for 70. One for 74 today. For
I think we can forgive him for that.
it's a slow trudge off to backward square as well. I think he'll be quite happy to see these 3 overs out.
Absolutely right.
There'll be an ice bath in his future, I'm sure.
I mean, that sounds equally unpleasant, to be completely honest with you. But yeah, with Justin Broad, it's as well. This will be the first time of his life where this has been his 7-day-a-week focus as well. So has the ability to work on the fitness and the strength and put the hours in the gym and whatever else might be needed. As you said, spend time with. Oh my word, that is out. That's a big swing from Matt Henry. I think he might have got a little bit of an inside edge on that, and that's just hit leg stump. Matt Henry goes for 7.
What we'll say is that Northamptonshire have avoided having to bat this evening regardless of what happens here, because you lose the over that you're in as well. So Emilio Gay and Ricardo Vasconcelos will be quite pleased that we've got to this point regardless of what happens.
Yeah, they certainly won't be upset by that. And here comes Shoaib Bashir. Craig Overton might have been, I don't know what he was asking the dressing room for, to be honest. I don't know whether he's been asking for a drink or
Just told them not
gloves
to
or-
bother now anyway.
No.
The umpires are having a chat mid-pitch, possibly about where we're going for dinner. Nigel Long seems to be chuckling about something. Is that a little leg cutter possibly from Tom Taylor there? Might have just taken his wrist out from behind the ball.
Not convinced.
No.
Don't think so.
From behind it looked like it might have been something different, but front on looked pretty stock standard.
Tom Taylor's first wicket of the day. He certainly deserved it for the work that he's put in. 19 overs, 1 for 78. Shoaib Bashir on strike. Goes past the outside edge.
One of the floodlight towers is casting a very unfortunately placed shadow there now across the pitch.
I assume this will be another one of the games that will be chalked in for not turning the floodlights on in the middle of summer.
Yeah, not available for this fixture. It's an unfortunate consequence really of where our ground is, that there are restrictions on how many days a year they can be used.
Nicely played into the offside.
I think with the extra fixtures that have been added in white ball, the Grenada fixture next Friday night down here, the England Women ODI that wasn't actually scheduled in at the start of the summer until they had to have a shuffle around in September, is I think it's about a midday start, but one of those ones where floodlights need to be available for it.
Yeah. Nicely played down the ground again. Yeah, it's not the best look, is it, when floodlights are at the ground and international cricket is suspended for bad light?
Yeah. It's one of the problems they obviously have at New Road every year at Worcester, is they're not allowed to have floodlights there, and they can't even have retractable ones like they've got at Canterbury. So
Right.
you get a lot of 2:30 starts and 4 and 5:30 T20 starts, trying to get them in when they can. But there was a game this year that got called off for bad light in a T20.
Missed by Bashir. What do you think Somerset do? I mean, as you said, there's no incentive for them to do anything tonight. They can't bowl at Northamptonshire. Do they declare overnight? I mean, they're 49 runs away from another point.
I think the fact Overton's there, I think, changes it slightly. Neither of us have seen Bashir play a huge amount of cricket with the bat.
Big appeal and given.
Won't matter anyway.
Tom Taylor picks up his second wicket. Double wicket maiden for Tom Taylor to finish the day. Shoaib Bashir goes for a 5-ball duck. LBW to Tom Taylor. He's bowled 20 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 78, and Somerset are all out for 351 here on day 1 at Wantage Road, having lost the toss and been inserted to bat by Northamptonshire.
That's quite out, that one, isn't it?
That's pretty plumb.
In a day where I think there might be a couple of Somerset batsmen just tilting their head slightly at some decisions. I don't think Shoaib Bashir can probably join that conversation.
No, not at all. Well, I think it would be fair to say Somerset have had the better of the day. Northamptonshire, that said, I think have bowled very well throughout the course of the day. They've stuck to the task, whilst that Somerset lineup were coming at them pretty hard throughout the day. And yeah, it'll be Northamptonshire's time to bat on this pitch that's offered a bit for the bowlers, but has offered value for the batters as well tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I think that's the key thing tomorrow morning. I think that top order that probably hasn't fired quite as they would have wanted need to come out tomorrow with that positive mindset that runs can be scored out here. The pitch has played pretty well all day with just a little bit of zip in it. Obviously, it is a potent Somerset attack. I think Matt Henry's first spell is going to be really critical tomorrow. He's had a knack this year of taking a couple early for Somerset and can put teams on the back foot. So I think getting through that is going to be the key thing. That first half hour tomorrow morning could be really key. And as you say, with a Saturday that, sorry to the club cricketers, doesn't look particularly friendly for the time being, but we know how quickly that can change those forecasts. You know, you think first hour tomorrow morning is a very important hour for everyone. So, but no, I think Northamptonshire can't feel too badly about how they bowled today. I don't think at any point they let themselves down as a bowling unit and as a fielding unit. Held all their chances. There were, apart from that one Tom Taylor caught bowl, which we're not going to call a chance. They've not let anything through, and the bowlers have sort of stuck to it, and the batters for Somerset batted well. So I think that's the key thing for tomorrow, is just come out with that same positive mindset and see where you can get to.
Absolutely. Well, thanks everybody for joining us throughout the course of the day. Alex, thanks for your company. Dan as well through that afternoon session. As you said, Sam Dalling will be with me all day tomorrow. And I mean, who knows on day 3? I mean, you might be back. You might
get Dan back. You might try to tap up Ollie Sale to come and provide a Somerset voice in here. So,
well, there we go. See you tomorrow at 11 o'clock.